further, aiming to create systems that are stronger, more inclusive, and, of course, sustainable for the future. It starts with recovery, addressing immediate needs and stabilizing communities. It evolves into resilience, where we think and fortify our infrastructure, economies, and social systems to withstand future challenges. And finally, it culminates in renewal, driving long-term improvements that tackle deep-rooted issues like inequality, environmental degradation, and social justice. This theme is more than just words. It's a call to action for governments, organizations, and individuals to collaborate and create lasting positive change. So let's delve into this journey of building back better together. If I may request everybody's kind attention towards the big screen, let's quickly take a look at the BW Disrupt Community AV. BW Businessworld, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief. BW Businessworld and founder Exchange for Media Group is the fastest growing business media house in India. With a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Businessworld is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 24 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself abreast of development, please subscribe to Business World Group magazines. It would add to your professional quest for knowledge and insight. There are some exciting offers for attendees of the event. Check out our latest cybersecurity special issue out on stands now. It features corporate India's outlook on cybersecurity and pioneers who are at the forefront of providing cybersecurity solutions and services. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Businessworld and BW Disrupt platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwdisrupt.com. As we flag off today's event, I encourage everyone to join the conversations online by using the hashtag BW Social Impact. If I could have everybody's attention towards the screen once again, let's quickly take a look at the event AV. Before we move forward, I'd like to take a minute and express our deepest gratitude to our partners for helping us turn our vision into reality. Cause partner, Vitamin Angels India. Ecosystem partner, MASH AVPN. Event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Phantom, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, and Pitch. Let's quickly take a look at the partner AV. Disasters are life-changing events that humanity finds frightening and unfathomable. Climate action work for humanity often features disaster to help the world understand the threats that our world is subjected to. Seen through the eyes of Anshu Gupta, founder, Goonj and Gram Swabhiman, these pictures highlight the enigma behind disaster. The purpose of the exhibition is to investigate the world's present understanding of nature and environmental disasters through the lens of critical disaster response. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the photo exhibition outside for all of us to see and witness the impact. Also, we have a bookstall for you to purchase some books of your interest. Moving ahead, I might be an unfamiliar face trying to talk your ears off up here. It's time for the address. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk about building foundations of change, joining us on stage is the co-founder, Think Startup and Youth Ideathon. Please put your hands together for Sanjeeva Shivesh.
And no burning of gases, you can just wear, and that's coming out of a kid's bright question, right? So friends, basically what we have done is about 2 lakh kids participate, train 12,000 teachers, 5,000 schools, those are big numbers. What is interesting is we have created a crowdfunding platform for school students where they're able to put their innovation and raise money. They're also selling their stuff. Everything happens in a space of 2 to 3 months, right? So this is another innovation, Apple Grader and Sorter, which is coming out by a school student. It costs only 10,000 rupees, coming out of that 1,000 rupees grant, right? Basically, this is our belief. And I was thinking when I was told that I have to speak about change, building foundations of change, I really want us to focus on this bit. So this change program, which is slowly happening, first year we had about 50,000 students. We are in the 4th edition, 2 lakh students. And we really think it can grow, but it is growing just because we are now able to pull in a lot of mentors, right? These are all PhD scholars of IIT who are now interacting with students, helping them iron out the glitches in their ideas, helping them with steps to make things happen. A lot of startup founders, a lot of CXOs, and they are sort of fueling this. We are building this network. This is the story which is going on behind the scene. We'd really love to work with all of you together. This is a student got a chance to showcase innovation with Prime Minister. They are shining. Someone is going to Stanford because of a platform which has been created. So that's the story in gist. I'll be very happy to collaborate with all of you. That's about building foundations of change from my side. Thank you very much.
If I could just request you to stay back with us for next couple of minutes in case there are any questions regarding this presentation. Kindly raise your hands and we shall pass on a mic to you. Well, that tells me that this was quite the productive and informative session. Thank you very much for joining us. You do have a question? Allow me a moment.
Very happy to see the innovative work you are doing, especially with the large number of children. What type of schools are participating in this? They are mainly from the cosmopolitan cities or?
I have phenomenal learning, and it's a great question, sir. Right, so I went to a tribal school in Madhya Pradesh, which is Eklavya Residential Model School, and the number of such tribal schools out there, and we asked children, "Ek idea socho," and we got 0 ideas. Right, so that's India. It's deep, right? People, it's deep because of the backgrounds kids are coming from and the education that they are getting, which is really hard, and we have not made them free enough to think, right, or to talk about something called ideas, right? And then you have to again ask the question in multiple ways and someone will say, there are lots of social stuff which comes out, right? A girl would say that my dad beats my mom and I want to solve that problem. And sometimes we don't get the answers to those problems, right? Some people will say, there's a whole lot of rush for this tanker comes और पूरी भीड़ लग जाती है और हम उसमें कुछ नहीं कर पाते, तो उसको कैसे solve करें? Right, so lots of stories or problem statements keep on coming out, but we have to work together. Now coming back to your question, when we started, we thought that we are going to invigorate the whole of India. That's not really happening. What we are getting is about 60% schools. We get almost 100% urban schools, right? Or even if something of the nature of rural is there, it could be Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, which is again a good school, etc., right? We get a lot of students from privileged backgrounds, but slowly we are also getting students from underprivileged backgrounds. And they are sharing ideas. For example, the story that I shared of Dakshani Pandey, her dad is a rickshaw puller, right? But she has thought of an innovation where she conceived that if you are in a car and for some reason if the carbon monoxide level goes up, then the windows should automatically go down. And she built it up in a prototype, showed it at IIT on a large stage, and then won hearts of everyone. But 80% privileged, 20% it's a story in making. We still have a long way to go.
One more question. Is the mentorship of the students done by the school or by you got other people?
Yeah, we slowly learned, right? So initially we said that we are great, we will mentor. I've been teaching entrepreneurship for now 15 years. And, it's far more complex. So then we realized that first of all, we have to open up the minds of teachers. So we ran this whole program of teaching entrepreneurship in your subject area. You can't be teaching entrepreneurship. If I'm a teacher of biology, then I have to teach entrepreneurship in biology. If you're a teacher of history, you have to teach entrepreneurship in history. Those sort of stuff we started creating and started empowering teachers. 12,000 teachers trained last year. Still, teachers are frozen, right? A lot of ideas, students will have some other idea, teacher will shape it in some other fashion, it gets written down there, and then when it comes in some manner to us, and if that idea gets selected, then our mentors come in and then they start opening. Now, who are these mentors? This year we involve about 200 PhD scholars of IIT Delhi, IIT Madras, Bombay, BITS Pilani, etc., and they are now engaging with these students. Their job is not to change students' idea, but to discover the idea of the student and then to work. Then we have got about 100 startup founders, about 100 CXOs who engage with this, about 500. We work with about 200 school principals. We work with them, and it's a journey of change which is going on, hard to break. It is deeply entrenched, but at somewhere we have to open up the minds.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Well, I guess that sums up. Thank you very much. Thank you. Tackling the issues at grassroots level is the only way forward for impact. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we are headed towards the first panel discussion of the day. Impact investing, aligning values with financial returns. Join me as I welcome the panelists. Please put your hands together for Priyanka Sharma, Head Programs and Partnerships, Mobius Foundation. Let's welcome the lady with a round of applause. Thank you. Please welcome the founder at Climate Angels Fund, Shailesh Vikram Singh. Welcoming our next panelist, please give it up for Ashir Sutar, Vice President, Principal, Desai and Associates. Please welcome Archish Gupta, Investment Manager, LGT Venture Philanthropy. Completing the panel, please welcome Aditi Atre, Manager, Social Impact Practice, Deloitte, India. Is Mr. Singh with us, or is he currently unavailable at the moment? Time to welcome the session chair. Please welcome Ram Kumar Venkatramani, South Asia Director, Impact Investing, AVPN. The rest of the panelists will be joining us momentarily, but I must encourage the session chair to start with the session.
Good morning, all. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to the session. And it's hopefully will open your eyes to what's going on in the impact space. and share some best practices that our esteemed panelists are going to share with us. And we are represented by a diverse set of stakeholders, and they all play an important role in the impact ecosystem. And as we speak, impact investing is becoming mainstream. There are more than 4,000, close to 4,000 impact organizations across the world, and managing a total of 1.57 trillion US dollars in assets under management. And as impact investing becomes mainstream, it's also important to understand the important cogs that form part of the system. And our eminent set of panelists here will, hopefully, help us with a lot of new thoughts and best practices within the ecosystem. I'm going to start off with you, Priyanka. You represent a large family foundation, and it'd be great to know where are you in the journey towards impact, and what are some innovative financial solutions and tools that you're really excited about, and then how you're navigating this journey towards impact investing from a foundation point of view.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the time. Thank you for the question as well. I work with the Mobius Foundation. I'm the head of program and partnerships. We focus primarily in the area of environmental sustainability. And I think one of the key considerations for us is having a lot of discipline around what we focus on within the environmental sustainability space, because as you all can appreciate, it has a number of intersections and everything actually is interconnected. It's extremely circular. So we focus primarily on sustainability education, creating awareness, helping changing curriculums, working with institutions that are changing curriculums and developing curriculums both at the school level, university level, and beyond. We host a large conference every year that brings all of the greatest minds and players in the sustainability education space. So that's one of our flagship programs. Beyond that, we have also started to focus on education for girls, in actually very underprivileged schools. We have just started with, digital education. We are, doing this online with AV equipment in some of the most backward schools in Uttar Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh, and we are teaching English and maths. And this year we introduced a life skills program as well. And hopefully at some point I'd love to connect with you about the Youth Ideathon here and see how we can scale. Outside of that, we are doing leadership development. We work with young forestry graduates in the northeast area of India, which is ecologically a very, very sensitive area. And these young forestry graduates are participating in a fellowship program where we, there's levels to it. We started with one state in Nagaland, and now we are in all of the northeastern states. And we plug them into, various programs. We are, working with the district administration. We are working with international development agencies, and we create a career path for these forestry graduates through a multi-year fellowship program. So we fund them, and then they sort of develop their career through the fellowship. Outside of that, we have just started. So primarily, I would say that we've been a grant-making foundation. And if you look at the sort of spectrum of impact investing and all of the various financial instruments that are available to us, we're kind of like at the just the start of it. But we have now ventured into the renewable energy space, and we are doing two programs. One is we've just signed a MOU with the National Dairy Development Board to put in 5,000 household biogas plants. And this is actually a very innovative partnership, because the cost of putting in one household biogas plant is around 40,000 rupees, which for a typical farmer, for a family of farmers is quite high. So with the help of NDDB and the vendor here, which is Sistema Bio, the vendor is actually, financing probably 70% of the cost of the equipment under a gold standard carbon finance program. They will take the carbon credits, and then there's a farmer's burden here, which is about 30% of the cost. So we take 50% of the farmer's burden, and the rest 50% obviously is borne by the farmer. And the goal here is to create a partnership that aligns various incentives. And because this is going to be part of a carbon finance program, our biggest concern here as a foundation was we'll pay for this equipment, and biogas has been there for a long time, but it doesn't always work. So how do we know that this is going to work after we buy the equipment? But because it's part of this carbon credit program, the only way it works for the vendor is if this biogas plant continues to work. And so designing a program which sort of aligns multiple incentives in a creative way. And while there isn't an active sort of financial return, we are beginning to start to form innovative financial partnerships for climate financing through this. And lastly, and I'll move it over to the rest of the participants, we are going to foray into developing a large compressed biogas plant. We will be bearing, through a different sort of pool of capital, but with a social impact. We are going to take care of the entire cost of the investment of the plant. And our goal here is to create an evergreen fund where we can design a project. We are going to partner with either gaushalas or dairy farmers. And we've developed a financial feasibility model, a financial model, which is based on profit sharing. And through this, we are going to create partnerships with the public sector. We'll provide the majority of the financing. We're going to create some jobs at the local level and hopefully be able to create a circular economy around cow dung-based compressed biogas. And the reason we are getting into this and where we see ourselves adding value is this is an area where the returns are basically a little bit muted, because cow dung as a feedstock for biogas is not the most efficient. If you use sugarcane waste, it's a lot more efficient. So the cost of the raw material is extensive. We are partnering with a gaushala that is not going to have a lot of expertise in operating the plant. So not only are the returns muted here, there's also, we'll have some sort of assistance from the government, public sector entities to sell the gas, but the market for the bio slurry, the digestate that comes out of the plant, which is the biomanure, is evolving and not very well developed. So the returns are muted, but there's a lot of risk to the cash flows here. And that's where someone like us comes into play, where we can help to take on some of that risk, which typical, venture firms or private equity firms may not be very, very comfortable with. So I'll stop that.
Thanks, Priyanka. It's fascinating to know the role of, first loss absorption and innovative financial solutions in kind of fostering the system. And if I can jump to the other end of the table, Ashil, I know Karthik Desai and Associates work with the whole spectrum of funders, right? And how do you juggle between impact and financial returns on one side? And then how do you navigate this balancing act between your market building activities and your advisory business, right? Which you operate at the intersection of these two.
Got it. Good afternoon. Sorry, apologies. I'm delayed. We do work across the entire spectrum of capital. When we look at that from a risk-adjusted returns perspective, we look at the public finance sector on one extreme end that looks at population-based socio-economic programs that get funded, be it the Lakpati Didi initiative or be it public health, national health missions and public education and other things. Then we have towards the extreme right-hand side of the spectrum, we have the entire climate finance, ESG, typically very large ticket size, working primarily with larger corporates or MSMEs, more on debt and equity basis. And then somewhere in the middle, you have this entire space of impact investing, within which there are literally almost like two extreme ends of it. One being the model where the risk-adjusted returns are on a very lower side of things, which is, say, your investments through Acumen and other typical impact investors. On the other end, you have Avishkars who work with very innovative startups with high-end deep tech digital technologies and/or innovations that can be scaled up, which has a very commercial leaning to it, high risk-adjusted returns. So what we are able to do, and the other panelists might have mentioned as well, is create financing solutions that thread capital across the spectrum, look at how do you figure out new business models, new financing structures, the financing instruments, the fund flow, as well as we look at how outcomes are measured and thereby probably assigning some bit of financial incentives to it as well. Let me just take a couple of examples. With the government of one of the large state governments, we were looking at building an outcome-based financing instrument for the Lakpati Didi initiative, which is to do with the typical SHG model, which has existed for the past 30 years. We completed 30 years last year of the NRLM, the National Rural Livelihood Mission. How is it that you can now graduate these SHG enterprises from a collective model to an individual model, giving them access to technical assistance that enables them to set up their own businesses, provide them access to affordable capital, and then enable business growth so that they are able to generate sustainable income for their households. So that was one initiative where we worked with the large state government and then bringing together philanthropic capital as well as risk capitals that typically come in from foreign philanthropic organizations or organizations like the Outcomes Bridges initiative in the UK. So that's one bit. The second example I can probably give is one on how do you scale up the wash enterprises in India. This is a largely untapped sector, about $6 billion worth of, annually $6 billion worth of investments go into the wash enterprises, primarily working with the municipal, the urban local bodies and the municipal departments. How is it that you're able to bring in access to affordable debt to these enterprises through designing, and we are working very closely with NAP Samruddhi. It's a subsidiary of NABARD, where they are able to bring in affordable commercial capital into the foray. This is sub 12% debt, 12 to 13% debt. And we are trying to now bring in philanthropic organizations who are able to bring in everything from interest subvention to impact-linked incentives for these wash enterprises. We are trying something similar with agroecology as well, where IFAD has given a $10 million grant to scale up agroecology solutions in India. And how is it that we are now able to bring in mainstream capital from SBI, Bank of Baroda, as well as the NBFC side of things, where we are able to fund these agri-enterprises and farmer-producer companies to scale up agroecology initiatives, be it vermicomposting, be it organic farming, be it dairy, and diversification of horticulture, diversification into horticulture and other initiatives as well. And the balance that we have found between advisory work and the market building work is, without the market building initiatives, which are broadly into three buckets, we look at policy, where we work very closely with the state government, the central government, as well as the think tanks like Niti Aayog and other enablers, where we are able to influence policy to unlock more capital, to de-risk investments, to expand capital into newer markets. We are looking at also affordability of capital from the demand side, which is the customers like individuals or enterprises in this case. And we are looking at the measurement part, which is the outcomes financing bit. So how is it that you're able to showcase or change a bit of the policy side to make things a little more streamlined, a little more smoother in terms of both structuring, be it instruments, be it fund, flow of funds, be it the enabling aspects of it. The second is with education. How do you build the next level of cadre of young professionals who are able to come into the impact investing space and are able to take up the roles which eventually in the next 20, 30 years, they will become the next leaders sitting on the stage talking to another set of audiences who might be looking at here. And the third bit is more towards the ecosystem building of just bringing together diverse set of funders, practitioners, scientific professionals, people from various backgrounds to the same platform and be able to have an honest, frank dialogue as to where is it that capital is stuck, what is the best way to de-risk it, what are the new innovations that we might try, and then just stringing along some bit of connections where you're able to then build a platform for a particular thing, be it say decentralized renewable energy adoption or be it through say biogas adoption in this case. So that's kind of the balance that we have found. And once you also focus on the market building activities, you'll find that a lot of the capital starts getting unlocked, a lot of funders get sensitized, and over a 5-year period, you'll see them participating at slightly like early stages and then become very mature very quickly. With CSRs, we have seen this happen over the last 10 years. I think this is the time when we are now looking at blended finance, innovative finance solutions also getting scaled up to similar initiatives.
Awesome. Talking about capital and the market, Shailesh, you invest in early stage ventures, and how do you define and measure success for your fund, both in terms of financial returns and the impact it's creating on the environment? And then also, if you can tell us, how do you interact with other players in the ecosystem within within climate space?
Thanks. And sorry for jumping in the middle. I really got in traffic. So basically at Climate Tech Fund, we see problems into 3 buckets, right? The first bucket is the problem which scale very largely and very profitable. So my view is if you are building something which is faster, better, cheaper, obviously you can create a lot of alpha for everybody involved, which is for investors, for entrepreneurs, and for this. Second set of schemes are which do not scale, right? The problem which are very micro thing in nature, you just do that, like say intervention in a particular location. So we think they come from more the NGO side. And third, the problems are which are scale, but again do not have profit impact, like say planting trees, right? So as a fund, we go in the first bet because we think we want to create a very large scale, large impact, and there we do not measure what you call impact separately. There's a very counter view. In fact, to give an example, like say Tesla, you need not worry about what it does. Tesla revenue means so many electric cars on the thing, so many tailpipe emission gone, right? And so much fossil fuel not happening. So same way in every company, my first measure is whether the company can create a lot of revenue, and is that revenue directly related to what we call impact. So like one of our companies, Solar Square, they just raised $40 million last week, right? Solar Square is now, who doesn't know, is one of the India's largest, or is the largest company in home rooftop solar space, right? So of course, every solar panel on a rooftop, it brings electricity at the house, so that power improves, it creates a profit for us. And as an investor, I think we are already sitting at a multi-bagger. So I need not measure anything, right? So we communicate, and I think that's very critical that we do not mix the stories. Where we have impact, we just focus on impact. Where we have profit, we just focus on profit. The issue gets complicated when we mix the both, because the founder also get very confused. In fact, I always give this example, I will quote again. Mark Anderson said long back that when you give founders 2 set of things to chase, they can't do either. So like say a houseboat is neither a good house, neither a good boat. So either you build a good house or you build a good boat, right? So same way, founders should have one target. Either they create impact or they create profit. I do not try to mix the two. So that's our thing.
So then how do you kind of balance it out?
There's no balance.
There's no balance.
As I said, the thing is, like say, look at a company like we have Clean Electric, Beko. So we as a fund, we have done 19 investments so far, 19. Each of the company, the revenue means impact. So to give an example, we have a company called Indra Water. So Indra Water is deploying water solutions to the companies like Unilever, Taj, everybody else, right? Every Unilever, every Indra Water unit get sold means so much cleaner water, so much bad water not going there. So I know that every time, so I only need to ask, what is your revenue? Because that means so many units got sold, so much water saved. Like Pran built this air solution, right? Air purifying solution for the home and industrials. And their solution get deployed the likes of GSW mines, Tata Steel mines, very, very highly polluted environment, right? Now every Pran unit gets sold, saves the workers there from the air pollution, which they used to do those kapra vada bandh ke jo karte na. So all that gets solved. So I only need to worry what the revenue. The only thing I ask Pran, how many units you are selling, right? I need not balance. That's why I said. And there's the foundation I work with, where they are working on, say, improving walkability of the cities. There I need not ask them revenue. I only need to ask them how much walkability you are solving, right? So they focus on impact. These are focused on revenue. At the end of the both are very aligned. The revenue is aligned with impact. That is what.
Wonderful and spoken like a true VC. Now I'll come to you. Shailesh spoke about, from a venture capitalist point of view. And from your point of view, how different is venture philanthropy from traditional philanthropy and impact investing as well? And what are the, what kind of financial tools do you incorporate in your line of work? Could be blended finance or outcome-based finance, for instance.
Thanks, Ram, for the question. Before I dive into the question, I want to understand the audience profile here. So how many of us are funders, investors, CSR, philanthropy? Yeah? Okay. And how many of us are social enterprises, non-profits, or for-profits? Typical VCs, darlings. So, for those who don't know about LGT Venture Philanthropy, it's a philanthropic foundation based out of Zurich, and we have offices in India and Africa. It started back in 2007 by the princely family of Liechtenstein. It's a small country. They own the LGT Group, which is the private banking and asset management firm managing billions of dollars of wealth. So they started, so it's a core asset within the LGT Group now, before it got spinned off into Lightrock, which is a private equity arm of the group. So how venture philanthropy is different from traditional is in this, or impact investing, in the sense that it looks at the organization holistically. And when I say holistically, it looks at what are the missing pieces that a particular organization has, which could be plugged in so that the organization is able to scale its impact over a period of time. So we look at funding the core areas of any organization. And we primarily fund the non-profits in India as of now. When I say core areas, because often we overlook the core areas such as monitoring evaluation systems, technology, data analytics capabilities of a non-profit, or building the second in line post after the leaderships, right? Or building the partnership building capabilities, right? So these are the areas that are often overlooked by other funders. So we come in as a core funder, multi-year funder, which is not only coming with the capital, but also with that strategic guidance. And we have this program called as Impact Fellowship, wherein we get the people who are from the private sector, have worked for many years in the private sector, and can bring that private sector rigor in the development sector as well to scale this particular impact, and or to implement that innovation so that it scales up, right? To your question on the how do we measure success for venture philanthropy? So for us, impact is an outcome of the work of the work that organization does. So we don't attribute any impact to us, right? So we try to contribute to their particular impact. And success for us is measured particularly in terms of how the organization has grown over a period of time, in terms of budget, in terms of number of people they have been able to reach, in terms of number of staff being employed by them, and so on. And to your question on the blended finance and innovative finance instruments, so we typically don't fund any instrument ourselves directly, right? So we do it through our partners. When I say partners, these are the portfolio organizations that we have funded. To give you an example, we had funded an organization called as Educate Girls back in 2011 when they were pretty small. They were only in 2 districts. Now they are in more than 40,000 plus villages. So early in 2015, they came up, we supported them in designing this development impact bond. Right. So what it did was they were able to demonstrate the measurable outcomes through their particular intervention, which translated into a lot of capital for them over a period of time. And now they are one of those organizations which receive a lot of funding from the donors side. Similarly, on the we have also funded something called as Nature for Water Facility, which is being managed by the Nature Conservancy. So which pools in capital from philanthropy, from development financial institutions, from the corporates, right? So, and they are managing these critical water towers. So this particular facility not only provide the financial returns, but also the environmental impact. We are also looking to create a community stewardship fund with our partners such as Foundation for Ecological Security and Common Ground. These are the 2 non-profits in the environmental space in India. The idea is to use carbon credits as a tool to pay for the ecosystem services for the indigenous communities who are preserving this biodiversity, and at the same time the commercial capital providers or the providers can also get financial returns alongside. So wherein the VCs stop their work, right? So like Shailesh was mentioning, they don't mix up the 2, right? On the other hand, we try to see how we can mix up the 2, because as you pointed out, there is more than 4 trillion gap when it comes to achieving the sustainable development goals, and it alone can't be achieved through the philanthropic funding or CSR funding. So we need to bring in the private capital. Many of the organizations I'm sure that Shailesh is supporting must be impactful by inherent, right? So he need not worry about the impact that they are creating on ground. So he's measuring it in terms of revenue. We also follow the similar approach, but we try to plug in the gaps where the organization is lagging behind and what can help them overcome that particular gap.
Yeah, great to know the variety of outcomes that you are working across. Last but not the least, the impact strategy and impact measurement are extremely important within the whole ecosystem and especially in terms of reporting. So what are the key focus areas for Deloitte social impact practice? And it'll be great to know what nuances that you adopt in your impact advisory, impact measurement processes. Aditi.
Thank you, Ram. Very good morning to all of you. I'm Aditi and I represent the social impact practice at Deloitte India. So at Deloitte, sustainability forms the very core and crux of all our advisory and consulting practice. And that's what we advise to all our clients, whether it's foundations, family offices, corporate CSRs, private banks, investment arms of philanthropists, etc. And of course, corporate CSR. And that's what we've been doing over the last couple of years. We provide complete life cycle and consulting support to them, and we provide a very holistic view in which how we approach social impact investing. And what we do is that from the very beginning, when the client approaches us with a problem statement or with a thematic area that they want to work on, we provide them with a blueprint of what impact is going to look like for the next 5 years, 7 years. And this has to be sustainable in the long run. We all know that in India, entrepreneurship has been growing. We have a lot of philanthropists which not just want to do giving for the sake of giving now. They want to create an impact and also know where their money is going. And that blueprint, as a consultant, it's very important for us, for them, to create for them so that they can have a holistic view of where their money is going, what each dollar invested is giving in terms of a financial return as well as a social return. So we start with providing them with services like a feasibility assessment, a research, that what the theme that they're thinking of, is it feasible or not? What are the geographies that are suitable? Is it aligned with the social development goals or with the government priorities in India, in South Asia, and or whichever geography that they are interested in? Secondly, we provide them with due diligence services, which is again in-house to Deloitte. So we get in our teams which are experts on tax compliance, regulatory policy issues, and financial advisory. We help them with designing financial models around it. And then, getting hold of different stakeholders, partners who would be the most optimal ones to work with them on ground to create results. And then last but not the least, and we also do support in designing frameworks for impact measurement and monitoring. And this is one area that we have been focusing on and advocating for very passionately about, that even though if there is a complete simple grant program or a CSR piece, or is it an impact investment or a blended finance facility or a bond, anything, an impact measurement and monitoring framework is something that has to be thought of very early on to get a preview of what is your impact going to look like. And we have professionals who are trained on globally accepted frameworks like the OECD DAC framework, the blended finance framework, the SROI framework, which helps us in quantifying impact. And I feel nothing speaks louder than numbers. Nothing validates your output more than numbers. And we were able to develop that dashboard and present it very early on, so that this brings in a lot of trust. That's one. Second, it builds in a lot of transparency and credibility to the program that you're investing in. And what it does is that if today we had one investor, let's say, who was willing to take in the risk into a new area, a very unexplored territory, tomorrow, seeing the impact and seeing the numbers, 10 other players are aligned to that cause. And that is what is required today, as we know that development, financing, and aid to India is decreasing. We do require the private sector to stand up and start investing and looking at these areas, and not just from a social impact space and just giving in the money and forgetting where the money has gone, but also keeping track of where their each dollar, each rupee is invested and what impact has it created in the long run. So we act as a bridge. As typical consultants, I would say that we are the ones which help each and every client, whether it is the investor or the implementation partner, to understand this journey. And more so, I would say the implementation partners, because at investors, they do have a lot of global exposure, they understand the financial markets very well. But the implementation partner still requires a lot of mindset shift today. They do not understand, if I may bring in an example that we talk, okay, let's pay for performance instrument, but they are like, why should we wait for our money to come in once we've achieved the results? We are used to getting our grant money before we even start the intervention. We need to pay our resources. But that's the mindset shift that is happening. And over the last decade, that's what we've been seeing happening. Now, more and more new players are coming into the arena. They want to take risks. They are willing to put their skin into the game. Even implementation partners, for that matter, have seen to put in their own money to be part of innovative financing instruments like impact bonds and pay for performance instruments, or be part of a blended finance facility. A lot of new philanthropists want to park their money into such facilities and see till how far their money can go. And of course, this is the sustainable future that we're looking at. We cannot be dependent on grants, and such new age instruments which have worked in capital markets, which have worked for industries over the years, today need to be developed in such a way that development sector can propel and use them in the right manner.
Wonderful. So we've learned about how an organization navigates the impact journey, to how to build the market space, and how venture capital works in this space, and venture philanthropy, and then how do you kind of report and measure these through both impact strategies and impact measurement. If I can request the panelists to perhaps take 1 minute to tie and sum it up in perhaps giving a key piece of advice or a recommended shift in mindset that you would recommend to an impact organization or any organization that wants to venture into impact.
I think the one that we've been struggling with the most, is there are lots of good projects, there are lots of good people doing good work. I think for us, the key is like, how can we maximize the impact of every rupee we spend? And so scale is extremely important. Secondly, efficiency, and that's where the mind shift change, I think, is important from some of the implementing organizations. The mindset of grant funding can create a little bit of slack in the system. If everyone starts to think a little bit, in terms of social impact, whether it is a financial return or a impact outcome, measurement, how does that 1 rupee get, divided into administrative costs versus other aspects? And, that's a very tough one, because a lot of the ideas, strategy, a lot of the management of the on-ground workforce, it comes at that admin level, but no one really wants to pay for it. So, that's something that needs to be, sorted out. And then the third that I would say is a dearth of, there are lots of advisors, that are, talking about some really complicated terms like development bonds and blended finance. But, I'm yet to see, maybe it's my fault, but I'm yet to see a project come through my desk that actually demonstrates and articulates impact and creates, trusting partnerships across multiple stakeholders, whether it is the government, quasi-government institutions, private sector, and, eventually the people or the communities that need to be served. So I'm yet to see a project come through my desk, and I'd love to see something. I'm actually doing all of these things that have been spoken by the panel, by myself, creating the market development, creating the offtake arrangement with the public sector unit, finding the talent to build and operate the plant, finding the vendor. So I'm not only just putting in the capital, but doing all of this work, because I'm not sure I trust the people that are going to help me put this ecosystem together. And so to create those trusting partnerships is extremely important.
So on a lighter note, I think Design Associates and Deloitte needs to step up their game, right? So the investors, funders are not seeing projects on their desk yet.
We've already connected. In fact, she's ex-Deloitte, so she understands.
So, on a serious note, I think so mindset shift is not only required at the impact organization side, but also on the funder side as well. So, a call to action would be to tell organizations or tell funders to invest in the organizational capacity of the impactful organization, I would say, right? So because the core areas like M&E, in technology, etc., right? So these are critical for any organization to scale its impact. And for an impact organization, I would advise or would like to see that shift is on the collaboration side. Many of the organizations that we see are not open to collaborate together, right? So to solve a certain issue which can be solved at scale collaboratively. And also, like you were mentioning, many of the organizations are still not open to try out innovative finance, right? So one of the reason is that they are not there yet, right? So many of the organization feels they don't have the capacity to monitor the programs effectively, to measure those kind of outcomes. So I'll suggest the organization to have that open mindset to try out these innovative financing instruments, because what they do is they may not be able to get you immediate funding, but what it helps is helps you validate that your model works, right? And it is being showcased to the external world, right? Once you achieve those outcomes. So I think that is the mindset shift we need to see in order to have that sustained impact over a long term.
We are approaching maybe 30 seconds.
Just quickly summarizing what I feel is that one, of course, collaboration, like Ashish mentioned. Second is, yes, I do understand it's quite jargony. It does sound, all these things sound too high level. But that's what we guys are here to simplify for all the people who want to get into this space. So a shout out anytime with whatever services that you all require to simplify this space and how you can enter this space. It is not as complicated as it sounds. And secondly, like I mentioned, impact measurement, monitoring, nothing speaks louder than numbers, and that's what we believe in.
Yeah, I'll just give you a unifying framework slightly that we kind of adopt. For non-profit organizations who are working on the human capital side, the education, skilling, public health, all of those initiatives, measurement and reporting, put it out, put the documentation out to the public domain so that people can understand, read, funders can understand and read what is the work that you're doing, what are the various models that you're getting. Of the non-profits who work on the income generation side, be it people who are working on the agriculture, farmer producer organizations, or SHG women and the typical income generation side of things, that's where more non-profits need to work towards building market-led solutions, where you're building capacities of these institutions as well as individuals to make them investment ready so that commercial capital can come in. And on the funder side, I think more or less the things are now moving towards a catalytic philanthropy model where every dollar you invest, how much can it unlock moving forward? So be it you working with other philanthropies, pooling capital together, be it you participating in a blended finance facility where every dollar that you give either de-risks or unlocks further commercial capital, or a newer age thing where you work with the central or the state government, where you are providing with technical assistance to these government bodies, which then unlock private sector capital from the debt and equity side. They also work with NGOs to provide capacity building. They also work with enterprises. So altogether it becomes a part of it's a systems approach. It's all connected together. It's where each of us are stationed and are well placed to be able to slightly push the lever so that capital gets unlocked.
I'm time's up. So it's a extra time. So I will give again because additional time. So I will give a very contrarian view again. I think that I will urge rather all impact investors, donors to basically look at singularity rather than duality. I think we all become too greedy. We want our profit-making companies to look at impact and the guys who are generating impact to look at profit, right? So there's a too much duality for the guys whose North Star is impact. We focusing them to why don't you earn revenue, and the people who are creating revenue, we are saying why don't you get impact. I think this duality is causing a lot of harm, and every donor, everybody, the guys who are focused on say educating women, whatever they are, idea is to just fund them and treat that as a cost rather than think of they will generate profit, they will generate this. And I think until this clarity is there among the donors, and rather chasing metrics and metrics and dashboards, if we just focus on clear cut. The people who's calling as impact, we fund them as a cost, and the people who are generating profit, we fund them as a revenue or as investment. I think much clarity will come in the sector.
Yeah, thank you so much. I know we are out of time, so appreciate Vikram, despite the traffic and coming here and sharing your thoughts, and thanks. Thanks all the panelists.
But before you all take your leave, we do have a slot to take up a couple of questions. If there are any questions at the moment related to this particular conversation, to this particular panel discussion, kindly raise your hands and we shall pass on a mic to you. None as of now. Thank you very much for being... Oh, you have a question?
I was waiting for the others. So I heard impact, disruption, social, investing, money and instruments. I did not hear the word design. Why?
I think in my last summary comments, I did talk about getting a project across my desk, and that was about design.
But why is it called a project?
Project design? because it was just a simple way of saying it in a few words. But, to actually create a project that is going, so let me back up for a second. I think and just building a little bit upon what Shailesh had just said, in order to create environmental and climate sort of solutions, adoption at scale, you have to fix the economic equation. Because at the end of the day, environmental impact, which is the area in which we are focused, is all about how we produce, use, and consume things. So any of the projects that we are working on, what we are trying to do, and I get the point about not blending two things, and that's why initially I was very clear about certain areas where we are doing grant funding and other areas where we are actually getting into a financially feasible project. The project design for our compressed biogas program is taking a significant amount of time because we have the capital, but to create the market, there are a lot of government schemes, all of that in place, but they're all at different levels of maturity and actual implementation on ground. So I personally had to go to Madhya Pradesh and Bhopal and meet with some of the leaders at GAIL to make sure that if we put this plant up, they will buy the gas. That was about creating that partnership. What we are struggling with now, and I'm really happy to talk to anybody who can help me, is the biomanure. So the way the plant works, it's not going to be profitable just by selling the gas. And a lot of what is being talked about, there's the MOPNG, there's MNRE, there's the Department of Agriculture, there are multiple ministries, multiple public sector units involved. And designing the market mechanism is one challenge here. So right now we are working on the biomanure value chain. And let's see if we can make it work. I got an email out to IFCO and hopefully they'll respond at some point. We are also working with a really, really cool, I would say, for-profit arm that's come out of Pradhan, an NGO that was planting trees. But we found these people ourselves with a lot of difficulty. But they've created a really innovative program. They're outsourcing carbon credits, so, just like how India became the Silicon Valley of, the world, they are doing large-scale afforestation in tribal lands, and that whole thing is funded by a consortium of global companies that takes the carbon credits because they have a mandate to offset carbon. And by doing that, they are providing alternative livelihoods to tribals whose land was totally barren, and they're doing silk plantation, tussar silk plantation there. So they can take our biomanure. So hopefully we'll be able to, so it's a full circle. So designing these partnerships, and then I won't even get into actually setting the plant up. There is such a variation in the cost of setting a biogas plant up, and there's not a lot of transparency around what is causing that variation. Is that being caused because these are imported technologies and it's a dollar conversion, or is it that actually these technologies are better and are going to work in Indian conditions? So right now we are going through a personal sort of work with vendors in the space and trying to understand the support, the technology, the plant design. So it's hard, there are advisors to do that, but we have a lot of skin in this game, and we are trying to find advisors who will also have skin in the game. So that is actually the important part. And then finally, because this project is so difficult from a financial returns and cash flow risk perspective, we have tried to come up with something, innovative here from a project design perspective, where we can try to share profit with our partners and align incentives. So, sorry, that was long, and that is the reason you didn't hear project design, because it does get very complicated.
Well, I do not wish to interject, but we can take the follow-up questions off of the stage. But for now, congratulations to you guys. Thank you very much for being a part of today's event. Could I please request you all to kindly come forward for a group picture? Let's bring up a very enthusiastic chair for the first panel discussion for the day. And in case you're planning on posting any pictures, videos, or any comments related to this event across any of your social media platforms, please do not forget to use the hashtag #BWDisruptSocial. And with this, we are headed towards the next panel discussion, collaborative partnerships between NGOs and local communities. Joining us on stage, our panelists, please welcome Ravi Chandran V, Chairperson and Trustee, E-Vidyalok. Just a second, give me a moment. When we welcome someone on the stage, we welcome them with warmth, with a round of applause. Just like that. Thank you very much. Please. Joining us up next is the partner, the Britspan Group, Britspan India. Please welcome Keshav Kanoria. Joining us up next, Executive Director, Center for Advocacy and Research. Please welcome Akhila Sivadas. Please welcome Ravi Naise, Chief Operating Officer, Ambuja Foundation. Please welcome Sunish Chahari, President of Vitamin Angels India. Let's welcome our next panelist. Please give it up for Mohammad Asif, Executive Director, Plan International India Chapter. And completing the panel, let's welcome the session chair. Please welcome Smita Mathur Jha, Senior Advisor, Social Impact Consulting.
Good afternoon. I believe we've lost some crowd because I don't know if they were looking for money and chasing some venture capitalists outside the room, but good luck to them. So thank you very much. The timer is on. It's 45 minutes, 7 of us, before lunch, and that too on a topic that has actually been discussed so many times. And I'm sorry to, and most difficult and elusive to actually get it done, which is collaborations and partnerships. So we all talk about it at every conference, every panel, and I've spoken to some of the panelists before. They said, when will we stop actually talking about it and actually doing it? So here's the challenge, the timer is on. So as a session chair, I'll also bulldoze my way with the organizers to say that, I'll run it a little differently, and I'll talk about those things. But first, a quick show of hands, and I saw in the last panel there were a lot of non-profits in the room. But a quick show of hands for people to let me know that, and let all of us know that, how many actually believe that, these collaborations and partnerships is just a fad? It's not the new buzzword of 2024 or perhaps 2023, and one really doesn't need it, and we are very much fine with doing our work the way we are actually doing it. So we really don't need it. Anybody in the room who actually feels? No? So we do all actually then believe, if I can take this feedback, that we actually need it. And a quick show of hands then, another way is to say is that, do you actually find it really difficult and challenging to actually get it done? Yeah? Or let me ask it the other way. How many of you feel that it's very easy to do? You'll have to raise hands one way. Okay, so we have a mixed room, I think, and so let's then get going with this. So what I'll do is I'll try and keep the conversation very real. So no theoretical discussions, as somebody pointed out. I'm a consultant as well, so no jargons, no theoretical talk. And I'll cut short some of the panelists if they start doing that. No talking about too much of our impact, but actually talk about failures and challenges of actually getting collaborations and partnerships done. So if that's okay with you, yeah? Some quick show of hands again? Yeah, fine? Okay, cool. So Akila ma'am, I'll start with you. I mean, I think you've got a tremendous experience in the sector and the kind of organizations you work with and the variety of work that you have done for so many years. Ma'am, why doesn't collaboration happen? And if you can share an example of, a challenge area and, perhaps one success story in terms of how you overcome that challenge.
I think there are two assumptions in why it's needed and why it doesn't work. Some of it is, forged, kicking and screaming, but it is forged. Especially for the NGO sector, since we complement very powerful stakeholders like the corporate sector and the government, and complement it in terms of depth, in our ability to reach, let's say, the last 30 to 40%, there can be no illusion that we are setting up ourselves up for a very, uphill task. And collaborations are inherent, particularly with local communities. But that again is saying the obvious, that, we need collaboration. What is difficult is the complementarity in the first place. It's like, passing the baton. If you're complementing, then somebody is passing the baton to you. They've done the breadth, they've done the width, they've done the scale. Then they're bringing you in to deepen. That complementarity is not easy. They are big, they look powerful, they look very competent, they have the best resources, they have extremely articulate in both in their defense and in their advocacy, and yet there are gaping holes and gaping abyss, and that's the reality. And that's where the complementarity becomes difficult. NGOs look like some set of whining dogs or whining beings, to put it more, graciously. We are all the time saying, too little, bottle is half empty, We are considered to be the the problem face. And others, other stakeholders, their entire the whole structure is such. The power playing and the power, expressions are such that it's all about, getting that one shall we say, happening solution and, projecting it. So the complementarity, both in terms of, the idiom and the way we express, becomes difficult. With the communities, it's even more, because you're really reaching out to the hard to reach, the ones that you don't want to leave behind. They are impatient, they're frustrated, they're angry. To a great extent, they're angry, and they're disillusioned. They lack trust. How do you win them over? How do you ensure that, they have self-belief, have self-efficacy? I want to cite an example. We committed 7 years ago to, working in informal settlements, in a large scale, both in Bhubaneswar and Jaipur, to leverage the Swachh Bharat 1, 2, Amrut, all kinds of, huge programs and policies at scale, and ensure that informal settlements don't get left behind. And within the informal settlements, we created what is called what we call highly excluded. On top of that was, of course, women, but all the intersectionalities of disability, elderly, all highly sort of neglected. They don't have voice, they don't have the sense, the kind of power that other stakeholders have. Persons of diverse genders, both sexual and gender minorities. Young people, adolescents, very, very powerless and very sort of, anxious. So we also decided that they must be addressed, and it's not easy because WASH is a municipal function. WASH is highly investment, oriented. You can't build your own taps and toilets. And yet, and it's something that, people want first thing in the morning. All other entitlements, all other services can follow. They keep telling us, just give us that first 15 minutes happiness, if you can. Otherwise, please leave. The rest we can manage. So it is in that context that, the first thing we did was to make all of them visible. Do you know them? Have you heard of them? Have you heard their voice? Have you heard their experience? Have you heard their insight? The minute we made them visible, it actually created a flutter in the government and in the private corporate sector. They've never seen transgenders 40, 50, 60, 80 lined up on the podium and saying nothing for us without us, and they knew and they got into the business. So we translated all of this voice and agency into all kinds of, localized process. I'll stop with one, which has been the pillar of our, whatever little success we have achieved. And that is what is called a public dashboard. This public dashboard is in the ward office of every sort of, ward, which includes about 7 to 8 bastis and about another equal amount of, apartments. This public dashboard has all the details on water, sanitation, disability households, transgender households. It has all the details. It also has details on climate. Every week, this solid waste, waste management, all of that details. Every week it is updated. Every month it is reviewed.
So visibility. Yeah.
And it's like a Gram Sabha. It's like an urban, city Sabha. Everybody is open. It's an open thing. Government comes to the people. We don't talk about government, we talk about governance. So government plus community come together. They do detailed proposal plan. They allocate their roles and responsibility. It's done with great dignity, with a great sense of, leveling. No one is above, no one is below. I think it's all of that culture, that has to be infused in collaboration.
So essentially you're saying that intent and complementarity are two challenges which prohibit collaborations and partnerships.
No,
but to solve for that?
They don't prohibit, but they just, increase your transactions.
Correct.
You have to transact, and in all of this, one axiom that we work on is, communities cannot afford a failure. All of us can afford failures and setbacks, but not the community. It just pushes them back.
Sure.
And it's not,
And the way you solved for
so
in
the
examples-
transactions are more labored,
True.
We have to sort of swallow a humble pie. We have to be,
No, that's-
we have to
yeah, correct.
ingratiate ourselves, all of that,
So for us, for our audiences, then providing that visibility and co-creating and designing with dignity with the communities is what you found very, very helpful.
That's the level.
Very interesting, yeah.
And what you call an attitude transfer.
Got it.
Knowledge transfer is very simple.
Yeah.
Attitude transfer is very difficult. Yeah.
So Nish, you also work a lot with communities. And did you also face similar challenges, and how did you guys overcome the same?
Thanks, and good afternoon, everyone. Yes, we did. But I also tend to define collaboration slightly differently. Like for example, if you have X program and I have Y program and you come to help me scale my Y program, I go to you to help you scale your X program. I don't see that as collaboration. however complementary it is. Collaboration has to be collabed, right? It has to result in something different as a result of us coming together. Otherwise, it's just cooperation. We're cooperating with each other. I don't think, Einstein defined insanity very differently. You keep on doing the same thing and expecting different results. Doesn't really happen. We need collaboration because we are expecting different results. And that has a lot of challenges, right? So to answer your question in terms of communities and working with them, I think, first of all, this idea of collaborative solutions with the communities, I guess is the second step. The first step is, do they see the problem that you see? Is it their problem or yours? Because I define impact as my business. I define a problem and I go to them with a solution. Well, they're not even expecting a solution. The one who faces vulnerability has to accept and see that vulnerability first as a problem to begin to solve it with you. So collaboration begins, I think, early on by defining the problem rather than defining the solution. And that has challenges, right?
Give us an example.
So, we work with the community in a very small block called Daringbadi in Odisha, in Kandhamal district. Tribals and nutrition-focused organizations working in Odisha is nothing new, right? Everyone works in Odisha. And everyone defines their success story also. We also did. But when we started working with that community, the issue was obviously very alarming nutrition indicators and so on and so forth, and high levels of stunting, wasting among children, anemia, and so on. Very visible. But everyone was smiling, right? So it's a happy community, right? Very high levels of anemia. We believe there's a problem in the community. But imagine going to a happy community and saying, well, actually, you don't have a reason to be happy. Doesn't necessarily give you a very good foothold to begin with, right? But what we did, and because we saw missing aspiration as a good sort of sweet spot, we began working with clusters of households and finding one young person who has an aspiration to work with us. And they became our sort of change agents for the community to see the problem to begin with, before we came with evidence-based solutions and so on and so forth.
You're saying they never saw the problem.
They never saw the problem.
And then you got to the common definition of the problem statement.
Yeah. So you don't begin from ground zero, you begin from -5, right? And you don't factor that in when you create your Glossy's theory of change and stuff like that. You begin from ground zero. So I think we need to factor in unexpected. We also need to factor in communities and their, like you talked about, attitudes of seeing the problem, identifying, spotting it, and then begin to solve it. I think that's one
And the
challenge.
change agents that you deployed in the communities were the one who would sort of go out and build that collaboration, not cooperation, right? With the communities to make them understand that they actually had a problem, that did not see it at all, and then saw it differently and brought it alignment?
Yeah, I think I'd say nudge is the word, or facilitation is the word. You don't necessarily come from some high ground and say, this is a solution, this is a problem. But when we work with these young people, essentially young women who saw this as an opportunity for them to become impactful, powerful, influential in the community, which was majorly men, they started seeing this as themselves as a channel, as someone who can go with questions that community doesn't have answers for, gives them a good foothold in the community. And then they looked at us for possible answers. And I'll give you a small example like local foods. Everyone talks about, okay, look for local foods and fresh fruits and vegetables to build nutrition. There's a lot of vegetables, fruits in the community they don't consume. For example, figs, jackfruits. So we help them build sort of knowledge, books and stuff, which would explain what value do these fruits and vegetables bring. And the interns who were working with us, they pulled pictures from the internet. Well, the figs on the internet don't look like figs that were hanging on the trees there. So we work with the community to figure out local pictures and so on and so on. So you need small nudges, small facilitation to build that little collaboration in the community, I guess.
Interesting. Thank you. Before I move on to Mohammed, in the sense that I know the panel doesn't talk about collaborations with governments, but for scaling any social impact venture, collaborations with government is absolutely critical. My own experience on systems change work is about working with the governments, a few learnings. But before I share mine, Mohammed, would you like to sort of share what worked? These are the hardest to pull off. I think most of the nonprofits sitting in the room would agree with me saying that they'd love to collaborate, but it's so hard to work with them. How did you guys crack that?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I think at Plan International India chapter, one of the things when we look at partnerships and collaborative partnerships as the theme of the session is about, it's not just a partnership between the NGO and the community, but it also involves the government, because government is an important and a critical stakeholder in the scheme of things. And therefore, when we work at the local level, we work at the state district level, one of the critical things is to see how we can get the government and its stakeholders involved into that process. And I'll give you one example. We have been landing a very important project on eliminating parent-to-child transmission of HIV and AIDS across the country. And as part of the process, what we found, what worked was that while there was a time when we were working directly with the community, with the government having a light touch kind of an approach. And then in 2015, we had the opportunity through the Global Fund mechanism to have a much robust government, whereas become part of the national program, the government. And the transformation that happened because of that partnership was huge, in the sense that where testing levels of pregnant women, and I'm talking about the HIV testing, which is one of the guidelines, was as low as 15% in some of the districts. In a few years' time, because of the partnership between the community, the government, and the NGO.
How did you crack that partnership?
It kind of reached 95%.
But how did you make that happen?
And the key to having this partnership is conversation. It's about sharing of information. It's about working with information that everybody understands. Because quite often what happened was that we had a certain metrics on which NGOs work. The community has a different metrics. The government has a different metrics. So one of the first thing we did was to see how we can get our metrics correct, so that we are all working in a coherent, collective manner. Just adding to that point, taking the conversation a little further on the community, one of the critical things is not just about our intent or being intentional to partner with the community, it's also about making those investments. So one of the first things we did was not just sensitize our staff, frontline staff, to understand the significance of partnering with the community, but also giving them the tools, giving them the training that is required to engage the community, engage pregnant women, positive pregnant women, or children, young people people from underprivileged to marginalized background. And because many times what we found was that our frontline workers quite often carried the same notions of power, bias, prejudices, and that did come in between through collaboration. Just the whole idea of a giver and a taker, community as a beneficiary. So one of the things we also have done within plan is to not use the term beneficiary. We use program participants. Term. We also have certain very clear policies with regards to safeguarding, with regards to child protection, which we ensure that children, our frontline people have that knowledge and mindset change. We also have taken away the term frontline workers. We use Samagra Bal Vikas Mitras. We use terms which help address the power imbalance. Because until unless those are not tackled, it would not be possible to drive true collaboration between the people who are representing plan at the front line and the community. We also have been taking steps, and I'm talking about some of the projects, to have youth advisory groups or children advisory groups or mothers advisory groups, so that we are able to listen to what they expect. Because quite often in our, because I think all of us know that, but that's the way it is. When we negotiate grants with donors, we develop projects, and quite often projects are rigid, they are activities. But even though we have made a lot of effort in terms of reaching out to the community and getting their feedback while designing the projects, there are times when, because community is not homogeneous, there's a lot of heterogeneity. Ma'am just talked about leave no one behind. There are people who are better off within the community. There are people who are extremely marginalized and excluded within the community. Quite often, their voices also needed to be heard. So how do we be nimble-footed when it comes to delivering our programs on the ground? How are we engaged with donors to give the true perspective? So all those are important conversations that happen to drive collaboration, addressing power, moving away from projectized working to more collaborative.
Can you share a real example of power? Because I think everybody talks about, these jargons, but can you give us one example of saying that how did you sort of actually do this? I mean, how did you engage with the community or change the metrics?
We have a program where we are looking at just notions of power, because many times we exercise power when we are engaged with people at the community without knowing that we are exercising that power. So we have training programs for our frontline staff where people understand what is power when it comes to working at the community level. Simple things like certain languages, the language of us and them, and not a language of we. Because quite often you see, we tend to, our frontline workers tend to use the term, it's us. Oh, they are, the community mein to aise hi hota hai. They are the way they are. We have to address that. And we have to tell them that, look, you have to change your language. You have to become more inclusive in your language. So how do we, have to embrace diversity, because the community is not a homogeneous. There is a lot of diversity. There is gender, there is women. Like when you are doing a community consultation, quite often, and many of people who have been in a community consultation would know that when you walk into a village and you say, okay, we want to discuss something important for the village, you'll find that a lot of men would be sitting in the front and the women would be behind, and young people would be further behind, and people from certain communities would be the last. How do you then ensure that the conversation that you are doing ensures inclusivity? And those are the orientation that we have to bring to our frontline workers, so that we get the true feel of what the community wants. Because unless we are able to work with the lens of leave no one behind, if we have to work with true inclusivity, embrace diversity, it's not going to achieve the objective of collaborative. We may have landed a number of activities in the community, but we would not have. And just to give one tangible example, we have been working with a lot of government schools, and one of the responsibilities that many schools do is to how to help us get the school management committee, which is a very important part of the right to education process. And quite often you find that the school management committees are such curated, they're not exactly representative of the type of children who are in the community, coming to the school. So that's where we have to make the effort to see that as a civil society actor, how do we work with the local district education people, with the school management, with the school teachers, to see that you get the school management committee, which truly represents the sentiments and the children that who come to the school. So those are some of the consciousness that we have to bring, and we do bring through our processes.
This is helpful. My own example of working with the government, and I've been the founding CEO of an organization which works on which works today, but when I started that organization, it was about working with the state governments in transforming governance. And as a consultant, I was very, very conscious that this cannot be a one-way street, that government pays me as a consultant and I start doing work for them. Then that's not a partnership. So what we did was we went back to the government and said that, look, we are not going to take money from you. We have our donors who are aligned with our ideology, and we want an equal partnership. The government came back and said that, look, all that we can do is offer money. And we said, actually, no, because this is about transforming governance. And, it's about capacity building, that you should be able to do this and not depend on consultants like us. So we actually did an MOU, which is a 50-50% partnership, in the sense that the government actually seconded us people. So 50% of my team came from the government. Only the paychecks came from the government. Everything else was as a regular part of my own team. And 50% of the rest of the team was funded by a donor. So we worked collaboratively, and so we were both very, very conscious that this is the X number of resources that we have. It helped also prioritize the projects, because however much we actually felt that, this is a very important cause and government should be working on that, it was really hard to get through to the government because they had their own political priorities. But somewhere when we had the resources pooled in together, we actually sat down and said that, okay, these are the 10 projects or 10 initiatives that we will work for the next 1 year. The other thing that worked was that as consultants, it was always very important for our teams to showcase the work. And that did not put the government in a good light. Because we could not go back and say that, oh, this transformation in the state happened because this organization helped the government. The Babus didn't like it, and we have to be real about that. So it was really hard to change ourselves and say that, look, we will never take the limelight. The credit will always go to the government of, transforming that governance around that, and we will always be in the back, behind the scenes and, and never taking the credit. So I think a couple of things from my own experience was when you have to do collaborative partnerships with the government, one, credit is not something that you can talk about. Second is that it needs to be on an equal footing, and governments are willing to sort of do that. And of course, what was the third thing? I forgot. But anyway, we'll remember that. I'll remember that somewhere. So I'll move on to Ravichandran. You also work a lot in partnerships and collaborations. Some real examples from your learning with communities, and also more importantly with other NGOs. Because I think this whole aspect of collaboration versus cooperation, complementarity, it works very well when you're not treading into each other's territories. But collaborations within NGOs is as hard like in the private sector of competing products. So how do you, how do you manage that? It's hard to let go and say that, oh my God, I have the funding and this is my space and I'm working here. Why would I need to collaborate?
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. I'll very quickly tell you what we do at eVidya Loka. We started online education for children in government schools in villages 14 years ago, much before the COVID. Today we reach about 750 villages. We educate around 2 lakh children in these government schools. And we teach English, maths and science for children in 5th to 10th grade. All our teachers are volunteers. We have around 7,000 volunteers teaching these children from 40 different countries in 8 local languages. So that's what we do. So we have partnerships at each village level and at district levels with other NGOs, because the villagers normally will not trust someone coming in from Bangalore to educate your children in Jharkhand, for instance. And as you said, unless the problem is owned by them, they're not going to even look at you. So one of the things that we realized very early on when our the first 5 schools we set up failed. And one of the reasons was exactly this, that we didn't have someone on the ground there who could help us set. We thought everything could be online, so why not do it online? And the villager turned around and said, who the hell are you to come and solve my problem? I didn't ask you to solve it in the first place. So we got in partnership with other NGOs. So it became a part of our model, and the model dictated that for us. So we had to do it. Now, whether that NGO was already into education or not, or doing something else in that village, and therefore was someone known, was a known face. And that became very important for us. So today we collaborate with over 50 NGOs across the country and fund them to work. We call them partners. And one of our challenges has been with figuring out the right partner to do the due diligence. And because what happens is over the years, some of these partners became activists, for example, got shut down by the government. So some of them got into other activities. Some of them didn't pay their employees. We are paying them, they didn't pay their employees. Some of them became politicians in that locality. So you had to handle these things differently. So our due diligence, initially more desk-bound due diligence, became on-the-ground due diligence. So some of the people we are now hired are actually ex-servicemen who land up at the village and actually do a recce for us, even before we can decide, yes, that's the person. Because we've had situations where, the villager has put a dagger to our throat and said, get out of our village, we don't need you. To a bomb blast that's happened in Jharkhand, just before we landed up. We didn't know that the bomb blast had to do with us landing up to educate children in that village. So all kinds of stuff have happened. So we do a recce, proper recce. It's not that we have solved the problem or we cracked it. We just keep getting better at this in terms of how do you really build that partnership and identify that right person to work
And what's
with.
the incentive on the other side to collaborate with you?
One is they are already established people in that village. This is an expansion of what they're already doing. They're getting funded for it. They can take on an extra person to work with, so they have extra hands thanks to this. And education has always been seen as a priority in most villages that we land up in.
And do your NGOs collaborate with each other? Do they share their learnings, experiences?
Yes, in fact, we do. In fact, we have a partners conference every year so that we bring all these 40, 50 partners that we are working with across the countries to figure out what is not working in other villages and, how do we overcome that situation as well. And we bring in our donors as well in that so that they know exactly what problem the partner is facing. It's not that, I'm doing something and a partner is just not cooperating with me or collaborating with me, but he has a problem on the ground. So how do you fix that? And how does my donor get to know that, hey, this is exactly what's happening? I think that becomes critical. You have to bring in the donor, connect with the partners, with us, being the service provider who handles the technology platform which we give for the education, the whole platform of our content which is ready to consume for the child in a village, and also the teachers who are all volunteers. So all that happened.
I'm so glad you brought the point of donors, because Ravi, I want to bring you in. I mean, none of this is possible if the donors don't fund for these, meetings where, learnings can happen and there's actually not, and it's difficult to quantify the impact of a learning session of 3 days, bringing 40 partners in. But at Ambuja, you guys have cracked that model. Work with so many different donors, collaborations here. We've seen that donor collaboratives running very successfully in the West, but very rarely do they come together in India. I don't know if the elephant in the room is their branding or, we want to be associated with this project. But Ravi, how did you manage to get other donors together? And is it like a carrot or stick approach that you follow with the nonprofits or implementing organizations that you have to collaborate, otherwise you're not going to get my money?
Yeah. So good afternoon to all. Well, I think I will directly jump to the question, and during that time I will brief you about our way of working. Actually in this process of working with the community, we have developed models, invested with our parent company CSR. We failed a lot in that, and fortunately our parent company allowed us to do that. So the philosophy of our management was that you learn from the failure, whatever the failure. So don't come to us telling that we didn't try. Come to us that we tried, but we failed. So this actually philosophy led us for the development of the model. And till we started our work in 1993, and till I think by 2010, we were very introvert. We are not going out, not scaling our model, because we thought we didn't have that much of confidence. But after that, then many networking partners, funders, other corporates, they started visiting our area. They understand our model. Then interaction started, and we are working on scale with those models which are successful with the community. So, for example, in water, our company first became water positive. First it was 5 times, now it is 12 times. So this gives us a lot of confidence what to do with the activities, how to convince the community, how to understand the issue over there. And it is not that if we wanted to go there and work for the water, if funder is telling, so we have a liberty that no, water is not an issue there, we won't work with you. Their health is an issue, and if you have a priority for health, then we can collaborate. Otherwise, you find out your own partner, we cannot work further. Similarly, in skilling also, if we have a developer model, we call it as a Skill and Entrepreneurship Development Institute. It is a brick and mortar kind of an institute where everything, training, mobilization, every process takes place. But those models, we are working with the rural community. If someone comes and tells us, let us work in metro area, so we didn't have capacity. Maybe other partner may have, or other NGOs or the other implementing organization may have. So we deny that proposal because our strength lies in working with the rural masses. And that's why we thought we convince them, we work with them, we understand their issues, we match some kind of a, what you can say, we resonate with their feeling. That's why we thought we will work mostly with the rural communities, rural youths. That's why our rural skill training institutes are successful compared to, we tried in urban also, but frankly, it didn't give us a result. We failed in that. So, but however, rural skill training institutes are a big success. The youth who is hardly 10th pass, never been to any big cities, got trained in our institute, and now he is working in metro cities and helping his family at his native place. In health also, we have developed a community clinic. Community clinic is completely run, managed, and operated by the community. Our support goes in actually human resources, doctor, the paramedical, This support is going from our side. Our side means from the funder side, and rest of the things, space, then ordering medicines. They use this low-cost generic medicines. Then connecting with them with this diagnostic centers and all the. So that is all being taken care by the community. But of course, the lot of facilitation goes in. Other than these technical people, we will have to keep some social workers, community mobilizers attached with that program so that they can talk to the community and try to link and develop some kind of a synchronization with the work. So that way we work, and that's why I'm saying, if first we develop the model, try it out, and once we feel confident into that, then we have taken those models to the partner for funding or for scaling up.
Okay, so you are the ones who initiate partnership with other donors to co-fund the same projects?
We tried both. We initiate the dialogue to co-fund with the partner, or at times we work in their area also. So where they have preference, but of course then issues, then model, everything get matched, then only we work with the
Any examples of any challenges that came up in that coming together of donors and co-philanthropy, and how did you overcome that?
Challenges are definitely coming because our model is based on certain approach, certain principles. At times that doesn't get matched with the donors. So that time we will have to have some kind of a consensus and set up a line of reporting formats, then whatever the process of having a compliance for them also. So if everything get matched, then it is, we try to written it down in our agreement and processes. So that way we work. If it didn't work, then we can have a liberty to depart and do things separately.
Okay, this is helpful. Keshav, I'm a fellow consultant, and I will take equal blame on the fact that most consultants only produce reports which say that how important it is to collaborate, what impact can it come for collaboration, but we never talk about failures. We only talk about success stories and case studies. At Britspan, again, any thoughts on, building some thought material on failures? And I'm sure they're learning from case studies, but there's even more, a greater learning from failures. And the second question is that how do you then advise your clients and partners in terms of how they should be going for collaborations and partnerships?
Thanks so much for that question, and good to meet everyone. For those who are not aware, Britspan is a global social impact focused consulting and thought leadership firm. We've been around in India for a decade. And community-driven change or collaboration with communities, between NGOs and communities, has been a topic we've deeply kind of invested in over the last couple of years, and we continue to invest in. So this is a very kind of topic very close to my heart, and I worked on one of the reports, since we do reports, back in 2022, so I'll probably tell some stuff from that. And perhaps the flip side of that is when it doesn't work. So we have laid out a set of mindsets that underlie successful collaboration between NGOs and communities, right? So we studied a bunch of NGOs in India and outside. We studied in Africa as well. And there are 5 mindsets that we surfaced through the report. And the flip side of that will be when it doesn't work. So the first mindset is around, and you all have already alluded to some of this, along as we went through the panel. The first one is around assets, local assets, right? And to treat each community as a repository of assets. It's not an NGO coming top down and saying, this is the problem we want to solve, here's the solution, let's go down, let's do it. It's understanding that, at the heart of it, each community has a bunch of assets and strengths. Whether it's lived experience, local knowledge, relationships and networks among the communities themselves. They have the passion, the motivation. So those assets need to be leveraged first and foremost. I think that's a big shift in mindset, right, from the traditional approach. The second one is around dignity. And I think we all spoke about how every individual is treated with equal respect and value. And these communities are not homogeneous, right? They are extremely heterogeneous. There's lots of power dynamics within communities. There's hierarchy, etc. But the NGOs that we case studied have truly truly consider each person as equal, right? And the way they, for example, very tactically, one NGO that we studied created a platform for children to elevate their voices. Children normally get left out of policy forums, right? And their needs and challenges are not
Inclusion
elevated.
of all.
Right? So that NGO elevated their voices through a platform that brought children together in that community. The third mindset is long-term. Right? They realize that a lot of the problems they're solving in communities are tough, they're systemic. For example, the housing rights or women's rights or child's rights, right? These will take years and years to solve. So their persistence, their patience to stick with problems. Right? For example, one of the NGOs we studied stuck with housing rights for 20 years to actually see big results. They took incremental steps along the way, and they saw the big results, let's say 20 years later when some legislation was passed. But they stuck with it. The fourth one is around flexibility. And I think you were also alluding that different communities have different problems and problems evolve over time. Right? So instead of the traditional kind of exit mindset, which is we solve a problem, exit, they realize that problems shift, challenges shift, right? You solved one problem, you move to the next one and so on and so forth. So their theories of change are not rigid. Right? They're able to adapt depending on community needs, etc., etc. The fifth is very interesting, what we call scaling in. Normally we talk about scaling up, scaling out, right? Expand your model, go wide geographically, etc. The scaling in mindset is where the unit or the metric of success is each individual. They realize that every individual has holistic set of problems. It could range from education to healthcare to whatever else. And so how do you improve the overall well-being and development of each individual? So they go very deep with each individual, right? And that's what we call scaling in versus scaling up or scaling out. So these are these are 5 fundamental mindsets that organizations that have successfully partnered with communities were able to develop and would encourage others who are looking to do so to take that route as well.
No, I'm so glad you sort of brought out these 5 points because also you did a part of my job in summarizing this panel. So thank you, Keshav, for doing that. If I can, allow every possible question, please. And we wouldn't mind if some people want to step out for lunch, but it's really important because this is the last working Monday and you guys have, come in here for questions. So we'd really like to take all the questions if possible, please. Thank
Ladies
you.
and gentlemen, the floor is now open for questions. Please make sure that your questions are relevant to the conversation, to the panel. We'll pass on a mic to you.
Jai Hind all. Today is a very pious day because we have got Vijay Divas today, and I'm not sure how many people know that 53 years back, India-Pakistan won war today, and we had more than 4,000 martyr soldiers and 9,000 wounded. So we are working for that cause. We are the only NGO which is working at grassroots level for martyr families and disabled soldiers with 11 forces officially. I am 3rd generation from Indian Army family. Coming to all the discussions which I heard and coming to the solution, as from Amuja Foundation, Mr. Ravi said, that at the grassroots level, the problems are very different as compared to the perception and the myth. So how many times do we really intend to do reverse engineering in case if we want to really have an impact, vis-a-vis to have a ready-made techno-commercial proposal by an NGO to just close it within that financial year? And especially considering those who are standing at minus 50 degrees Celsius for us so that we can comfortably have this conference today or maybe enjoy our family. So have you ever thought, what are the expectations of the soldiers and the martyr families, considering another fact that India has got 7 lakh soldier widows, which is the largest in the world, and why the morale of the soldiers is failing day by day because of our attitude?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ravi, would you want to take that? And we can all chip in as well. Because I think this was the heart of the discussion in terms of how important it is to take. So I think your question is very valid. But Ravi,
Yeah. See, our feelings are with you. I think in this house, nobody is denying that. And see, the kind of intervention which has to be taken, because see what I am seeing this issue is completely new to us, means we are not working in that field. So that's why I could not able to tell you ki yes we are willing, and that's it. Because what I said, unless we have strength, unless we have confidence, then only we can try to address these issues. First, I would like to understand what are the issues, how to tackle it, in which bucket it is lying. Are they matching with our set of activities right now we are doing? Are you aligned with the impact which you can see on the ground? And can it be transformed to the area which you are looking at? So if everything get matched, then I think there is a point in working and taking the discussion forward.
Yeah.
Because you are coming from a very different set of background, which is a very valid one, and everyone has a deep feeling towards that. So, but how to address this and how to take this forward, I think you are the right person to guide us on that, and we are happy to take it. And if you wanted to know our intervention and try to match it with your expectations, so you are most welcome to do that.
Thank you, Ravi. Any other question? Yes, please, ma'am. Can somebody pass the mic to her? If that's okay.
Unfortunately, due to the paucity of time,
Okay,
I'm
just
afraid
take her question.
you can put up your question.
Yes, let's take that question.
Hi, good afternoon. So it's quite related to the person who just put up the question, that there are quite a lot of topics that do not get covered. We do not pay enough attention to those. Like one could be, as he just said, I'm working for autism awareness, inclusiveness, and I can easily say that, I'm the community and I'm the change seeker as well. But it's very, very difficult to get attention of, the collaborators, the philanthropists, because nobody seems to know what this is all about.
Yeah.
How deep it goes, what kind of, thing is gawking at us. Please do let me know, all of you, how do I get your attention and the people who have just exited? Because we do need to do something, because we are talking of an entire generation that's coming up, and a generation which is surviving right now as parents.
So the topic that we are trying to match is in terms of having you're spot on, ma'am. I think there are several areas, and the question is how do we bring them to the forefront? And I guess, to that extent, we are all equally responsible to make sure that we are not just taking the easy way out and just doing education and health in areas which are near our offices and manufacturing plants. I'll call this out. Yes, everyone is guilty about that, so totally understand that element.
Ma'am,
Yes.
there should be a platform wherein we can at least go ahead and educate the community. Community means, right now I'm talking of people like us.
Us as a forum.
Well, the platform is right here.
That's why I'm speaking.
No, thank you. No, but your problems are real. Absolutely, everyone acknowledges. I don't think there's any two thoughts on that. Okay? Yeah, perfect. Otherwise, we are here for lunch, so please feel free to. Catch us
Certainly. How about we bring up a very enthusiastic chair for this panel discussion? Thank you very much. Could I please request all of you to come forward for a quick group picture? And keeping in mind the paucity of time, ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to join us back after the lunch in exactly 20 minutes. Thank you very much for being a lovely audience. With the same, we are now taking a 20-minute lunch break, requesting everyone to join us back in the hall in exactly 20 minutes. Please enjoy your lunch.
Good day, ma'am.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you all enjoyed your lunch. Before I move forward, I'd like to take a minute and express our deepest gratitude to our partners for helping us turn our vision into reality. Cause partner, Vitamin Angels India, ecosystem partner, MASH, AVPN, event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Phantom, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Bus, Impact and Pitch. And with the same, we are headed towards the next panel discussion, Trilogue, Health, Economy and Social Resilience, Integrating Approaches for a Stronger Future. Join me as I welcome the panelists. Please give it up for Neeraj Jain, Country Director, India and Director, Growth Operations, Asia, Middle East and Europe, PARP. Joining us up next is the Managing Director, Venu Eye Institute and Research Center. Please welcome Tanuja Joshi. Joining us up next is the Chief Executive Officer, Rural Education and Development, READ India. Please welcome Dr. Geeta Malhotra. And completing the panel, let's welcome the session chair, the Managing Director, India and Global Head, Partnerships and Innovative Finance, Vital Strategies, L.M. Singh. And I believe all of us haven't forgotten to put our mobile phones back on the silent or vibrate only mode. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible? Okay, thank you. I hope I'm not facing anyone's back. Okay, so, my job has been made a bit easy because I was asked to just come and make sure that I can make my fellow panelists share their views and talk. Some of them I've known personally as friends, Neeraj, who, is doing a spectacular work through PATH. I learned about, obviously, the work Reed does and, about the Venu Eye Hospital. So just to sort of maybe put it in context, and I know sessions post-lunch are never easy because everyone seems to feel a bit relaxed, but my intent is to sort of keep it engaging. And I'm quite happy to sort of see a business magazine take up a very relevant topic, and especially post-COVID, which kind of showed the kind of, systemic, if I can say, the cracks within all systems globally on the health side and the, the preparedness to be able to deal with it, whether through surveillance or preventive. And so when I sort of look at it in the context of our Honorable Prime Minister's vision, which I really do believe is a great goal to keep for a country, that by 2047, we should really be a fully developed country. And, so there is a roadmap they've made for a $30 trillion economy. And to do that, you're looking at something like, your GDP per capita going up close to $20,000, which is, huge. And, but when you look at that, we do have the tools, clearly. I think we have a young population. We have, great enterprise in this country. We have the ability to innovate. We have the tools in terms of technology and whatnot. But when I look at it from another dimension, I think the challenges are pretty clear that, when you have a population of our size and where 75% of the wealth of this country, is really in the hand of few people, maybe 10% at best, and 1% represent that 700 million, clearly the economic growth and the social side of it are hugely important. So looking at that, and one looks at the sort of the new environment in which we're living, the urbanization which is, going on increasing, it's posing new problems for the society. I think urbanization has led to, huge migration of population who's highly vulnerable. It also has shown the lifestyle changes which India is going through and the NCD burden, whether it's on your cardiovascular or diabetes or, perhaps many other areas which the panelists can talk about here. It does require systemic changes in the health systems. So My intent is to sort of talk to you all. I know we are a young population, but we won't be there forever. Maybe 20 years later, we'll have more geriatric care required. I do know that rural, as much as urbanization is happening, rural is important. And clearly the need for, the health system change, leveraging our technology and our capabilities in India, which organizations like PATH and to some extent even vital strategies we've been doing. So I'd like to open the discussion based on this. As a quick introduction, my name is L.M. Singh and I represent an organization called Vital Strategies. We are a global public health organization. We work in over 80 countries and offices in 7. And this area of work is of particular interest to us because we do look at anything to do with death, disease or injury. We do look at health systems from a government perspective and bringing awareness. And I think in that context, I'd like to sort of open the discussion. So Neeraj, may I ask you to sort of, and I know the time is short, I would have loved to take maybe 2 rounds of questions, but I'll kind of request in one. And so PATH has clearly been doing some very path-breaking work, if I may put it that way, both in India and globally. I think the need for the universal health coverage requires to leverage tools of tomorrow. It requires to strengthen systems to be able to give that universal health coverage. So how are you seeing if this, if I can say the need for the economic resilience has to be built in, social inclusion has to be looked at, and health being central, how do you see what needs to be done if India has to reach this goal of a developed country by 2047? And within that, what more and what is being done? So over to you.
Thanks, LM. I'd like to thank Businessworld for having me here. It's an absolute honor to be sitting here with all of you today and talking about this important subject. You know, universal health. So firstly, did everybody try the moong ka halwa outside? Moong dal halwa? Yeah, I had some too and now I'm getting sleepy, so please keep me awake. You know, universal health coverage is all about equity. And, you know, there are 2 Indias, as I always say. There is an India where we go to the best of medical facilities that are available, the best of hospitals, best of health centers, etc., best of doctors. In fact, I have friends who come from the US and from Europe who are not able to get appointments. But in India, they walk in and they get their eyes tested and they get a lot of their work done. But it's all about equity. So it's all about those who are living in low resource settings. How do we bring that service delivery up? And that's essentially something that happens to the government system. Just to your question of what are the things that need to be really focused on, I think the first thing would be infrastructure. Any of you been to a health center, a primary health center, health and wellness center? Any of you taken services there? So you went as a tourist? Did you ever try to get any services, try to get yourself checked? Yeah, so that's the issue, right? That's the larger issue. So universal health coverage is all going to be about the infrastructure. What is the infrastructure we have in our health centers? How are we doing screening and diagnostic? How are we moving up the chain to the next level of either the block or the district and also tertiary care? And that's where I think we are struggling at this point. So infrastructure is going to be important, and I must say that the government has actually put aside a lot of money to be able to build this infrastructure. But as we know, our challenge is not in the policy, our challenge is not in the government funding also in a way, because at the moment we are not able to utilize all our budgets. Our challenge is in the implementation. We are a large country. We've got 1.4 billion people, of which about 800, 900 million are living in conditions which need help. So if we want universal health coverage, those are the 800, 900 million people that we really need to think about. So infrastructure is going to be an important piece for us to do. Then again, looking at financing. So, I always believe that the poor go to the public health facilities and the rich go to the private healthcare providers. But actually, if you go to any of the urban slums, as we call them, you'll find a lot of private providers where people are going for their daily medicine. Have you ever seen one of those? Some qualified, some nurses acting like doctors, some quacks. You got all kinds, right? And then you have the Ayurvedic doctors and the homeopathic doctors as our country has. So it's going to be absolutely critical that we are able to build up the quality in those, not only in public health facilities, but private also. Funding will be important. We will need tools to actually leapfrog from not having enough frontline staff. How are we going to use technology to actually jump over that? So technology is going to play a very, very crucial part, I believe, in being able to do that. And that's where comes in also the digitization. And Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission is one such thing that the government has created. But the private healthcare providers need to come on to it. So they will have to, of course, come into it. They will have to prioritize, and they'll also have to figure out how this is going to get funded. So that's going to be another important one. Finally, health-seeking behavior. How many of you ever got dengue? Nobody. You got dengue too. Okay, we got 3 people who got dengue. How many of you think you'll get dengue tomorrow? Nobody, right? Almost nobody. Because we're not scared. We don't have the health-seeking behavior as part of our, as something that we believe that it could happen to us. Whereas dengue is a growing disease, the whole climate and health piece, etc. But now if you go into low-resource settings where people are literally living from one day to the next, health-seeking behavior is only when you're really unwell. When you really are desperate is when you go to there is no concept of wellness or being well. So behavioral interventions are going to be absolutely critical also to be able to get there. And just, finally, I think the idea of, is it going to be all public? Is it going to be all private? It's not going to be either. It's going to be a mix of public and private. There's going to be the need for all kinds of financing to come in. Quality is going to be absolutely critical, especially when we're thinking about universal health coverage and equity. We will have to focus on the quality aspects of it. And that's possibly what is going to get us there. And I'll stop there, LM, and give it back to you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Neeraj. I know, there's a lot to cover, and I think all that you mentioned is absolutely at the center of, and I think the health-seeking behavior, so rightly said, at Vital Strategies, we do work on the NCD side, the social detriments, and I was actually quite surprised to see the impact it has through tobacco, through alcohol, through other detriments of lifestyle now, food being one of them. Is having on the health side, and people don't realize it, unlike infectious disease, which hopefully can be cured in a defined period of time, some of these are for your life, and to manage them, to sort of be able to, to handle those require different levels of resilience. So thanks, Neeraj. Tanuji, I'll come to you. I think, somehow eye care is an underlooked area, and it, I'm sure, causes disability, and it has impact on the health and economic capabilities of a country. I'd love to hear more from you. How do you see it from an NCD perspective? And also love to hear your views on, do you see a role for traditional medicine going forward, as much as we look at, modern medicine, to be able to do more preventive? As Neeraj said, the health-seeking behavior needs to be more preventive. So 2 questions for you.
Well, thank you. You talked about the youth population. Yes, currently we are priding ourselves in the fact that India has a youth population, but we also know that by 2050, we'll also have a huge amount of elderly people. And right now it's like 150 million, and it will be like 350 plus. So from 10%, we'll be 20% of India's population. So it's definitely going to have a health impact, and we have to prepare ourselves. When we talk about, so we've been working in the field of eye care for over 44 years. One of the good things that pandemic did, it made us pause. A lot of things we were just carrying on, and we also did a check, and we realized that while in eye care, cataract and refractive errors are the huge problems, both curable. 80% of blindness is avoidable, and it definitely has an impact on the economy, because the disability adjusted life years, when we calculate, the loss is huge. In the youth, because there is income loss, and when it comes to 60% population, which is cataract, there's also the caring. And very often we don't realize, like you said, in the urban areas, I'll just give you an example, that we had a gentleman, a 75-year-old gentleman, whose cataract, he had bilateral cataract, and we operated.
And when he came post-operatively, the whole family was thanking us because suddenly his wife, his son and daughter-in-law had space. They could, so, we don't realize that there is a huge dependency. So for the elderly also, the caregivers get kind of caught. So there is a huge impact that has. It is a very easily treatable problem. I think in healthcare, the public-private partnership in eye care has been very successful. And it has also because, when you talked about how many people have, in the PHC, what is the situation? So we've seen, like you said, that we went to a PHC and there was an ophthalmologist posted and he said, what do I do with a torch? But fortunately, a lot of NGOs like ours are very actively working and eye care is reaching. So to some extent, yes, eye care has been successful. And when we were, during COVID, when we had time to pause, we realized that our vision statement was good sight and quality life. So good sight we are able to give, but with the longevity of life that is increasing now, quality life has many other aspects, especially to do with diabetes. Even in eye care, you talked about moong dal halwa. When we talk about eye care, if your diabetes is not controlled, then your outcomes are not good. And now we have a huge problem with diabetic retinopathy coming in, which is why we started venturing and getting into the space of treating diabetes. And we also realize that modern medicine has a huge role to play in diabetes management, which addresses the symptoms and addresses the problem, but not the root cause. And that's where we go to traditional medicine, and we supplement it with naturopathy. The naturopathy addresses the root cause, and that will also help us in managing our own lifestyle, the disease that we can protect ourselves, because if you are a diabetic, then every organ gets affected. So as an organization, from just purely being an eye care organization, we are also moving into integrating modern medicine and traditional medicine to address not only visual disability, but also the age-related issues that are coming up.
Fantastic. So how many of you heard of someone called Dr. V or Dr. Venkatesh? How many of you heard of him? Raise your hands. Okay, it's surprising, in a room where we're having a discussion on health, economy, and resilience. If you haven't, I highly urge you to read about his life and his contribution. He was a polio patient at a very early age, became a medical doctor, retired, put all his money and his family's to start what he called Arvind Eye Care. And he felt that cataract is curable, and he actually brought down the cost learning from the McDonald model, so to say, of efficiency. And, it's a Harvard case study now. And the reason I'm bringing it out is that when you look at social impact, these were people 50 years ago who actually thought of impact just to serve people and create, I think they do about 300,000 annual surgeries today. So I think it gives me hope that in India we've had such great leaders across fields, and hopefully many of you are sitting out here. So ma'am, coming to you, I'd love to hear from you. Clearly rural is an integral part of India, and I think they are the most vulnerable, as Neeraj said, access is a big problem, and to quality. And now we do have the tools, yet we don't have that health-seeking behavior. Women are largely, I would say, at a point where maybe the social norms are such they don't really prioritize themselves. And so if India has to move forward and the social impact, clearly gender is a big important part. And love to hear your views. What do you see and what can be done if we have to reach that Viksit Bharat?
Thank you so much for asking such an important question. Being working in the development sector from the past more than 3 decades, traveling to hook and corner of rural India, I would like to give 2 examples when we are talking about the rural population. See, when we take smoking, it's a lifestyle in the modern era. But when I travel to Mewat, I see every woman having hookah. That smoking is there. It's a part of their life. But there is no awareness. There is no one is telling them how harmful it is for her health, because it starts from 25 to 30 years, because when she has her daughter-in-law also, then she has the power. Then she smokes, she sits on the charpai and starts smoking. and smokes till 60 years. So where the health is going, to whom she is listening, that is one big example I just wanted to give. The second example is the lifestyle diseases. You say diabetes. Here we have, every morning we check our diabetic level. But who is checking their diabetic level? Because they are having sugarcane, agri business, and they don't bother whether they eat halwa or whatever. Yes, they are staying in a very good environment, but there is no education for that. So health has become a pandemic for us. We are not conscious of that. When you go to the rural areas, you meet people, you talk to them, there is a gap of awareness first. The first awareness has to be brought. Then the treatment comes. And yes, during COVID, what happened? Before COVID, we started training on community health workers. So we thought, let the young boys and girls, because we are talking about demographic transition, let us start training on community health workers, and we created a syllabus and we got it vetted from the doctor, and we started giving the training, how to check the sugar, how to measure the blood pressure. So we gave them the instruments also to do that. That saved them to rush to urban areas, otherwise it was a big chaos during pandemic, and many collapsed on their journey from their villages to the urban cities because they didn't know what to do. So according to me, health education has to go to the doorsteps of the rural people, and youth can do it very well.
Thank you very much. I think clearly awareness stands out as a big important part, and we see it in our work as well. As you said, the social side of it, whether it's accepted as a norm, yet not understanding, some of our work, in fact, I was surprised to get data myself that the air quality, both indoor and outdoor, the impact it has on health. I mean, it's a reality we live in, and the WHO studies and others which have come out and shown the impact it has. So I think the impact of health is just not only within the health system, it's beyond. And whether it's the climate side or the environment side, and the NCDs, which are the systems have to be strengthened. So I would like to ask you any last thoughts, Neeraj, before I open it, if anyone has questions, like if there's one thing you had to do, like Dr. Venkatesh did, what would you do? You were a very accomplished leader in your field. So what is that, apart from the moong ki dal ka halwa, you would help us to?
Well, I would definitely have had a little bit less than I did, so to start with. But no, I think the challenge is that, and that's something which actually keeps me awake at night, which is we have a lot of people, and the inequity is pretty large. So for me, the most important thing would be to make sure we're able to provide good, decent quality service. I'm not saying Apollo and Medanta quality, but even basic decent services to the entire population would be absolutely critical. Otherwise, this is just going around. I must tell you that there is positive news. About 70% of India was going to private providers some years ago. Now we are down to about 50% going to private providers and 50% coming into the public health system. The challenge is, and LM, I think, for me, it's not about what you can do, it's about what you can do at scale for a country like ours. What is sustainable? Because a lot of not-for-profits, and I mean, I work for a not-for-profit, we get money for 2-3 years, we go in, we do interventions, we come out. As soon as we come out, it shuts down. So sustainability is critical, and that is why partnership with government is absolutely, must happen. So scale, sustainability, these are the two things that I would really focus on. And also speed. We have, I think, post-independence, I think we haven't gone as fast as we probably should have. And the inequity is growing, so we really need to focus on that button. And I think the lady wants you to stop now soon, so I can see she's coming to snatch your mic now, Ellen.
Okay, she's saying 2 minutes and 39 seconds left, so I can still No, but on a serious note, and does anyone have any questions? Otherwise, we could go on talking and sort of drinking our own Kool-Aid, yeah. Yes, sir. I can hear you. Please go ahead. I'll try and summarize it.
Thank you so much. My question to the esteemed panelist is that we talk about public health and other interventions, but are we really keen to, apart from the eye wash of all the interventions which happen, why eye wash? Because the spurious and counterfeit drugs in India is the largest in the world. It's 25,000 crores and growing at the speed of 30%. So even if we say that we are providing quality medicines, it is again an eye wash. Second thing is what Mr. Neeraj said, that are we really concerned about our health and we don't go, we are not worried till the time it reaches to the level that we have to go. So are the grant makers ready to fund preventive health care? Because we have many times tried, because our fraternity lives in villages, extremely rural villages. As they say that if you want to understand India, you have to go to villages. Similar is with if you want to understand soldiers, you have to go to the villages. So most of those martyr families, they don't give health a priority, just like any other villager. But if I give a proposal to four esteemed you that we want to have a preventive health care for 1 year, or make it sustainable, how many would really be keen to sign on the dotted lines? Okay, apart from Vinu, which is having a 360-degree approach, having a team and all that stuff, because I have worked in public health. So going back is that for preventive health care, and also considering that what you said, that spurious drugs is such a big thing.
No, so I thank you. I think, so, those are very valid points. I don't think we have enough time to go on it. My personal view is that you're absolutely right. Preventive health is the starting point. It should be the foundation. At least the work we do at Vital Strategies is more to do with, more population level preventive through data, science and awareness and all that. I'm sure Neeraj may have a view as well. In terms of, spurious drugs and all, I'm not a sort of authority on it. I do know the government is trying to set up these Jan Aushadhi Kendras. It's a very good concept, trying to bring down the cost, and hopefully you will get, legitimate stuff there. But look, these are challenges of any system which is sort of being stretched in all directions. So, would you want to add something, Neeraj? Yeah.
Thanks for that. It's wonderful to hear from you, and I think the population that you're representing is absolutely very, very important for us as a country. When you said largest in the world, we are the largest in everything. We've got the largest population also. So we will have the largest amount of spurious drugs. We'll have the largest amount of problems. So let's firstly accept that. Let's look at it as the glass half full rather than the glass, half empty. I think, when you said, are we concerned? Yes, we are. It's not about what we want to do. I think we all know what we want to do. It's about how we're going to do it for this large population, which is sort of spread all over the country, huge geographical challenges, etc. And how we're going to do it quickly. It may happen over the next 100 years, but I don't think you and I want to wait till then, right? Are people going to fund it? That is why I said sustainability will not come from donor funding. Sustainability will come when we are able to activate, action the government systems which already exist. And that is going to be absolutely critical. And I think that's the role of many of us, to see how do we make that government system actually work, to help the government to deliver on that. And how do we also ensure that people are going to demand for those services? I think we are also very nice people. We don't demand for a lot of things in the country. That could be another important one. But yeah, I mean, no disagreement with whatever you said. Thanks.
Okay, guys. So may I suggest that the panelists would be around if you can go ahead and take your questions. Otherwise, they're going to pick me with the chair and throw me from here. But thank you all for being here. I think our time is up, at least on this panel, but we'll be around. And I wanted to thank you all. I think the idea was really for us to think about how more can be done. And my only takeaway is that more collaboratives, the more thinking and more, sort of collective action can certainly take us forward. Yes, ma'am. You can ask a question, but...
Who's doing the hookah? I'm fine, a mother of two children.
We're going to get you a hookah soon.
And I need to leave
Please
this.
don't forget to invite me as well.
No, but I think you should certainly look at it, the amount, impact the social detriments have on health. It'll be quite, you'll be quite surprised. Yeah, that's true. Air quality is also a big issue. Okay. On that thought, I will
और
thank you
जैन
all.
साहब हिंदी की एक बड़ी मशहूर कहावत है कि बूंद बूंद से घड़ा भरता है, उसी तरह से बूंद बूंद से खाली भी हो सकता है. So time is of essence. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Could I please request this panel to kindly come forward for a quick group picture? We'd love to commemorate this special moment. How about we bring up a very enthusiastic chair for this panel? Come on, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Seen through the eyes of Anshu Gupta, founder, Gunj and Gram Swabhiman, the exhibition highlights the enigma behind disaster. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the photo exhibition right outside for you all to witness the true impact. Moving forward, we are headed towards the next panel discussion. But prior to that, could I please encourage everyone to empty out their hands and stand up? Right. Everyone, empty out your hands. So now what we're going to do, I call it a quick energizer, since this is the post-lunch session, and of course, human bodies do not agree. Sometimes we feel dizzy. So we are going to clap our hands together for the next 30 seconds to prompt the blood circulation, helping us get more focused and high in spirits. And also, let me assure you, it's not a ruse for me to get an applause for myself. Starting at 3, 2, 1. Come on. Louder. No. Are you certain that this is going to prompt your blood circulation? Fantastic. Thank you very much. You all may kindly be seated. Thanks a lot. Quickly on to the next panel. The topic at hand, CSR in the digital age, leveraging technology for social good. Joining us on stage, please welcome the panelist, Dr. Kanika Vivan, Director, Shikhar Dhawan Foundation. All right, so, I did ask you to clap for 30 seconds, but that does not take out the claps from the quota of welcoming the panelist. Thank you. Up next, please welcome Head Communications and Advocacy, DLF Foundation, Tanish Maheshwari. Welcome, Ms. Maheshwari. Joining us up next, founder Guide Star India. Joining us virtually is Pushpa Aman Singh. Up next, please welcome Executive Director, UN Global Compact Network India, Ratnesh Jha. And completing the panel, please welcome the session chair, Regional Director, South Asia, AVPN. Please give it up for Lavanya Jairam. Unfortunately, Akanksha is not here with us. She won't be joining us.
Thank you. And I'm really thankful to our host here for waking you up into this session. Not that the previous one was not thought invigorating enough. It was fantastic, and I was at the edge of my seat for all the reasons that they highlighted. But here now we're talking about a very different theme, an enabler. We moved, I think, across different topics for those of you who have been here since the morning. this panel here will be addressing technology as an enabler and how they are using it. I think we'll all agree that in the past decade, digital technologies have created a transformative impact, whether it was digital literacy with COVID, whether it was access to devices. I mean, we are hearing of a lot of different innovations, but I want to hand it to the panel, a quick introduction on why I'm here. I represent AVPN, which is a network of social investors. So funders who are making decisions on how to deploy their capital to bridge this huge impact gap. So I would definitely be concerned in hearing the great ideas. And I come from a 20-year background being in the technology industry. So this crossover conversation is really going to be very insightful for me personally. So without too much on introductions, if I could request our panelists, and you know that we're on that ticker, and I have been prompted to keep this snappy and tight, so whatever the responses are, as much as can be a takeaway for our audiences, I'll request that of our panel. And my first question, considering we're a majority, maybe we'll give it to Ratnesh today. Maybe a quick introduction on what you do, but in that context of how has technology enabled your work, Ratnesh, and in terms of the innovations that you are seeing, and we can then go to the CSR in the panel. But Ratnesh represents the UN Global Compact, as you know.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I work for this agency called UN Global Compact, and it is present in almost 62 countries with the headquarters in New York, and it's a special initiative of the Secretary General, the then Kofi Annan. At the turn of the century when MDGs were being launched, he had foreseen that without private sector contribution, none of the goals will be realizable. And how prophetic it is now, everything is coming to a convergence, the whole SDG framework, the whole ESG discussion, everything what companies do inside the factory gate, what they do outside, it's all coalescing into a virtuous cycle, and I am so lucky to be part of that change process. Now coming to technology, I mean, I joined the workforce in 1991, and 1984 around that time, computers were being introduced, mobile phones were a long way off, and how gradually we have seen in front of our own eyes the things which they used to take a long time, the whole reconciliation, the whole data utilization, how trustworthy it was, there was no way of verifying, how gradually, decade by decade, we have now reached a stage where some companies, corporates, as well as the civil society, are fully there with all the capacitated staff, all the latest technology, and they are able to close their accounts in a snap of a finger. Imagine, compare it to when I started at least, so 34 years ago. I mean, it was such a painful thing, all the paper-based ledgers, the accounts, the reconciliation. So I think technology has helped us. Secondly, what technology has done, and also enabled by many other factors like the mobile phone, the Aadhaar card, and the Jan Dhan accounts, I think this trinity also has helped us to directly reach out to the clients at the lower end of the economic spiral, and we are able to actually see how the money trail, how it is going, how it is being spent, and the whole UPI revolution. So I think in any area you look, there have been very positive developments. However, the note of caution is that if your programs are not designed well, then no amount of technology is going to help you. So that equity consideration which the previous panelist was talking about, so that the client has to be at the center of all this, only then technology as an enabler can help us reach. But if there are issues in the design itself and the equity considerations are not taken care of, then I'm afraid technology is going to widen the chasm rather than reduce it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ratnesh. I think across the world when we go, the Aadhaar card implementation is a benchmark for this. I think Neeraj was mentioning on the previous panel, the kind of scale we have the largest number of everything. So, and the most complexity in our country, so whether it's UPI or whether it's Aadhaar, these are exemplary large-scale implementations across the country which have really enabled us to achieve a lot. But from your lens, Kanika, maybe if we can go to you as a foundation where, again, to take a segue from the previous session, we talked about scale, we talked about sustainability and speed, which are really the three S's that technology clearly provides. How has your foundation, the Shikhar Dhawan Foundation, used it? And specifically in the thematics that you focus on, would be lovely for the audience to hear.
Hi. So particularly when we talk about technology, right, it's a very two-way street. When you look at this particular aspect, it is not only inclusive in terms of how you utilize it for community upliftment, it is also how you utilize it for the upliftment of the NGO sector, right? One aspect is where we utilize it, and at Shikhar Dhawan Foundation, we are a 3-year-old organization. But in a short span of 3 years, we have created a lot of massive impact. And we use a lot of tech in terms of community upliftment. We have, across just about 2 years, last 2 years, used a lot of EdTech, smart devices, interactive flat panels, installed K-12 softwares, that kind of tech, and uplifted for about like a lakh and a half plus students. And these are factors in which we continue to monitor. So if we look at the particular aspect of how it benefits our community, we are largely bridging in the gap. We have brought these NGO-based and government schools up to the level and at par with private institutions. The level of education has changed. The kind of applications we are giving have changed. And if we look at the aspect of a donor partner, right, somebody who's funding this project or somebody who wants to be a part of this particular activation and wants to understand how is the tech being used, we have a lot of factors that we get, and we get behavioral assessment, we have data impact recording, we have a lot of digital measures to note the minor changes in the level of education and the student structure within these institutions, which we go back and report, and that gives us a complete clear analysis of how tech has come into this aspect. So we overall have been able to utilize this to the best of both sides.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kanika. I think from Shikhar Dhawan Foundation, we're now moving to a more corporate DLF Foundation. But I believe a lot of your work is rooted, just like Kanika mentioned, and Sir mentioned, on client-centric design or community-centric design. How are you reaching your community? How has technology helped you with that?
Sure. Multiple ways, I would say. Actually, so as far as I'm concerned, I look at the comms, the advocacy, and the program design piece, as well as partnerships.
I think, yeah. Maybe just close it.
Is it better? So, you know, from a pure program design piece, in the last 20 plus years of where I've been working, and more than half of it has been in the CSR space, first with Tech Mahindra Foundation and now with DLF Foundation. I've leveraged technology in the form of creating mobile applications for mobilization of the community members, gave digital literacy sessions, tech enablement for program reporting, so that, you know, outcomes impact can be clearly captured, tracked, reported, especially in case of partnerships, because I kind of lead the partnerships thing. So, you know, a lot of tech enablement lends transparency from a pure partnership perspective, and other CSR programs, for instance, tech enablement programs, whether it is a volunteering program which has the way to connect volunteers, community members, so on and so forth, so that they can give back to the society. And some interesting initiatives also, like something like a Shanti Sthan crematorium, wherein, you know, we're using technology to ensure that it's a tech-enabled, energy-efficient civic community coming to. So in my right ways. But yes, I again come back to the fact that, you know, it's a tool, it's an enabler function that is somewhere guiding, and now in this century weaved into the program design part of most of the CSR efforts. It has the potential to actually amplify and lend transparency into the system, and of course last mile connect to the end beneficiary.
Wonderful. Thank you. It's like you are feeding me with prompts. The panel is going just the way I wanted to, because when we talk about transparency, integrity of data, I think GuideStar holds the GuideStar for us. So, and also because it's a technology session, we said the minimum we should do is use technology this way. So we've dialed in Pushpa for our audience. So Pushpa, I think if you can introduce your role in creating this transparency, in creating more visibility to the funders who are making these decisions, and also how you yourself are using technology for your own platform to be accessible. I think it will really help the audience. Thanks.
Thank you, Lavanya. I hope I'm audible.
Go ahead, Pushpa, sorry.
Yeah. So I founded GuideStar in India about 15 years ago because as someone who is working at Give, which was a technology platform to allow individuals to donate to causes of their choice, we found a major absence of information about nonprofits. And so in 2009, I set up this organization inspired by GuideStar in the US.
Pushpa, 1 second. Can you all hear Pushpa clearly? Yeah. Can we raise the volume, please? Yeah, go ahead, Pushpa.
Okay. So I was just saying that I found myself absence of information about nonprofits and credible nonprofits to recommend to donors or to make them available on a platform. I started my career in the nonprofit space. I'm also a crossover from financial services to the social sector. So there was this big void in information to help India's first retail online giving platform, Give India, where we were showcasing nonprofits, giving assurance to donors to contribute. And then, of course, it was also catering and today to a large CSR audience as well. So absence of basic information on who's doing what. And then the second level is, where are the credible nonprofits? And so that's something that really piqued my interest and became the mission of my life. And in 2009, I started GuideStar in India, inspired by GuideStar in the US, where they literally got all of the information about charities from the IRS. So 1.8 million charities that report their tax returns, GuideStar was digitizing. But in India, we really started ground up. And today we have information on our platform, guidestarindia.org, about 12,000 NPOs, and still trying to address the lack of information and lack of trust in nonprofits. And I was looking at various CSR reports before coming for this panel today. And anywhere between 50 to 72% of companies that need to do CSR prefer to implement through a nonprofit, which is great. At the same time, when I was hearing about, the Shikhar Dhawan Foundation and DLF, the kind of technology that they're using for impact reporting, the same studies, the India CSR Outlook by CSR Box says that about 59% of organizations have insufficient reporting capability. They don't have the infrastructure or the systematic way of tracking impact and reporting, etc. So that's on the reporting side. But I also understand that a lot of CSR partners, as well as traditional institutional donors, have a lot of discomfort in partnering with nonprofits because they're not sure about their credibility to begin with. And partly that's also because unless, unlike in the States, you have the Form 990s, which charities file with IRS, which kind of is very comprehensive and is a public document. In India, the tax returns of nonprofits are private. And it's only recently that audit reports of NGOs called Form 10B or 10BB and the ITR 7, the charity tax returns, have become extremely comprehensive. Not many people are still aware, but they kind of give you a very deep level of comfort about the nonprofit. So government has started gathering information. Of course, there is also concern in charities that they're getting over-regulated. But at the same time, this information is still not public. It's not known to people. It's not easily accessible. And it's still not very reliable because you'll be surprised to know that even the statutory auditors of nonprofits don't always get it right. well embracing and reporting into these new formats. So what typically GuideStar does is we work with the charities, encourage nonprofits to become, voluntarily more transparent, put out a lot of information, including their tax returns, their governance information, their impact details. So these 12,000 organizations on our portal in varying levels, they report. There are two issues. One is the confidence in being public with information. And two is the capacity to report. It takes a lot for them to have all that information collected. So which is what the CSR report also corroborated, saying that 59% actually struggle to report information. So I would kind of stop there, saying that in the nonprofit sector, there are ecosystem building organizations like ours that are looking at various aspects. GuideStar India focuses primarily on the organizational information that needs to be reported out, so that when donors, be it CSR or others, when you're looking to work with implementing partners, you actually have a lot of information to be able to first decide on your areas of priority, where are the gaps, where you can really leverage. So, technology is being used within the sector to organize information so that CSR and other donors can actually zero in or zoom in to areas that require their attention thematically for you to actually focus on, benchmarking impact information as well as shortlisting potential nonprofit partners. And without burdening the NGOs, there's also a lot of information already available. So today what we find is nonprofits complain that each and every company that comes to them for CSR, they need to kind of provide all of that information repeatedly in slightly varying formats. So we're also trying to kind of standardize reporting. Yeah, I'll stop.
I just wanted to use that cue, didn't mean to interrupt as much as use that cue. We have two ladies here who are taking that role, playing that role of funders. And I'm sure all that Pushpa mentioned resonates with you in terms of how you want that information, how it's given. And this is not so much on the information, but more on ease of doing business, which is what technology is about. Like you both mentioned, it's the enabler. How have you enabled your organization to be more accessible? How do you enable the partners that you work with, and how are you using technology for these collaborations? And it could be with the NGOs, or it could even be with partner organizations that you're working with, or even other donor partners if you're collaborating. So on the theme of collaboration and ease of doing business, if both of you could respond, please, that'll be great.
Sure. On the theme of particularly partnerships. So the first thing is that, technology helps us with communication platforms, project management softwares, and which all help in live tracking. Like she mentioned, at the NGO level, the issue is more of tracking. So all these technology helps us in working on these tools so that there is live tracking, and especially in case of partners, which could be an NGO partner, it could be a corporate partnership. So all partnerships, all partners involved can actually see what is happening on ground. Depending upon the nature of the program, yes, that dashboard or that technology tool has to be created. So there is this bit of specification which is required. Post-COVID, I think things have changed. When it comes to large organizations and big CSRs, they are very much organized on this aspect, but not just them. Post-COVID, thanks to the fact that we've also enabled digital literacy training for our NGO partners, for our community members, for even ASHA and Anganwadi workers across organizations, they do understand. And Pushpa rightly mentioned that, it's a government mandate also today for all of us. So yes, I wouldn't say that it's a struggle now. We are much better than probably what we were 5 years back, or let's say the pre-COVID era. But of course, yes, goes without saying that, there's always miles to cover. But yes, I do feel that, bringing everybody at par with technology is an area which still needs work on. Not purely between corporates and funding organizations, but when we talk of community members, especially communities or organizations which are working with communities in peri-urban and rural areas. That's where, because there's a huge digital divide, so to say, which exists. So that's, yes, a challenge, but how most CSRs, I think, have been trying to focus on digital literacy trainings for most of their channel partners to kind of, take care of this in the last few years.
Well, I just want to start by saying I love impact reporting. I love it. I love it at both the ends. I love being the receiver of it from the community or the NGOs that we support. And as a beneficiary or as a partner to my corporates, I love doing that bit. Simply for one reason, it is a right. It is a simple, clear right. I maintain that system, and not only in this organization, every other that I have worked with, and I've spent 14 years now. This is my 14th year in the area of philanthropy and CSR. I think it is a complete right to maintain the transparency. If the beneficiary is receiving 10 rupees, if my donor is of 10 rupees or 10 crores, it's a complete clear right to give. Tech has helped me a lot in that same format, if I would say. If it comes to my beneficiary communities, my other partnered NGOs, there is a system in place. They exactly have same parameters. They exactly have a same reporting mechanism. My teams track it. We exactly know what we are supposed to receive and what we are supposed to provide ahead. Right? It also, we work a lot on making these setups self-sustainable. So if I have my system and if I just keep it isolated to me, it will just remain to the Shikhar Dhawan Foundation and our protocol. Tech allows us, as you said, in collaboration with these supported NGOs, we teach them these setups, right? Because there's going to be somebody else like me there tomorrow who is going to like the system of a proper reporting mechanism, the system of proper complete transparency. So when we provide these tools, we actually give them access to a larger platform for their own growth, only not the one which is dependent on us and our resources, but the one which they can accomplish themselves. And if I bring it on to the format of being a receiver of a CSR or a fund or a grant for that fact, we love to have a mechanism in place. It keeps it very crisp, very fresh. Our donors come back to us for a certain reason, and the biggest one apart from our work is this, because there is nothing we have to hide. There is nothing we hide, and we keep it so transparent that they exactly know where every single penny of their fund went. So yeah, tech is my go for everything, yeah.
Wonderful. It's nice to have a unified way, I guess. I think one of the points Pushpa and I were chatting about earlier as well is about how there are different systems to adapt to. So for the partners that you engage with, to work with Shikhar Dhawan, they might have to learn a few tools to learn, to work with DLF. It might be a different set of reporting. I think to have a unified kind of understanding of those systems, reporting is needed, everybody agrees, right? But to have common sets of tools, a common platform is probably something that is desirable. But maybe Ratnesh, if you can throw light on what would you, because you have a more neutral standpoint, on what would be your ask of CSRs if we were to leverage technology to bridge this gap towards the SDGs faster?
Thank you. Actually, since 2000, we have this system of reporting. So anyone who wants to be a member of the UN Global Compact, I'm just using it as an illustration. So anyone who wants to be a member of the Global Compact has one to apply and all that. But then every year, year on year, they have to report on 10 universal principles that UN Global Compact espouses, and companies, non-profits, academic institutions, all members basically agree. And these are basically the same SDG framework or ESG. It's about environment, human rights, labor rights, and anti-corruption. So what we have is a 20 plus years of database of tracking of our member companies, member civil societies, but it's at a very basic level, but everyone owns it up, and once they have given, it's part of a public arena where anyone can go up and say Shikhar Dhawan is my member, I hope they will become after this. So if you're my member, so the past 20 years, whatever you've done is part of a public document available on any format, Excel, CSV. So you can just slice and dice the data as a public, whatever you choose to go public with. And as BRSR is coming for the top 100 companies and the Global Reporting Initiative, CDP. So there's a lot of formats, as you rightly pointed out. And as a person, I would definitely love to have a Unicode kind of a reporting. But unfortunately, that is not going to come anytime soon because every agency has its own vision and what they want to be essential and then the other non-essential. So that thing, there is a huge area for harmonization. Yes. And there is agreement. Any session you go for any of these reporting meetings that I am part of, everywhere it is reiterated. But unfortunately, we tend to go back to our comfort zones, which we have to fight. And I offer my COP, Communication and Progress, as a thing which has helped us for the past 20 years. So I would love to enrich it, but there has to be consensus that yes, this is the way to go. It contains all the figures of clients reached, villages, geography, everything. So I would urge everyone to have a look at it and we can make modifications because Montek Singh Ahluwalia, when he was in the Planning Commission, he had come to release one of our human development reports some 10 years ago. So he had more than 10. So he said that if you change the metric, then the comparability is lost. So that he was talking about a time series. But here in a same time zone also, if everyone has a different framework, different sets of fields, then the whole comparability gets lost. So I think all of us have to sit together and reach that place. And whatever the obstacles we have to overcome, we have to discuss. But for that, we need a much wider kind of a discussion and agreement. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we don't have everyone in the room here who can solve the problem, but I think there is a clear takeaway that the ease of doing business in the sector because of the disparate reporting and how technology can play a role in doing this, I think is a clear opportunity area, and anyone in the not-for-profit space in grassroots, I'm sure your rating of ease of doing business will be, I'm going to presumptuously say below 5. How many for yes for below 5? On ease of doing business, reporting, and how technology can be an enabler would be, I think, a high stake item, which I believe the government needs to play a role. The social stock exchange, I think, has begun to play a role. There will be a lot. But we're probably veering away, and we have 6.5 minutes, and I want to talk about some big bets which technology can take. If I were to ask the panel on what would be that big bet that you would take in your area of work, and I know this is kind of a googly, we haven't discussed this probably, but even if it's just aspirational for your foundation in your area of work, what would be that big level shifter that technology can do for you? Maybe I'll start with you for your experience. Ratnesh.
Sure, we have, and as Pam was speaking, and ultimately the voice started breaking down at one point. So that kind of last mile connectivity, that I would like to invest in the next 4 or 5 years, that the actual person in, say, Bastar, Abujmar is also equally able to communicate, voice his concerns, raise his issues. That last mile connectivity is what I think we have to invest in. Government of India has done their bit. We also are required to contribute and support because it's a huge project. Every panchayat is supposed to be connected by this broadband. What is the status? What is the utilization? What is the digital literacy component that is required? I think we should focus on that because an empowered citizenry is at the end of the day, that is the source of all revolution, all change, all transformation. Because however nicely designed programs, however inclusive our claims are, ultimately, if the people at the last mile are not able to exercise their rights, it is all incomplete.
So equity, access, last mile connectivity.
Through technology.
Through technology.
And enabling of both the hardware side as well as the training and capacity.
Okay, wonderful. Kanika?
Well, likewise, I think bringing tech to every door, every home, whatever corner of the country it is, most important. Second, like Sir said, bringing digital literacy, because just only providing a hardware for it or just providing an infrastructure for it and saying it's done, it's not done. Going to the grassroots level and start making that change, spending time with that community, engaging them, getting them to understand, and then still waiting on it to see that the impact we required is created. That is where our tech would be successful.
So from access to awareness and literacy, so there's added enablement.
And that's where even I am. And in fact, I covered it previously also when I spoke of digital literacy. And I'll give an example here. One of our programs is a Suvidha Kendra where beneficiaries can actually access government welfare schemes, which are applicable for them, but they are not aware of them and they don't know how to do it, right? So it happens through smart digital cards called Yojana cards, right? Which have a lifetime availability, validity for them, and they can actually access. Now here, the biggest challenge is actually literacy, making them understand on how to use it. So digital literacy forms the basis of it. And like I said, going back to the COVID era, there was a time where we were, as most CSRs, we were investing in, reducing the digital divide in terms of digital equipment, fast internet connectivity. That's another challenge which I feel still exists. To actually make it more sustainable, we have to make it more equitable, right? And these two are the cornerstones. But I go back to what Sir said. From a pure tech enablement and reporting standards, I think we do need government and BRSR and so many agencies to come at a unified measure, because these metrics and everything keeps changing, right? So like on one, it's the last mile connectivity to enable the end beneficiary to actually benefit from the various programs which exist. And on the other end of the metric, to connect with the government, the consulting firms, the various players, so that we are all on the same field.
Okay, thank you. And I think that connects with what Pushpa has to say, I'm sure. What would be your big bet, guys?
Yeah, and I think I'm glad you're asking this question, Lavanya, and I'm quite hopeful that people in the room and on this panel can actually make a great beginning. I, for one, think that we can use interoperability as to make technologies interoperable. So that our systems connect and there's less duplication of efforts and leakages. And we don't have to just look at government or others or everyone to agree because of technology. When I started GuideStar, I used to think we really need to have everyone around the table agree on the same forms and same technology, etc. But now I'm a believer that technology allows a lot of crosswalk. By that, what I mean is once we are committed to make our systems talk, we can use some of the key identifiers that government provides. Like, Aadhaar has been useful to interlink so many things. And recently, Government of India said PAN could be, like PAN 2.0. They've been talking about another indicator that can make things interoperable. As far as nonprofits are concerned, for the last almost 2 decades, I've been championing with the government to use PAN of nonprofits as a unique identifier across databases. Just to put things in perspective, the income tax exempt list has 3.5 lakh or 350,000 charities. The FCRA site has about 16,000 charities. The Niti Aayog Darpan has 250,000 charities. And all of these in isolation as siloed information, they don't help a grant maker or a CSR manager take a view of an organization. But if these three could be pulled together, you have organizations, that can receive foreign funding, maybe not that relevant completely to CSR, but who are the tax exempt charities. You can cross-verify governance information on the Darpan portal. This is just to give an example. But for people in the sector, taking leaf out of what Ratnesh ji had said, the UN has also put out a lot of standard taxonomies. So interoperability, and for technology to make that work, we also need to use certain standards and certain taxonomies that are required to make our databases speak. And the international classification of non-profit organizations are being used by many people. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, thank you so much, Pushpa. There's a big red screen here, which you probably are saved from, which is saying time's up. So I'd need to call that out to you, but I'm going to take away the interoperability keyword from what you said, which is really key, because then you don't have to agree on everything as long as systems talk. It's like saying all of us should have a uniform dress code or all of us should speak the same language. We don't. We just need to have something that connects us, that we understand each other's language. So while in human relationships that's important, I guess technology can play that role in our lives as well. And I think that is a quite optimistic way to end this panel, and thank you so much. But I don't know if our host is going to intimidate us and throw us out, or we have 2 questions, but I'll let her ask.
The essence of being human lies in social connect. And when such a prominent panel is here with us on the stage, we wouldn't want it to go to waste. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the paucity of time, we have time to take one question. And please make sure that it's a question and not an opinion that you're stating. Thank you. Please.
Jai Hind all. Very nice discussion, but I just wanted to understand on behalf of all the NGOs that most of the NGOs who are working at grassroots level, there is always a chicken and egg story when it comes to having a top of the breed, people who are giving a tech report as you want, because none of the grant makers, they want to invest or give a grant to scale the manpower, and it's just corporate NGOs who have that cadre. So is it like good to have and must to have, number one. Number two is, where do we draw the line? Because maybe you want state-of-the-art feedback, but at the grassroots level, the NGO is having difficulty because they are working at a grassroots level. They don't have MBAs or those kind of people who are making reports. Right? This is number one. Number two, the gentleman who is from UN. Sir, UN has got, India represents the highest number of...
Now, is this a question?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
So,
sounds to me like you're just stating facts for now. Maybe if there is a particular question related to the conversation that we just had on this stage, maybe you can put that up.
Yeah, so the kind of, the UN is leading communication kind of where most of the NGOs could copy, right? As you said, you are also having some standards, and many of the grant makers are making that kind of a standards. Can it be simplified for most of the NGOs so that they can at least come to a bare minimum level, as I said, must to have and good to have, so that at least those who are working at a grassroots level are able to give proposal and it is accepted as compared to the corporate NGOs. Yep, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, UN is basically a collection of all of us together. So whatever UN does, it will be in consultation, and we provide a convening role, but we don't have a mandate to guide that what corporate should do and what nation should do. So basically the UN General Assembly gives me the authority to engage with the private sector, but that is a limited authority. Similarly, there are various agencies and bodies of UN which perform different functions, but definitely we all talk to each other and work towards that kind of a thing. But technology is overcoming all these issues, as we just agreed. So we will definitely, find sooner rather than later solutions to these kind of divergent requirements from the NGOs. And on the grassroots question, you said winds of change are blowing, and definitely the remotest NGOs also have a lot of urge to learn these new techniques, adopt this, and the 59% which ma'am mentioned, lack of infrastructure and all, is changing slowly, because there are a lot of untied aid being provided to these institutions for capacity building and tech enablement. So I'm confident that things will definitely change for the good in the years to come. But definitely I'll keep your suggestion whenever I meet next my counterparts in other UN agencies, and look for a simplification of processes and a kind of enablement of grassroots NGOs, which I agree with you, requires a lot of hand-holding and support. Merely training manuals and infrastructure implements won't do. A lot of support is required, and across the organization. So not only the CEO of an NGO, but also the grassroots level mobilizers and a whole range of people are involved who need to be worked with.
Now it's the, I'll just take a few seconds. If you are discussing about a grassroots level NGO or a smaller NGO trying to build up, your work should speak. Whether it is a big corporate NGO, whether it's a celebrity NGO, whether it's a grassroots level NGO, tech is a supportive system. It is not the mandate. It is your work that will do the job. It is your work that will push it through. Tech is good to have, it's not a must have. And like I was telling ma'am earlier when we were discussing about collaborations and tech, that's what we do. What systems we form in our place, we supplement our NGOs with those. So that tomorrow when you are not associated with us also, you have something as a baseline system. It may not be as developed as the bigger organizations, but you have a baseline system which is good enough for you to create your proposals and your reports on, that the donor will very happily accept. So all in all, the work should be the primary prima facie of it, and the work should speak for itself. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that was a very heartening and optimistic note where we must end, but happy to have offer the panelists to you post our conversation for more questions. So thank you very much.
It's just the last point. So our partner NGOs are an integral part of any development journey. Tech, like she said, is a plus. But trust me, these days, all good organizations are more than willing to invest in regular training of NGO partners, which is hand-holding all through the journey, be it with tech, without tech, and not just the CEOs, like Sir said. Every last person who's actually implementing on the field, on the ground, right? I hope we answered collectively all of us.
Collectively all of us, yeah.
You're being very lenient.
I know, she's being kind. Pushpa, if you have anything to add, a quick 20-second response.
Yeah,
I don't know if you
wanted
heard the
to-
question.
I heard the question and I heard all the fabulous responses. I would say that, for the nonprofits, nobody is stopping you from asking as part of your project budget, cost for, tracking your results and using basic technology. Like from Shikhar Dhawan Foundation, ma'am said, the work is important. And while you're doing the work, what are the indicators you're going to track and how are you going to track it manually or otherwise is very critical. But as part of doing this in your project budget estimations, always build in as program the cost that is required for tracking, reporting, and even learning back from that. And no donor, I would agree, would say that they shall not pay for it. It's important how you build it as integral to the program and not as something that is desirable or an overhead. I think every donor would like to learn the impact of what they are contributing towards. And people also like to see how the organization is learning from results. So it's just a change in perspective. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Pushpa. And I think the leniency might have ended, but also as a voice of the social investor network, right? I have not, in my experience, ever seen an organization being rejected because they don't have technology or they're not equipped enough. It's always the idea and their implementation and the impact that has been created. And technology has been something that has been a support from the investor to make that idea scale, to make that idea sustainable, and for that idea to have impact faster. And I'm ending where we started on the speed, sustainability, and scale that Neeraj kindly gifted us into this panel as well. So, but if your experience is different, we could have offline chats. All right, thank you very much, everyone. And we can end this panel.
Thank you. Could I please request you all to kindly come forward for a quick group picture? Certainly. And also, in case you're planning on posting any pictures, videos, or any comments related to this event across any of your social media platforms, please do not forget to use the hashtag BW Disrupt Social. Quickly on to the next one. The role of Gen Z in driving social change. Joining us on stage, our panelists, join me as I welcome them. Advisor, Global Young People Action Team Generation Unlimited, UNICEF, and founder, Anupam Foundation. Please give it up for Anushka Sinha. Joining us up next, co-founder, Young Leaders for Active Citizenship. Please give it up for Rohit Kumar. The procedure to clap is super simple. All you've got to do is bring both of your palms together. That's simple. And at any given moment, if you find either of your hands occupied, you can utilize the other one to bang on the table and give a warmer, happier welcome to the panelists. Up next, joining us on stage is Lead Communications, Marketing and Advocacy, UNICEF, Wow. Please welcome Nishita Sharma. Joining us up next, digital creator, singer, and actor. Please give it up for Sejal Kumar. Co-founder and Chief Executive Officer, Project Bala. Please welcome Aradhana Rai Gupta. Let's complete the panel and welcome the session chair, founder and Chief Executive Officer, MASH Project Foundation. Please welcome Ashish Birgi.
Minutes, even less to talk to one of them, and then you have 5 of them. So you put me in a very, very difficult spot, but without spending too much time, so the topic is around Gen Z. It's an issue which is personally close to my heart. It's an area we work a lot at MASH, and each of the panelists, I've had a great opportunity of knowing them personally as well, and doing fantastic work, right? We hear stories like Greta Thunberg to at our home, like so many young people who are doing some brilliant work. And this is one of the greatest assets also we have, our own young population and young generation. So how do we channelize that asset we've got to do something very, very meaningful, right? I won't spend much time in introductions because I think I may not do justice, but I want to do quick opening thoughts in terms of just introducing yourself and the work you do with young people, and then we're going to get into the discussions. So maybe if we can start with you, Sejal, first, and then we can go through the entire round, right? Yeah, sure.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having us here. And in the end, we'll make sure we clap for him for his wonderful energy because he's just brought so much more. Well, hi, I'm Sejal. I've been a content creator for 10 years now, and I also diversified into music and acting. So that's about me. And in terms of the work that I do in the social space, I've worked at length with UNICEF. We just launched a campaign with them called Finding Joy, which is about mental health and spreading awareness. I'm also a fellow goalkeeper, and I've worked with Michelle Obama to raise awareness about girls' education. And overall, my audience is mainly women. So a lot of my work just tends to cater to them and their needs.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sejal. Shita, over to you.
Thank you so much, Ashish. I just want to take a few extra seconds and congratulate you for bringing such unusual actors together to talk about Gen Z with Gen Z on the panel. Very fortunate to be at the intersection of public, private, and youth engagement, working with stakeholders like you, Sejal, who's incredibly passionate about mental health, Rohit, who has been working so passionately with young people and training them, empowering them on how to use social media better. Anushka, who was a YPAC member with Generation Unlimited India before she took on a global role, and she's been at the heart of designing a lot of our programs in the past, and it's a privilege to be on this panel today. I work with UNICEF Yuva. I play a very small part of just connecting public, private, and youth stakeholders through stories of young people, creating them with the young people.
Thank you so much, Nishita. Rohit.
Hi, thank you so much, Ashish, for calling me here. And before I begin, I just want to preface my introduction by the fact that in recognition of my growing lot of white hair, I do want to stay upfront that unfortunately, I am not Gen Z. And so don't claim to speak on their behalf, but have been an observer, so would want to sort of add comments like that. And I think as many of us here who have grown up perhaps before the internet was fully mainstreamed, I think we can bring in a vantage point of how things are different with this generation than the previous, right?
Absolutely.
And so we at WILAC, so I run an organization called Young Leaders for Active Citizenship. I'm also a public policy professional, and what we try and do is to see how young people can be more engaged with democracy and how we can use their energy to try and push for social change and also more accountability in governance. And we do that through fellowships, programs, identify talent, and then groom them. And that's been my experience of working, and hopefully I'm going to be able to bring some
Absolutely. And at that point, sorry, Anushka, I'll come to you, but I just feel like each one of them have so much value, and like I said, I've had a opportunity to know them. So among audience, I think I would really request if you maybe, I don't know how much time you're going to have today, but maybe in the tea break on it, just to sort of like mutually, the ideas of coming to forums is just not to listen to each other, but it's also to connect and build these engagements and partnerships from here on. And I could see on the other side of the room also, there are some amazing folks there. So if there's an opportunity available, do connect with each one of them and vice versa. And so much I can feel like we can take back and build on. So Anushka, yes.
First of all, it's such an honor to be in the presence of such icons. My name is Anushka. I am a Gen Z social entrepreneur, a human rights activist. I started my journey when I was 10 years old. I'm 22 right now. So yes, I do have a decade of experience doing social impact and advocating and championing women and girls' rights. I'm also one of the youngest advisors to the World Bank at this moment from India. And yes, as Nishita mentioned, thank you. I've been working with Generation Unlimited and UNICEF as a part of the Young People Action Team. I work on the intersections of gender, health, climate, and ensuring every young person has access to their rights without fighting for it. And yes, goalkeepers represent.
Superb. Amazing. Thank you, Anushka. And it's so exciting, like 10 years. I'm just thinking what I was thinking at 10 years, right? So we should definitely hear more from you on that. Aradhana.
Hi everyone, I'm Aradhana Rai Gupta. I'm the co-founder of this organization called Project Bala. I've known Ashish for the last 2 years now, so it's an incredible honor just seeing him shine every month, every year. But my organization is basically a menstrual health organization. We also focus on sexual and reproductive health. I am also not a Gen Z, but 70% of our work is around Gen Z. Anyone between the age of 12, whoever's menstruating, up until, what is the Gen Z age right now, 27, 27, 26. All those menstruators we work with. And very excited to be here today, Ashish. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, and thank you for those kind words. All right. So, the way I divided it, I thought we can touch upon 2-3 things. We definitely have shortage of time. So, we're going to definitely talk about social media. Everybody, looks at the bad side, good side, but I think there is a lot of potential on using social media for good. And I know each one of you uses or are directly, engaged with that. So I'm going to just open this question to first both Nishita and Rohit, given, you're on that intersection where you work with also multi-stakeholders. And at some point, of course, I also want to bring Sejal into that. You're, of course, one of the most well-known. When the first time I met Sejal, I had a fan moment. I asked her, "Can I take a selfie with you?" Over the years, of course, we just took one outside as well. So, but you have such a deep impact on a lot of young people. So, would like to also hear your thoughts. So, simple question: how do you see these media platforms influencing our Gen Zs, right? And what do you see like some of these trends among the work that you do with Gen Z, right? So, maybe we can start with you, Nishita.
So I did think a lot about this question because I'm not a Gen Z myself, and I spoke to about 5 Gen Zs in our team, which is 80% Gen Zs. One of them is here, Shubhangi, who leads our digital work for youth engagement and climate. and very interesting insights from them, not so much from me. One is, as the Gen Zs have grown up, I think social media has played the role of a friend in some manner. What millennials or boomers would typically consider friendships for, which is, asking questions, sharing thoughts, expressing themselves, finding different interest-based groups. I think all of those areas have now been replicated in some manner by social media. So I think Gen Zs have a very unique sort of space where their expression is through social media. They have a safe space in a way that they feel this is the place where we can express ourselves, whether it's about climate, mental health, gender, equity, rights, all of those areas. I think it is influencing how Gen Zs are initiating very crucial dialogues, creating awareness, and also sort of closing the loop with advocacy. There are some incredible young people we work with who are grassroots champions, who mobilize their communities for a beach cleanup drive, for example, and you've worked with us on so many of those, right? They are using social media to create awareness about what climate change is. They are bringing stories from the ground, which they have created by mobilizing other young people from social media, and they're using social media as a platform to also engage policymakers, private sector, philanthropies, and implementation partners to see here, here we are, these are the issues that matter to us, this is how we are taking action, and here's our story we want to share with you. Would you like to be a part of it? And if you disagree, we'll call you in to the conversation, we'll not call you out. And another thing that came up from the people that I spoke with in the morning, they said that social media for them is a double-edged sword in some sense. When they consume news on social media, it's all gloomy. But when they see the lives of other people on social media that they're following, they see everything is positive. So they're very they're at an intersection of whether, okay, the world is all sad, but my friends are all doing well. Where do I am in the mix? So a lot of them sort of take a step back from social media as well. But I think people like Anushka here and Sejal here have been using social media to its truest potential. And I think that's the role social media can possibly play if Gen Zs or young people can inspire us also actually in some manner to explore what are the positive sides of using social media and how do we really create a movement with it and tell the right stories, right?
Thank you. Rohit, over to you.
No, firstly, I want to start by saying I completely echo, what you're saying. I think, so in WILAC 1 fellowship in particular that we used to run, to which Sejal has also, I think, come as a speaker once or twice, we used to run this fellowship called the Counter Speech Fellowship. And the idea of that fellowship was that how do you use art for advocacy and how do you use social media to drive positive narratives on some themes, right? And Gen Z resonates a lot with certain themes such as climate and sustainability, inclusion, social equality, including gender. So they used to work on these themes, create content, and then use the power of social media to sort of amplify it and build communities, right? So I have definitely noticed that it has allowed marginalized voices to come to the fore because, traditional gatekeeping, in fact, when we also started WILAC and we were trying to reach young people, we realized that if you go through the usual channels, which is schools, etc., there's a lot of gatekeeping that happens because obviously the older guard is gatekeeping those in. But social media allows you to bypass all of that. That is one thing we noticed. The second is that when you are speaking from a very unique or a minority voice in a particular area, you often don't find community immediately in your neighborhood. So it breaks those barriers and you're able to form a larger community and you're able to mobilize faster. So we could see all of that happening very well, and I could definitely see the power of social media in helping Gen Z and even others in fact do that. Having said that, I have also seen some of the potential downsides. In fact, in the new avatar of the Counter Speech Fellowship, we have changed the model where we have brought on-ground mobilization also into it. Because oftentimes what used to happen is that online activism would stay at online activism. It would become performative at some times. and it would really not move the needle. And coming from a public policy background, I could also see that policymakers would not give it as much value because they felt that this is only online. This is concerning a special class of people, but it is not mainstream. The second thing that I used to notice is, and I still think that it has an impact, is that when you are mobilizing across geographies or when you're connecting with people, I think sometimes there's a lack of appreciation of the dynamics of social change. Social change, so for instance, as an example, LGBTQ rights, right? The conversation had started moving in Western democracies much before it started moving in India. And then in India, because of social media and everything, it picked up pace in the last 5-10 years. I went to IIT. When the time I went, there were no LGBTQ clubs on campus. It was absolutely hush-hush. But within 10 years, I have noticed a massive kind of a shift. Right? But unfortunately, society does not move at the same pace, right? So when a very strong idea clashes with a conservative setup, and it has not allowed time for that setup, for those ideas to percolate, it can lead to conflict. And I feel that that is something that we have to be careful about. And sometimes also I feel that, the echo chamber bit is also getting extenuated, which because you found your community, you sometimes are not willing to engage with the ones outside. And these are some of the things that I think we have to be very mindful of, even as we speak about social media.
Got it. I'll want to bring in Sejal, and take her perspective in terms of being a, a well followed, and a lot of young people do follow your content. So, how do you navigate, like in terms of like what kind of issues you want to advocate, and how do you also draw that line between where you think that this maybe my consumer may, I don't know how they will react to it or all, right? So what kind of like the strategies or thought as a content creator that you would have to keep in mind?
Yeah, great question. I also want to share a little bit of a story. As they were talking, I thought of this, the impact of social media in general on social impact. I have a younger cousin. She's 17, but she's on the spectrum, so she behaves like she's much younger. That makes her really pure, to be honest. She shared a story with me yesterday that she was in the car with her parents, and her parents are slightly more conventional. They're, so whatever. She was talking about the war that's happening, why are people dying, and she also she's speaking now about feminism, which is really nice to see as a young girl. She's talking about it. But she told me that her parents instantly said, "Arey, ye to Sejal jaisi ban rahi hai," with like a sarcastic tone. While that pissed me off, to be honest, but it also made me really proud of her because she still spoke her mind, and it's cool for young people to be aware of these topics and go head to head with grown-ups that might not agree with them. And the only resource she has to even know what the word feminism means is Instagram and YouTube. And that's amazing. I didn't have that when I was in school. All of us have a tinge of misogyny in us, everybody in this room. And our jobs as we grow up is to realize more of that. And as I was in school, we did a lot of things that were very problematic, but we grew out of it because we had exposure to social media. So it has a massive impact. From my perspective as a creator, if you see my older content, I also started out when I was 19. So I did or said certain things which had that like internalized misogyny bit in them, but I grew as I went. And my only goal with what I share is to first become a better person myself and be empathetic and then talk. Because I do believe in people being responsible when they have a platform. There's so many creators who put out stuff that's so regressive, so sexist, and it has a massive impact on people who are watching. So I think that's highly irresponsible. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Sejal. I think very interestingly, we are also seeing a lot of these movements being built, like Rohit highlighted, Nishita has highlighted. But it's also interesting to see, like, given the scale of problems we have, we need many, many more young people coming out, more people like Anushka to stand up. So I'd like to come to Anushka and understand, Anushka, like you yourself a Gen Z, your work also impact and influence a lot of Gen Zs and young people in your sector. So what do you think is actually the driving force among this generation? What do you think that makes me make them like take a stand for a cause, right? And then would also like to understand from your own experience, like how is social media really helping him then voice these issues out, build a movement, scale it to the right sort of stakeholders, right? Yeah.
That's a great question, and I think it's the need of the hour for us as Gen Z and for Gen Alphas and the generations coming after us. We're at a tipping point, right? If we don't take action now, who else will? We're at the stage where we're the inheritors of the future, which looks very bleak at this point. We are supposed to take over all of the burdens that the older generations have pushed onto us, be it climate change, be it inequalities, be it the stereotyping, anything. And so for me as a young person at 10 years old, when I saw inequalities around me, and I saw young girls being pushed out of school, or female infanticide, or girls not being able to get access to their menstrual health necessities, I asked my mom, who's a great champion in my life, and she's been the one who's inspired me deeply, what can I as a 10-year-old do? And she said, a lot. A lot. If you're a 10-year-old, you do know a few things that a 5-year-old doesn't. And so she said, just start by looking around people who are younger than you, get them to your home, ask them questions. What do they need help with? How can you help them? So I started by tutoring one single child. That was the child of a daily wage earner who used to work in front of our home. And I'd see that child never going to school, always in front of dust, asbestos, not doing anything. So I got them to my home, I tutored them, and then I saw that they started getting grades. They got a B plus, an A, and then I said, okay, as a 10-year-old, I can make that difference. So from that one kid, I went to 100 children, 100 to 150. And then now with the foundation that I have, which is named in the memory of my father, it is called the Anupam Foundation. It is an entirely grassroots, youth-led foundation. We work with Gen Zs, with younger people. We make sure that they get access to mentorship with peer-to-peer communities where they feel supported and seen, and we get them access to education. So what it really did is it sparked in me the idea that no matter what my age is, where I come from, what my background is, or what my expertise is, if I have a degree or not, I can still make a difference. So that really sprung me into action, and social media is another great tool. But before the dawn of social media, we used to have radios and we used to have televisions, and I work with people who necessarily do not have access to smartphones or data connections or internets. So I became one of the youngest radio jockeys at the time in the country. I was 12 years old, and I worked with the Ministry of Telecommunication. And so what I did is I used to go into these rural areas, ask these girls what are the issues that they're struggling with. So I first used radios to tap into these issues, understand what they're struggling with, and then talk to them about it. And then at 14 is when I started working with UNICEF with a TB, measles, and rubella campaign. And then at 17, I became a part of the Young People Action Team. And then ever since, I've been mobilizing social media to reach out to masses and people, even if they disagree with me, even if they don't agree with the facts that I state, to just spread awareness, to spark that dialogue. And it's been really helpful that ways.
Amazing. I think a big round of applause for Anushka. It's so inspiring to hear. At 10-year-old, you started. One thing I really felt like, we always talk about, you have to take that one step, right? And issues that are closest to you, you can see the impact. Like that one kid who started going to school, the grades were up, and that's where the movement begins, right? So I think, especially for us who work with young people or having young people who we work with, I think issues that they can feel like closely connected. You don't have to start with something, big, it's that one step, right? Sorry, Rohit, you wanted to add something? Sorry, your mic is not on, I guess.
I was going to say that all of our CV pales in comparison to yours.
Great, Aradhana, so Aradhana, I know Project Bala does a lot of work with, different spaces which brings together young people, be it schools, be it other setups, out of school programs. So from your experience, again, the same question in terms of how do you see these setups, which influences young people, taking it beyond social media now. So where you talk about even families and peers, right? So that I'm talking about the influential groups that would help Gen Zs take a charge. So from your experience, if you can shed some light and, share your thoughts, what are the different ways these, stakeholder groups, or I would say setups, can also be oriented, so then they know how to sort of engage with the Gen Z better.
Of course. So like I had mentioned, 70% of our work is with Gen Zs, be it our volunteers, be it our team, be it the groups that we're targeting, men, women, girls, whoever. And we've seen a very common value system in Gen Zs, and I don't know if I'm speaking out of turn, but it's sustainability, inclusivity, and equity. These three values we've seen across all our volunteers. They really, really emphasize on all three of these. And if we can create spaces that fosters these, that promotes these, that encourages them to think about these three values, it really makes a lot of difference. Coming to stakeholder groups, if you talk about, let's say, schools, for example, there should, and I have been talking to Delhi schools about this, there should be a social impact curriculum. Now, finally, instead of just you having your usual accounts, history, whatever, maths, science, English, why don't we have a social impact education system where young boys and girls are taught about global challenges, how to tackle them, those kind of things. That is a very, very easy thing to do, in my opinion. I went to a convent school for the first 3 years of my life. We had those moral science classes, but I mean, what were they even teaching? But like, if we can have something along those lines, it could be great. Families and schools could also foster a space where dialogues can be openly, discussed, like things about gender roles, things about good touch, bad touch, consent. Those, if you start talking about at the age of 8, 10, 12, such a good thing for young girls and boys to learn about. Coming to policy level things, we are still trying to push for a menstrual policy India-wide, which is not happening. We are still taxed for period products. But it's so interesting to see Gen Zs come up with innovative ideas to fight those. I've had volunteers come in my team saying, why can't we just name a menstrual cup as a reusable sanitary pad, because there's an 18% GST on the cup and not on a pad. I'm like, you can't do all of this, but they have so much innovation in them, and if we can just bridge that gap between our experience and their innovation, a lot could come out of it.
So I think you're saying that engaging young people in more decision making is also very, very important and critical, right? And I think a lot of these spaces, especially I think UNICEF is doing some amazing work on that front in terms of getting young people voice. I know Anushka and we were in New York recently at the UNGA. Could hear like so many young people at the UN head office now are talking about issues that matters to them. So I think there's a lot of good work happening. Definitely there's a room to lot more. Okay, and I know that we do have some time, so of course I would definitely like to engage with the audience at this point. I've been told that we have some more time than what was I told earlier. So if any quick questions from the audience we can take now, otherwise I have a few more questions to ask the panelists as well. Okay, I see a hand there. Can somebody help with the mic there, please? Requested you to quickly introduce and keep your question precise to whom you're asking and what is the question, right?
Jai Hind, everybody. I represent from an armed forces and family background, and especially considering the Gen Z, I have a very humble request. The people in armed forces, the young generation is not joining, and we are more like a keyboard warriors, love watching movies, playing PUBG, and the morale of the soldiers are getting down on a daily basis, right? The quality of manpower which is required to fight and be there at minus 50 degrees Celsius is very different as compared to what we generally talk. So I would definitely love, because we have seen many countries, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, now Syria. The moment the armed forces morale go down, all of these things becomes just a talk. So I would request that since you all are social motivators, and considering that today is a very pious day, today is a Vijay Divas, where India-Pakistan war was won, more than 50 years back. So I'll request all of you that, do you think this can be included in your pep talk or in your TED talk or whatever talks, right? That to join the forces, or at least to motivate them who wish to join the forces, because we talk all other things apart from serving the nation, or assume that what happens at the grassroots level to the martyr families who also have a different expectations from the citizens and Gen Z. Thank you.
Thank you. Sejal, you want to talk?
Thank you. Actually, I had thought maybe I have an appropriate answer, but I was just going to decide against it. No, sir, actually my parents were also in the army, so I completely empathize. They are not serving anymore. My father served for 16 years and my mother was a major and doctor both in the army. Yeah, completely empathize. I honestly don't know how to answer appropriately. I was going to say no.
Anybody else in the panel? Yes, Rohit.
So, sir, completely understand. And so, for instance, when we work, so the organization that I run is Young Leaders for Active Citizenship. The idea is that you are getting young people to understand their agency and then tell them to look around more carefully to see what is wrong in society and in the country and in the nation and how to improve it. Armed forces is one way of sort of dealing with it, or trying to strengthen the nation. Similarly is politics and other citizen activism on the ground, including working on issues. So the way we work is that to first build that consciousness that you have to take responsibility for the setup that you are in, right? Nobody is going to come from outside and try and fix it for you. And then, as she was mentioning, give early exposure to people, because typically when people start working on something, they realize that they have more power than they had anticipated. And that is really the path that people then start sort of doing. So when you are looking at a young person, especially a high schooler, getting them started on local issues first really builds that agency. And I do think that you are ultimately building active citizenship and taking responsibility for society, and some of them will end up in the armed forces as well. I mean, at least that's my viewpoint. I think, yeah, let me just stop there.
Sure. Any other comments from the panel? Otherwise, we can take more questions. Yes, I see a hand there.
Hi, I'm Shilpi. I'm from IP Global. The question is open for anybody at the panel, but I just want to also clarify to the point that you guys mentioned regarding, making building awareness early. So, I'm talking about, I'm a mother of two, and there is a lot of awareness nowadays even built right at the school level. So, there are lots of schools which have actually consciously started doing things like, the good touch, bad touch programs, the safety drills, the environment consciousness. This has actually become a mandate. So, I mean, I don't know if it's really, the idea is that it should translate to every school, but yes, I think steps are being taken. And I'm talking about not just the schools, also at colleges. So I think probably that's where we've made headway. The question that I've actually written that question, so just a second, please. We've talked a little about, how can we actually, we've talked about, how it is an enabler. But my question is, how can actually Gen Z bridge the gap between, actually there's a lot of talk about unequal access to resources and platforms when we're talking about Gen Z. How can that, that gap be bridged to actually enhance the role of Gen Z in driving social change?
You're talking about digital access and
and resources and platforms, both.
Got it. Shita, you want to take that?
What's your name?
I'm Shilpi.
Shilpi, thank you for that question. I want to share two quick points on this, and then I'll sort of pass it on to the panel as well. One thing is we do recognize at UNICEF Yuva the power that Gen Z holds, but also why technology itself has to be an enabler and cannot sort of further deepen the divide that already exists. So we think at the grassroots level, there is an opportunity for us to engage with not just impact organizations, but also youth volunteers themselves to help us take digital literacy to each home, especially to rural women, especially to the most marginalized. We work on a program, for example, called Passport to Earning, along with Microsoft and Accenture. And we've done this with about 3 million young people from every single state and union territory in India. Our model is very simple. You have support at the community level of a person who will help out the young person in terms of a 10-hour course that covers all of the aspects of how to use different forms of Microsoft Office, for example. There is, there's an introduction to AI and how that can help in things like resume building, which ultimately helps you sort of, look for economic opportunities later on. But something like this, and I heard a panelist just before ours, talking about digital literacy on its own. That's one aspect of it. And the other aspect is also sensitization of parents and teachers themselves as well. Because I think social media or digital can also be looked at as something that is restricting young people from the parents' perspective, perhaps. They might look at censorship as one of the areas of concern, especially for young people. Instagram, for example, is not open in a few countries for children below 16 years of age. So how do we enable first access to digital and then later on to social media to discover more, but ultimately looking at that entire package to access learning and then ultimately to financial independence? That path is very important, and the most critical aspect of it is how we bring teachers, policymakers, educators, community leaders, faith-based organizations, as well as public, private, and youth stakeholders and content creators on the same platform.
Thank you so much for that question, Shilpi. So as a young person who's been working with other young people in rural India, I did notice that there's a lot of divide, especially the digital divide, as you mentioned, Nishita. So what Generation Unlimited does is with the Young People Action Team members. I'll give you two examples. First is with the Young People Action Team. So for young people who are unable to access internet, who are unable to join our meetings, they provide you with stipends. They try to bridge that divide where you can get access to data plans or devices if you are unable to do so. With my foundation, what we do is we have this multi-stakeholder partnership with like public libraries, NGOs, all those people who can lend their resources, be it gadgets, laptops, computers, phones, so that these children that I work with can take after-school classes on those devices. So it's a program called Scholarback. It's backed by Rutgers, and I started this when I was 19 years old, and now we have 20,000 young people are using those services. And then again, as you said, not everyone has access to, as I said previously, not everyone has access to smartphones or mobiles. So what we do is we use radios, even today, to get them through the important information that they need to know about their rights, about their advocacy rights, whatever they need to know as a young person in India today is how we do it through Scholarback.
Aradhana, you wanted to add to that?
Just two quick points about tangible things that I do at the organization, and I also run my family philanthropy office. At the organization, what we end up doing is we have this line where we say that we are building capacity for younger people, but we're leaving a lot of room for innovation. And that we make sure, even if we send someone on the ground to raise awareness on menstrual health, sexual health, we let them handle the workshop in the way they want to. So it's not just a script that you have to follow. There's a lot of innovation. Someone will come up with a Nukkad Natak, someone will do like a music show, someone will want to do a dance performance. We leave it to the volunteers in their own way to innovate on how they want to. Coming to the philanthropy office point, I do think a lot more importance and funding should be now given to younger students, younger children, just because there is a huge boom of entrepreneurship in India. Even the Zepto founder, I think, is a Gen Z, right? Yeah. So just picking up on the pulse of things, every month we have meetings with younger and younger people. We have 15-year-old people who pitch their business ideas to us. Just giving them that space and opportunity to do that, I think could be one way to increase the role of Gen Zs.
Thank you, Aradhana. I think we're running out of time, so we can start wrapping up, and I think it's we can continue to go on. I was in a very interesting workshop, so we do this project with Reckitt on sexual reproductive health, and there was a whole discussion around Gen Z and how that sort of like trends, and brands are also constantly trying to figure out and crack what really works, right? So I think it's a continuous process where we need different actors, all of us, to come together and create more platforms where we can have, like Nishita spoke about and many of our panelists spoke about, to have Gen Z be part of that discussion and not just create programs which is just sort of like not like built for them without putting them in the center of the discussion. But any closing thoughts from each of our panelists? Like while I put it, but wanted to really understand, like when you work with different decision makers, so any call to action that you think that we can take away from your experience. So, this is also going to get recorded and pushed out on various media handles. So how can they, while they're designing their programs, can look at some of these key learnings and insights which can continue to positively influence Gen Z? Whosoever wants to go first. Yeah, Rana.
Like Rohit said, I think we only have one Gen Z on the panel, and her CV is way ahead of ours. They are way ahead in years, I would say, in terms of experience, innovation, everything. So give them the space to be themselves and do that. Give them the space to have a very, very open dialogue, because they come up with the most interesting ideas. I would also say understand the values that drive Gen Zs. They are not the same as us. They're actually not the same as us. And I've seen that through social media. So understand those values and try bringing change with them and not for them.
Even their lingos and language is very different. There are certain pages which just break down what you would call these words. I was like, what? I've never heard this before. Yes, Anushka.
I think a very important motto that all of us young people go by is nothing for us without us. I think all of the governments, leaders in the room, from CSOs, from private sector, need to recognize us as equal partners, collaborators, co-creators, and people who can shape these policies and programs with them. We're not someone who should just be handed down these policies or programs, because at the end of it, who is it? Who's the person who's inheriting these programs? It's us. So we should be considered as equal partners. And finally, invest in youth-led and youth-focused solutions is what I want to say if we want to consistently and sustainably keep on supporting young people.
Brilliant. Thank you, Anushka.
I just want to build on what I said earlier, that, when we start engaging with young people, the first thing sometimes you hear from people is that they're very cynical about the whole system, especially governance ecosystem, and what is it that really can change, and how much power do I have to change it. So I think to the point that she said, institutionally, if policymakers can create more forums for people to get involved, and unfortunately, I think in India's democracy, unlike in, say, some Western democracies, those spaces are not there. Like in cities, in many different Western democracies, there are spaces where people can come and take charge and participate, right? And giving those early experiences of participation fuel your journey into social impact and, to trying to take leadership. I think that is missing. So firstly, that is something that we should definitely do. And secondly, I think we look down upon political mobilization in our campuses. Nobody is saying that external political parties need to be involved, but I got my first steps towards all of this is because I contested 3 or 4 elections in IIT campus, just completely sanitized, not like DU politics, if I may say so, which meant that I had to go door to door campaign, and that really helped me understand what that could do and what I could do to push the ecosystem to become better, right? So I think letting our campuses be spaces where young people can mobilize, protest if they want to, and question authority, I think that is something if we start doing, we'll really sort of set the groundwork.
And even at a younger level, not just college. That's schools are a great place to begin with, right? Yeah, sure.
I would like to add on to what Anushka already said. Young people are not beneficiaries. They have to be equal partners. So I think the first thing is recognize that they have a different perspective, which is equally, if not more important than that of those who are there on the table making decisions. So they have to be a part of it. Secondly, empathize. Understand that Gen Zs and younger people have not grown up in the same way that others would have. Their challenges are different. Their exposure is different. Their triggers for mental health would be different. Their understanding of the world would be different. So empathy is very, very important. So just by virtue of the first point that I made, having them on the table, you cannot be patronizing. You have to really empathize with what they bring to the table. And lastly, have them socialize their ideas to more and more and more decision makers. They might be a part of one consultation here and another there, but are we able to help them, like Anushka said, help them mobilize funds, for example? Are we able to help them in some capacity building? Are we able to take them to the communities who can be so inspired by the work that these young people are doing? Or can we connect them directly to policymakers, to the government, to various ministries? We have a program called National Youth Climate Consortium, NYCC, which we work very closely together on. The young people who represent all parts of the country come in with different issues that they're working on as grassroots entrepreneurs, and their solutions are not just discussed with the private sector and the philanthropies and other youth-led organizations, but also the Ministry of Environment directly. So can we play a role in taking them, taking maybe 100 miles, even more, in terms of enabling their passion, their creativity and their entrepreneurial
Even global
ventures.
forums like COP is a very good example how
Yeah.
UNICEF is enabling that
Absolutely.
between.
And just going back to what both of you said, that you were at Anga this year and young people were speaking. 2019 is when Generation Unlimited was launched at Anga by the Secretary General, and the idea, the tagline is nothing without us, nothing for us without us. And to see that shift in 6 years, where most of the you saw so many young people
Yeah,
speaking.
Sanjana was doing the closing at the Summit of the Future. That was so inspiring to see.
That's how advocacy happens, right? You initiate dialogue and you normalize it. And you normalize it to the point that a panel without Gen Z will be incomplete, no matter what you're discussing in the room.
Wow, so it's a feedback to the organizers. Next year, you're going to have a young person on the panel. Final comments from Sejal.
I'd like to say that this is referencing a campaign I did. I mentioned earlier, I worked with Michelle Obama, and the campaign was for girls' education. And the approach I took was education begins at home. All of us here are advocates, right? But we may go back to a home environment, even with the most educated parents, where if you make a comment about, say, my mother's driving or her handling the finances or anything like that, you're kind of shamed for having an opinion, even till today, which is really sad. And I feel that everybody in this room, अगर आपके घर में कोई छोटा है, आप please उसे बोलने दो, and don't shame them for being curious or exploring and learning things from social media, because we might be very woke in this room, but none of that matters if you're a different person back at home.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. And I'd like, with that thought, end this panel. And thank you to the Businessworld team for giving us this opportunity. You know, like when we were building this partnership, I said we need to have a conversation on young people and Gen Z. So the fact like mainstream media platforms are prioritizing among so many issues they had to pick up on, which shows there's definitely a shift. But at the same time, there's also room for all of us to do a lot more. So thank you so much for being, and thank you to all the panelists for joining us today.
So
Thank you.
Ashish, quickly circling back to what you said towards the beginning, 30 minutes won't be appropriate. Was this time appropriate for you to conclude the
I
conversation?
think better, but we can do a lot more. There's
I'm sure.
never enough to talk about the Gen Z and these issues.
Right, perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for this very productive conversation. Thank you very much for joining us. Could I please request you all to kindly come forward for a quick picture? Thank you very much. Allow me a few seconds as we prepare for the next session. All right, so without any further ado, let's quickly take a look at the event AV. let's quickly take a look at the partner AV. All right, are we awake or do we need another quick energizer? All right, इस बार ऐसा करते हैं हाथ से ताली बजानी है लेकिन बैठे बैठे for the next 30 seconds so that we can prompt that we are here and best of our spirits to focus on the next session, which is the highly anticipated segment of today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, 3, 2, 1, let's keep the caps rolling. Come on, everybody. Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you very much, thank you. Recovery, responding to crisis and preparing for future. Joining us virtually, ladies and gentlemen, is the founder, Gunj and Gram Swabhiman. Please give it up for Anshu Gupta. Mr. Gupta, could you please try speaking?
Yes. Hi, hello everyone.
Just a second, can we fix that? Can you please try speaking once again?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, certainly.
Lovely.
Joining us on stage for conversation is the man of the hour. Please welcome Dr. Anurag Batra, Editor-in-Chief and Chairman, BW Businessworld and Founder, Exchange for Media.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Gupta, for joining us. First of all, I'm sure a lot of you saw the photo exhibition today that showcases the journey of Gunj, the journey of, in some way, disaster relief and community recovery, and, you know, I'm sure it gets all of you galvanized into doing more. So I wanted to show it to more people, but we'll do it online through. Nothing works like seeing it, you know, face to face because it gets more attention. But Anshu, thank you for chairing our jury this year. Now, Gunj has been at the forefront of disaster relief and community recovery for a long time, for many decades. How are we doing as a country on disaster relief and community recovery? If you had to give marks on 1 to 10, where would you rate us and what do we do right? What can we improve?
Thank you, Anurag, and my apologies, I'm not there physically. I should have been there, and I'm sure next forum I'll be there. Right? So I would say the marks are actually going low. If we see our own journey of the last 25 years, and to be honest, when we started Gunj, one of the things which we spoke about is that we should not wait for natural or human-made disaster because poverty, economic and social poverty in any case are ongoing disaster. That's how on that parameter we started going. Till Kerala flood, we were still, which happened almost 5-6 years back, we were still responding. I'm talking about the citizens in a big way. But after that, we responded as a country in a really, really big way, where the common citizens to everyone responded in a big way in the COVID part. But if you see last 2-3 years, we have really gone down. We have gone down in mitigation, in preparation, and also, unfortunately, in terms of response. अर्लियर जब हम लोग कभी असम और बिहार फ्लड की बात करते थे, when we used to talk about it, तो often we used to hear from people कि अरे नहीं यार वहाँ तो हर साल होता है, it happens every year that day. To be honest, that is more so that we need to work more because it brings life zero to people. I mean, zero for people everywhere, and then you have to restart. तो मुझे लगता है कि because the disaster has become so common, because unfortunately the media is not giving any space for that, and unfortunately even social media is busy on some other stuff. We are not understanding that disaster is no more a subject of a particular region of the country, and it does not affect a particular kind of people in the country. I think वो थोड़ा मुझे लगता है कि we have started coming in that particular mode in terms of preparing well and responding better. That's it.
Thank
so,
you.
Marks low hai.
So, so Anshu, you're clearly saying three things here, that it impacts all of us, and let me try and build, and correct me if I'm wrong. I live in Delhi, but the flooding that happened in Delhi was not restricted to any strata. It impacted everyone, right?
Yeah.
That's the closest to a disaster. The air quality, that impacts everyone. It doesn't matter. Only for a month or two we cover a little bit, and then and the third thing you're saying that we have a long way, both in terms of disaster relief and community recovery, and both from an awareness, visibility, and action standpoint, we need to do better. How do you think we can do better? There are people who are leaders from the social impact domain who are doing their bit to be able to contribute to this. What can they do? How can they collaborate with Gunj?
Not only with Gunj, to be honest, I'm saying that many of us really need to learn. This is also an art and science, right? Disaster response and mitigation is not something which anyone can do because you have to really have a lot of understanding of the community. And Anurag, it is not just because flooding happened and it affected Delhi people, or the pollution happened and it affected the entire northern and so many other parts of the country, not only Delhi, but I mean, the fact remains that NCR and many other cities were really
Even
in bad
Bombay.
shape.
You're in
And
Bombay. Look at the quality
Bombay.
of air in
हाँ,
Bombay.
वो न्यूज़ कुछ शहरों की बन जाती है, but ultimately the whole lot of us are suffering with that. What we are not understanding that even in the social space, हमारा, or including the CSR space and the government mechanism, whatever work we do for, say, education, health, women empowerment, livelihood, whatever, when a disaster comes to people and it distorts the life of people, it affects the life of people, आपके whatever impact you have made in any field, all those impact also actually goes wrong. क्योंकि आपको तो फिर दोबारा से शुरू करना पड़ेगा ना वहां पर. तो इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि डिजास्टर, रिस्पॉन्डिंग टू द डिजास्टर इज अ साइंस एंड आर्ट. वी नीड टू लर्न अबाउट इट, बट मेकिंग दैट अ प्रायोरिटी इन आवर वर्क एरिया is an important thing for every single citizen of the country now, because you just saw, not only in India, you just saw what happened in Spain. You're also seeing that what is happening in, say, Ukraine and Palestine and a whole lot of other places. So it's human, and apna Manipur. So it's human made, it's natural, it's a mix of everything. So it's a common person's subject now. I mean, that's what all of us need to understand, and create separate teams, separate budgets for sure, so that we immediately respond. देखिए, एक simple सी बात है. Disaster is also one of the biggest reason of migration for people, right? आप उन सारे states में जहाँ disaster frequent है, वहाँ से सबसे ज्यादा distress migration होता है. Not migration for good, but migration to survive. Right? Otherwise, तो मैं भी migrated हूँ ना, but I migrated by choice. But everyone who was walking in 2020 actually migrated in compulsion. पहले city के लिए migrate किया, फिर वापस गया. तो it is not only, it is actually affecting the entire crop cycle, general economy of the country, the kind of things we all are eating. हमको इसके बहुत micro level पे जाके we'll have to take it as a part of our life, and that's why we create that. वो जो exhibition वहाँ लगी है, वो इसीलिए लगी है, यही बताने के लिए लगी है कि भाई 10 किलो चावल देके किसी एक डिजास्टर के बाद में रिलीफ हो जाता है, but it is basically we are giving it to someone who has already lost something which that person added in the last 3 generations. So it's a much lasting impact of that.
Yeah, I understand, Anshu, and again, there is a focus from shifting from a charity model to what you and we call the dignity-based relief. Give a sense of where have we progressed with that?
देखिए ये जो पूरी गूंज की right from the beginning, the theory, philosophy, and the practice has been that at the end of the day, charity is okay, but sustained charity is really killing dignity of people. Right? Charity also does not give choice to people. It is largely imposed. So even if you see disaster should not be limited to relief, number one, it's a much larger subject. But if you see relief also, over a period of time in last many decades, so many things, the country has evolved, the disasters have evolved, the world has evolved, but disaster relief is still not evolved. मतलब हम वो शहरों से बासमती राइस इकट्ठा करते हैं और उसको हम we send it to the people and people don't like that basmati rice. I mean, India is such a beautiful country that you go to 4 or 5 southern states and borders are touching with each other, but every single state is eating different variety of rice. तो disaster already बहुत distress आपको देता है. It also takes away your dignity, and then the relief often becomes a bigger, disaster. So in what we did in our model, we said that every disaster comes with a lot of destruction, a lot of infrastructure lost and all that. The biggest harm happened to the water bodies because वहाँ पर आपके from dead animals to the wastage of homes and all the debris really go there. So we devised a model where, the disaster affected people will immediately get a kit, or, a relief kit or a rehabilitation kit, whatever we call it. But we always talk to people about it कि भाई देखिए ये कर्जा है, this is like a debt. So you have to pay back. When you're okay, you pay back. This is where these hundreds and thousands of people across the country in every single disaster, they come back and they work on repairing their roads, making bamboo bridges, cleaning their ponds. So वो कई दिन का they really contribute in their labor because that is their currency. And that is how they get the relief kits. So relief is no more a charity now. That material is no more a charity. I mean, tomorrow if I say and बोलूँगा कि यार ये बर्तन हमने दिए हैं और ये whatever कपड़ा हमने दिया है and all that, now people have a right to tell us that you might have given, you must have given, but we have earned it. तो disaster response का पूरा model हम लोगों ने, we have made it a very dignified model. And also it operates like a new currency because people are now able to work on their infrastructure, water, sanitation, whole lot of issues which are created by the disaster. अब चाहे वो natural disaster हो और चाहे वो human made हो और या फिर जैसा मैंने कहा कि sustained financial economic poverty वाले disaster हो.
So Anshu, what is your call for action for these leaders? They're already doing good work. You chaired a jury to be able to award the best practices and individuals who are making a huge social impact. So they're already galvanized through action. But what is your call for action? What is one key message you want to say to them so that they can, increase the scale of what they do or the depth of what they do?
So one thing, couple of things. One is that take it as a part of life, and it will happen. It will happen more often, unfortunately. Despite the fact that many of us are trying to work on environment-related issues and all that, but still, this is a reality, and this is how it is happening. So it has to become a part of our life. Ask people. I would say that all the leaders really need to learn a lot about it. I mean, Anurag, I'll give you a very simple example. If you go to the schools today, large number of schools will still teach the kids that when an earthquake happens, go under the table. Fine? That is a part of our curriculum even today. Tables are of plastic now. Disasters are evolved. But the teaching is still same. मतलब कौन सी टेबल आपको किसी earthquake में सेव करेगी, God only knows. Because हम लोगों ने इसको, we have just left this issue somewhere. We are not understanding that it is one issue which is affecting millions of people every day. That too, when we do not even talk about constant disasters like drought and all that, right? So it's extremely important that it becomes a part of our contributions, whether that contribution happens in money, material, time, employee engagement, and also we create a lot of awareness about it कि जो because अब ऐसा नहीं होता कि वो this disaster only happens in the villages of Bihar. I remember we were having a conversation in Bangalore, and Bangalore went through very massive flood couple of years back. And one person who owns a big bungalow somewhere, that person was really sad, and he said, Mr. Gupta, why we suffered a lot? I said, yeah, I mean, it's all urban, the way we are growing and all that. No. He says, no, because we didn't have a boat with us. How how do we even think about it that when you buy a flat for 4 crore rupees in a colony, you should also have a boat with you?
By the way, Anju, I have friends who lived in those areas, and I was jokingly telling them that on their next birthday, I'll give them a boat.
So that is why I'm saying that is why I'm saying it is a subject of each one of us as individual also now.
I think it's somewhere to do with our approach, like, insurance penetration, health insurance penetration, is life insurance still low in India, relatively, as compared. Because we don't think about, only in the last few years as the rising cost of healthcare. We started to think of healthcare and healthcare insurance, both from organizations and individuals, is growing. My last question to you. There are three broad stakeholders. There is the policymakers / government. There is individuals, organizations like yours who are doing work. There is Nudge, there's MASH, there are, many large organizations doing work. And the third is individuals, right? How can these three do one thing at a time to be able to contribute to the future? What can policymakers do? For example, the budget is 40 days away, right? It is 40 days away. Do we ever hear of something in the budget which is futuristic in terms of disaster mitigation?
Especially first two, individual is separate. First two, we need to listen a lot from the community who suffer and who do not largely have a role in creating these disasters, but they suffer. We have to create provisions for all kind of resources so that we really respond to that. But for mitigation, we need to listen to the people, because यदि हमको, if we want to have the lesser impact of, say, cyclones in some areas, maybe creating a wall is not a solution, but working a lot on mangroves is a solution, because that's how people used to operate earlier in life. And the second and the third segment, I always call it the theory of mosquito. I mean, we want to kill the mosquito or we want to treat malaria. So suppose you want to work on education in some part, okay, and we start making the good schools and e-schools and all that, without understanding that kid will migrate. So to have better education, the best is to work on the, say, water sources for irrigation in the village. Okay? That is how the kid will not. So it will also save people from a disaster. It will also have education. And the last point, Anurag, which I've been telling, and I think that will give glimpse to all of us, the moment an accident happens on the roads, fine, and this is what is happening. All of us just go and try to make, we lit up road much better, we make a lot of speed breakers and all that kind of stuff. And we never think about people, about the drivers, jahan par we have never done their eye checkup, okay? And those drivers across especially the commercial vehicles, they drive in the night, they drive long hours, the heat, without any AC compartment and all, unlike many other countries. So this is the mosquito and malaria theory, that if we want to really decrease or reduce the accidents, we have to work on checking the eyesight of the driver. And this is where all of us need to contribute. So let us, whether it is the government or the voluntary organizations and CSR and individuals, let us contribute more and more to the root causes of these disasters.
Yeah, you're talking of prevention and mitigation rather than responding to it when it happens. I think you made very specific points on malaria. It's a huge phenomenon. It impacts all of us. I mean, just mosquitoes are all around, and they're creating havoc, and sanitation is an issue. You talked about how the drivers need to be kept healthy and their eyesight needs to be checked. We don't think about it. I've never thought about my driver or the drivers we have. I mean, they're not commercial drivers, but still, small point, because so I think we need to change our thinking overall, and communication like this helps. Conversations like this help. The work each one of you is doing does help. So thank you. We in the business world don't think about it as deeply, but hopefully we'll do more. So thank you for chairing the jury. And would you like to give a final message to the winners that you selected through the jury process and chairing? I mean, anything that you saw was good, what can be better? Life is a work in progress.
No, I think, say, of course, congratulations to all. And my simple message is to all that, for large number of people, COVID was a health disaster. So we talk about pre-COVID and post-COVID. But for the communities where all of us work, the institutions who are also going to get recognition today work. They work with the people, jahan par for many people it was not a health disaster, but it was a massive disaster which turned around their life completely, right? जो लोग शहर आए थे वो वापस गांव चले गए, demographics बदल गई, whatever. We all know the large part of the impact. So I think this is the time that all of us do as much as possible, जितना भी कर सकते हैं, जितना deep कर सकते हैं. This is also the time to really spend our time, money, energy as much as possible in the villages of India, so that again I would say कि distress migration रुकना चाहिए किसी भी हाल में. Migration by choice is a good thing, but migration in compulsion is not at all a good thing. In 2020 we saw people walking. I'm again repeating it. So my best wishes to all, whosoever is attending this and whosoever is getting the recognition, and it's a recognition to do more. Not only for what we have done, but to do more. Thank you.
Thank you, Anshu. I'm sure all of you entered this field to be able to make an impact and to be able to serve. And I'm sure with every encouragement, whether it's an award like this, or it's seeing the impact of what you do on the ground, or financial contribution from someone, whatever it is a catalyst to be able to help each one of you do more. Please give Mr. Anshu Gupta a big round of applause. Through his work and through his time in chairing our jury, he's made a contribution. I'm sure the next one we'll do in consultation with you and be able to scale up what we do. So please give him a bigger round of applause. Clapping is anyway good for a heart muscle. Back to you, Sarabji.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Moving on to the final session for today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic at hand is lifelong learning and fostering a culture of curiosity. Joining us is the Development Coordination Officer, Partnerships and Development Finance, UN Resident Coordinator's Office, United Nations, India. Please welcome Sukhman Randhawa. Joining us up next, Managing Partner, the Nudge Institute. Please put your hands together for Akshay Soni. Please welcome Founder and President, Enon Global Foundation, Dr. Aarti Girdhar. And completing the panel, it's time to welcome the session chair. Please welcome the President, Lee Kuan Yew, School of Public Policy, NUS, India Alumni Chapter. Please give it up for Rabona Bakshi.
Session of lifelong learning and fostering a culture of curiosity. Yeah, thank you very much. So welcome, as I said, and welcome to our session of lifelong learning and fostering a culture of curiosity. I'm happy to have with me Ms. Sukhman Randhawa, Mr. Akshay Soni, and Dr. Aarti Girdhar. So to set the context, and when we look at the situational analysis, lifelong learning is a very, very important topic. It's a topic that is critical in terms of where we are today to achieve our SDGs and what we want to do as well. So given that context, today's session, we're going to be asking some of our panelists some questions in terms of the importance, how important it is for India in terms of its economic and social development. So my first question is to Sukhman. How does lifelong learning align with the UN SDGs, particularly in achieving the SDGs for India?
Thank you, Ramona, and a very good afternoon, good evening. I don't know what's the time right now. But just to give a little bit of context of where we are with SDGs right now, globally, the SDGs are a North Star for development, but currently only 15% of the SDGs are on track, and around 1 have regressed or stalled. So it's a very gloomy picture when it comes to SDGs. But the hopeful part is that India is critical in achieving the SDGs. We have 1/6 of humanity in India, residing in India. That means around half or 1/3 of SDG goals reside in India. So India can do for SDGs what China did for MDGs. And one of the critical pieces to look at is SDG 4, which is access to quality learning and lifelong learning, which is very, very critical in the complex times that we are living in. I would like to highlight 3 key challenges that our world is facing. One is climate change and the disruptions caused by climate change. The second big challenge is the digital revolution, both the opportunities and the pitfalls. And the third piece is the conflicts and polycrisis that our world is facing. So for all of these, we need solutions, unique insights, unique skill sets, adaptive mindsets that only come through, the capacities that can be built through lifelong learning. And particularly, lifelong learning should be addressed to harness the power of women and also our youth demographic dividend, as well as the aging dividend, because India is at a very crucial crossroads. So I'll stop here and, if you have
No, thank you so much, Sukhman, for sharing that context. I'll now like to ask Akshay, what are some of the specific challenges you've observed in promoting lifelong learning among communities in India? And what do you suggest are ways in which we can bridge this gap?
Sure. Thanks, Ramona. All right. So first up, traditionally, it's a question of privilege. Lifelong learning starts with privilege in most cases, whereas communities that we're working, a lot of us are working in, traditionally are in the survival or scarcity mindset. And it's very difficult to get lifelong learning done at that spot, right? It's about where my next meal is coming from rather than what I can do to better my life. That's the first challenge. The second one is that very often this set of people at the bottom of the pyramid is told that theirs is not to question why, theirs is to do or die, which is something that's happened over decades, over generations. So to some extent, it also seeps into mindset. So this compounds the scarcity mindset that they're already working with. And the third is that they don't really have in the community a set of capacitators or an ecosystem that is actually going to be around to encourage some of the early movers who are actually bucking these mindsets and asking those questions, right? So those are the 3 pieces in terms of where we've seen some level of obstacles to this. In terms of solves, well, for one, yes, we've made strides in poverty alleviation in India. So hopefully some is a function of time from a survival mindset. And various programs, I've seen a variety of people do different things. As an example, when we start on our economic inclusion program, we start with actually giving them food, because then they have the ability to listen and absorb the skills that we're about to talk to them about entrepreneurship, about creating enough income over a sustained period of time. I've seen similar approaches across the place. So I think that's one key element. The other is definitely catching them early. We need to have, life skills in there being prioritized potentially over super specializations. Show of fans of who's seen Three Idiots. I assume a lot of us have. Where he says that, where Amir Khan's telling Kareena Kapoor कि ये वो गधा है जो अब, जो पहले इंजीनियरिंग करने गया था, फिर यूएस जाके एमबीए करके आया और फिर अब इंडिया में बैंक के लिए काम कर रहा है. We're all pretty much in that set of gadhas, right? It takes a while to break out of it, but the point is if we start prioritizing the right set of skills, the ability to ask questions, to learn, that becomes a very differentiated point of view, and that needs to start very young from a school perspective rather than getting into it that late in life where organizations are trying to reteach us that we need to ask questions. So those two would be the main things that I'd basically look at.
And thank you so much, Akshay. Aarti, my next question is to you. In your experience of teaching life skills, how do you inspire individuals to embrace lifelong learning and stay adaptable in an ever-evolving world?
Thank you so much. Yes, Akshay well said that I am connected with more than 300 schools now. We are working on mental health and life skill awareness in these public, government, whosoever call us, we go over there and we do free of cost workshop, because at times the school take time to say yes for the everything. So that is why we feel that time is very crucial. So we are putting our time in these schools and connecting with the youth. Yes, making the children understand that lifelong learning should be the priority. Basically, their priority is getting the marks over the subjects and all that. But once we make them understand that the life skills that take a major role in their rest of the life, they are more calmer. And they know how to do this critical thinking, decision making and all that, those 21st century skills that we are talking about, they can be addressed much earlier. Even, see the roles have been changed. If I say that in a school, we need to train the children that this is the job of a student. Because a job profile has something that you need to work upon. Once we make them understand this is your job to be a student and what are the parameters that you need to learn, and that should be lifelong. So they stop doing those cramming things for only one particular vision. So it's very important to make them sensitize, learn by heart, apply, and then see the world in a different way. This world is beautiful, but the only thing is that aggression and everything that is building up in their minds and heart, they are in the competitive world. And because of that, they look into, oh, Zomato, quick delivery. Oh, Amazon, quick delivery. That is why our youth is not calmer, not having that. I often say that being bored is good. Because if Sir Isaac Newton was not bored and he was not sitting under the tree, he might have not observed that the apple is falling and gravity was never being discovered. So lifelong learning is like that, where people will come to know that yes, there is an impact and these are the connecting dots in my life that has made a difference. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aarti. And when we look at unpacking curiosity and the role of leadership and systems play a very, very critical role. So Sukhman, how can leaders in the social sector cultivate a culture of curiosity within their organization to drive innovation and impact, especially in regards to lifelong learning?
Thanks, Ramona. Thank you. I think this is a very loaded question. I think people are globally struggling with the challenges of leadership and life skills. These are such nuanced skills that we've all faced issues in our workplaces and with managers and so forth. But what I'd like to say is people in the development sector are solving the challenges of humanity. That is like a great thing to do. And it's very imperative that international civil servants, for instance, people working in the UN or people in the working in the development sector are equipped with the right skills to solve these problems. Because increasingly these problems are so multidisciplinary, so multi-sectoral, and the skills that we had perhaps even 10 years ago, even 5 years ago, to address some challenges are not going to be sufficient to address the same challenges, because just of how linked they are globally to so many issues that are impacting them. So I think it's in the interest of organizations and, cultures, even within, for instance, the UN system, to develop skills such as life skills, lifelong learning. And I think managers play a critical role in fostering this sort of, system in these organizations. I'd particularly like to give two examples. I myself, I worked for 10 years in the former government, and after that I went to study again with my 2-year-old daughter. It was very challenging. I'm just saying that the structures aren't very enabling when you do want to re-equip yourself with new skills. But I went to do another master's, and there was great insights I learned, particularly at that time was around data-driven policy making. It was a relatively new term. Of course, now in the development sector, everybody is talking about it. But that for me was a crucial thing that I learned, and that really changed my mindset on how we were doing policies at that time. So that's just one example. And two, I want to highlight the idea, the case of AI. Right? We are all looking at how AI can make either jobs redundant or even the way we do work different, or just fundamentally change the nature of the workplace or work. So if we are looking at building skill sets, lifelong learning particularly, we have to focus on new emerging skills which are disruptive, which are innovative, and so organizations do need to focus on how do they equip their workforce with skills such as AI and so forth. But I'll stop here, and if there are any follow-up.
Thank you so much, Sukhman. The leadership does indeed, managers, leaders do indeed play a very, very critical role. I know, Akshay, you are a part of the development space. I'm sure you'd like to add in a little bit also to that question. And it'll be good also to hear from you, what systematic changes or policy interventions are needed to embed curiosity as a foundational value in the education and workforce development space in India, apart from, what can leaders do to cultivate lifelong learning within organizations?
Sure. Thanks, Ramona. One of the things that that I was surprised by when I moved, so after about 18 years of investment banking, I moved to the social sector. That itself was a very interesting learning experience. It took me, I think, a year to get used to the words that I found around theory of change, etc., all of that. So it was, again, it was similar to doing a master's in terms of an immersion. But what I found very interesting was that that we had a policy which was a kick-ass model of recruitment, which was you hire for attitude, smarts, and skills in that order. In investment banking, we hired for exactly the opposite order. It was skills first, smarts after, and we paid enough money for them not to have any attitude, right? So it worked really well. And I realized that that flip, while partly a function of the fact the social sector does not pay enough money and therefore attitude is clearly important if you're not coming in, and we've had discussions around the armed forces also. So if you're not coming in with an attitude to serve, then it's not something that's going to work. But over time, I also realized we also had, and we see this very often in the social sector, you have horizontal movement, right? I ended up for 8-9 month period, very painfully, being head of marketing also, apart from the typical program hat that I wore, and realized a lot of skills are actually transferable, right? In the social sector, we actually do a really good job of utilizing individuals, and if we can keep our mind to that, I think on a constant basis, people are willing to relearn, transfer a set of skills, learn another set of skills, and do something else. And that, of course, also keeps people with us for longer, right? Every organization is looking for that. So that's my point on that one. just to go back to your second question, see, one is just the fact, and Sukhman also just alluded to that when she was talking about AI. I've heard anywhere between 80 to 97% of jobs will disappear in the next 10 to 15 years, right? Everyone's heard that. So what are we going to bring to the table becomes the large question. And that has to be that attitude of learning, that ability to make that intuitive leap, which today technology can't do, right? It might get there, and then we'll have to figure out something else. But as of today, that is something that tech can't do, and that is something that we are uniquely qualified to, but provided we are constantly willing to relearn and reskill ourselves, right? When I was growing up, then searching on Google was actually a skill set. Now it's actually ChatGPT prompts, and that is emerging as a skill set. So can we learn, can we get into that? Because proposal writing, making PowerPoints is done. There are free apps available for doing that. That was a skill set that I learned early up in my days. I worked very well in investment banking, more form than substance, but I don't think that works any longer. So we'll have to constantly change. And the last piece in there is basically is also upskilling the teachers, right? And changing the system. From a policy perspective, it is critical for first policymakers to talk to industry and find out why industry doyens who've created thousands, tens of thousands of jobs actually go out in the paper and say that 80% of India's engineers, the cream of the crop, is unemployable. That's a pretty big statement, and it's been around for a while, right? So, and more than one industry leader has said this. So design thinking, go back to the people who employ, find out what are the skill sets that are required, and I guarantee you constant relearning, reskilling, upskilling is something that's going to come back from the industry. So that's definitely one. The second is to get teachers to learn that in terms of the fact, and again, I am not holding teachers responsible. They do a job that I wouldn't touch with a barge pole, and full respect to all the teachers who've suffered with me over the years. But the point is that the system prioritizes rote learning. It still has not come to a place where case studies are critical, etc. I'm not saying there's not movement. There is. When I was a child, we had to write down every date in history, right, and memorize it. And now when the teacher told me a few months back for my daughter, dates are not necessarily, she just needs to remember the chronology, I was impressed, right? We are moving. It's taken a long time for us to move that distance. But the point is it's in the right direction. We just need to see a lot more of this happening so that we actually then start building in life skills as the critical element, that intuition, the questioning as the critical element, rather than what we have today. Sorry, that was a very long answer.
No, thank you so much, Akshay, because it's very important when you look at how you want to strengthen the system, right? And to say that we need to build the capacity right from the start. I think that is what's going to really unlock the entire role of leadership and systems when we look at, the curiosity of moving with lifelong learning. Dr. Aarti, there's a lot of work you do in life skills education. How do you perceive leaders and systems that can foster an environment where curiosity drives innovation and growth?
Thank you so much. First of all, before answering, I just want to ask the question from the audience. How many of you like to listen to the stories? Almost everyone. Agar main kahun to we are the putla of stories, where we get engaged ourselves. So the kind of curiosity that can be developed is basically through the stories. In fact, if you see the organizations also, when they conduct the trainings and all that, lot of motivational speakers talk about the stories that happen in their life, and that is why they are applying it. So it's very important. We need to see, we all are individuals with our own creative minds. And some people who have the attitude not to learn, they can never become a lifelong learner. But those who have the attitude, please work on them and then see the difference. Because I often say that, because one of the principal told me that I put a lot of effort in connecting with the adolescent, but she said, Aarti, tum jitne marzi baar aa jao, but this generation is a thankless generation. I told her, ma'am, we are a generation who is very resilient. Doesn't matter, let them be thankless. I keep on coming, and one day will come when they will say thank you to me. So that is what the attitude of us being resilient, and we need to develop this kind of thing in our youth, as they are surrounded with a lot of information, and this information, whatever they are absorbing, they are just vomiting out. So it's very important. We need to take them back through these stories that have a long-lasting impact on them. That is why even at a highest level of leadership, please narrate certain stories that may have the connecting dots in the young minds or the old minds. So it's very important. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. Resilience is I think it's utmost importance. And when we're looking at change, building collaborative frameworks is also a very essential aspect of, ensuring lifelong learning amongst learners and amongst professionals and amongst each one of us here in the room. My question to you is, Sukhman, there's a lot of great examples of, work that's being done. Can you share with us some examples of cross-sectoral collaborations that have significantly advanced the partnerships that are working towards lifelong learning?
Before I launch into the answer to this question, because I have these really boring UN type questions directed at me, I do want to say that, someone once told me that birds are evolutions of dinosaurs. They are adaptations of dinosaurs, right? It really stayed in my mind, and that the same person told me that we have a lot of focus throughout life around outward learning and less around inward learning. And I don't mean this in a spiritual sense. I mean this in trying to understand yourself as an individual, responding to situations, and to your point of resilience. These are qualities that are not inculcated enough in our systems, and these are qualities that stand by you in moments of crisis, whether professional, whether personal. So I think that is something in life skills, lifelong learning, that should be constantly be there for people to access, in the world. So I think that is a critical piece. In terms of partnerships, UN, of course, is very, very cognizant of the fact that we cannot solve any challenges of our lifetimes today individually in silos, as is the entire development sector. There are a lot of convergences happening now, which never used to happen earlier. People were very sectoral focused. This organization works on this works on that, which is not the case anymore. If you even take agricultural reform, it is actually the lens of the entire food system, the food ecosystem you have to look at, how the crop is grown, what is the, footprint of pesticides, what is the nutrition content. It goes to the elements of food security and so forth, the usage of water. So many elements, organizations working on water, food systems, food security, nutrition, all have to come together to solve the understanding and challenge of food systems. So I would say partnerships are extremely critical, and we need to create platforms such as these, where conversations can start to lead to action, where people can converge to create collaborations. Otherwise it's very difficult for people sometimes to even understand what's happening in the ecosystem. Here at least people meet and see, okay, this person in this organization is sort of trying to solve something aligned to what I'm solving. So the UN, of course, is very, very open to partnerships. That's why they have a person like me focused on partnerships. But we are building a lot of partnerships, particularly on youth, innovation, strengthening innovation ecosystems for youth, access to 21st century skills for youth, women. A huge focus for us is women empowerment as well, developing, ecosystems for entrepreneurship for women. Also looking at intersections of disability, climate, and social protection. Social protection is also a key piece that we are looking at in terms of access for social protection for marginalized groups. So, of course, we have a UN works on the principle of leaving no one behind, and there's a plethora of projects, frameworks, partnerships that we do. So I don't want to delve into individual ones, but we work a lot with CSOs. We are very open to working with private sector partners, which we do, and government, of course, is our traditional partner. And I would really say that platforms such as these are very critical for people to talk, voice their opinions, and also engage more constructively towards solving problems of the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Sukhman. Yes, indeed. I mean, we need platforms like this to open the conversation, to get people interested. Akshay, how do you envision partnerships between global institutions to amplify the impact of lifelong learning initiatives for India?
All right, I can see our host standing to push us off, so I'm going to be very quick on this one. Two main things. One is that global institutions like the UN and others actually get to see various models. In the social sector, very often we start wearing blinders and get very focused on our solution. I think it's very valuable to see learnings from elsewhere, places like Africa, etc. I'm not talking about transplantation of, even when Flipkart got the Amazon model, they introduced something that was critical for India, cash on delivery. Because we did not believe that someone's going to give us something after we've already paid the money, right? When Amazon came to India, they also adopted cash on delivery. So it's not pure transplantation, but we can pick up those learnings, and international institutions are best placed from a partnership perspective to bring those learnings to us with some flexibility. The second one is basically funding, right? At the end of the day, a lot of CSR funding, given the way that it is governed today, is looking for quicker answers. So their ability to experiment is much lower. The government's ability to experiment is extremely low, right? So we need to prove pilots at scale and POCs before we can get the government to actually adopt this and take this to scale. So therefore, if the institutions could actually bring in maybe a revolving pool of money, right? We can do blended finance. They get their money back when it is proven, and if it doesn't, then that's the money that's gone. But that's the point of experiments, right? That advantage basically is something that they could bring in and accelerate the process. We'll get there, but they could basically save us decades of, trying to get that money out and doing those experiments. And then finally, of course, helping the social sector again to partner with government, take these POCs to scale, because at the end of the day, no one in this country or any other country for that matter has the kind of distribution infrastructure that the government has, and therefore that's where we'll have to go finally.
Yeah, absolutely. Pilots for scale. I think that's very important, and there's a lot the government can learn, and even the the power of partnerships. It's all about what are some of the ideas that can be tested and then taken up to scale. Thank you so much, Akshay, for that. Though we're speaking from a power of partnerships perspective, Aarti, how do you see individuals being empowered to basically contribute to collaborative frameworks for driving meaningful change in communities that they serve in? So from an individual perspective, it will be good to hear your thoughts on collaborative frameworks for change.
Yes, since we deal with the youth again, we focus basically on networking among them, because there are so many youth who are bottling up the things and they are not ready to learn and unlearn, as Akshay has said. That is very important to make the children understand, as this world is changing at a very fast pace. So we need to accept that kind of changes that are happening. And as a result, this is only possible when we collaborate and we discuss the things. I will wind up over it.
Okay, perfect. And as we are got the buzzer on, time buzzer, can you just share in one word, one tangible action or word each of the audience here can implement to basically prioritize lifelong learning and curiosity in their own workspace? So Sukhman, any one word that comes to your mind that can be
UN people shouldn't be told to answer things in one word, but what I really like
one sentence then.
What I really liked what Akshay said about best practice exchange, which we are working a lot on as well. I would leave it with that. I think that could benefit any organization, any individual, anyone, anywhere.
If I can, I'm going to take a couple of sentences. One is just a follow-up on that. In the social sector, we basically have the not invented here syndrome. Whereas in the corporate sector, we used to call it adopting best practices. So we need to learn something from that. Pick up whatever works, build on it. Don't try to basically reinvent the wheel. The second one is, if there is one thing I'd ask people to take, is read a book, consume a podcast, doesn't matter. Anything to not do with your work, but anything that interests you. It is the start of a habit that will lead to lifelong learning, at least it did for me. So that's what I'd suggest. However you consume information is irrelevant. I like books, but podcasts, YouTube videos, whatever you prefer.
I would like to say that we, at any age, need to understand that growth mindset can do lot of difference in our life. We just have to understand, be a listener, because when we make children or anybody understand what listen means, it means you need to just jumble it up and it come out to be silent. So first you need to listen, because there are many people who are bottled with mental health issues and they are not talking. They just need ears to listen. And hence we want that growth mindset of everyone. Even if the grandparents, we need to make them understand that is the need at our age, or the young child also need that kind of mindset. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, panelists. Just to sum it up, India plays a very important role for us to achieve the SDGs. Learning starts young, as many of you mentioned. Skills are important, just not marks. I think that was very interesting to hear. Personal experiences, storytelling is one aspect that we need to look at when we're looking at lifelong learning. Start with a habit. I love that. Go outside your workplace, look at something new to do, learn to listen to podcasts, read a book. I think that's very important to ensure we're lifelong learning and building our curiosity as well, and adopt a growth mindset. Thank you so much, panelists, and thank you everyone, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you very much. Could I please request you all to kindly come forward for a group picture? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, this brings us to the final session of today's event. I am talking about the closing keynote address to talk about sustaining progress, ensuring recovery leads to lasting renewal. Joining us on stage is the Chief Executive Officer, the Akshay Patra Foundation. Please welcome Sridhar Venkat. My sincerest apologies for the slight delay. Once again, if I may request everyone to join me in welcoming Mr. Sridhar Venkat, Chief Executive Officer, the Akshay Patra Foundation.
I love the buzzer going up. You know, they say in Hindi, jo waqt ka qadar nahi karta hai, waqt uska qadar nahi karta hai, right? So nice to see Business World calling all the not-for-profit leaders for this initiative. Thanks to Anurag for having me here, and my colleague Bharat Dasa, who's the National President for Operations and Projects for Akshay Patra. So this is a very deep topic that has been given to me to speak in just 10 minutes, but what I'm planning to do is I'll share with you what happened in Akshay Patra. Two crises trying in the same time. It's like a double-edged sword hitting us, and some key insights from those. Akshay Patra is a school meal program. Today, we feed about 2.25 million children every day in over 23,000 schools. So we started very small in the year 2000 with just 1,500 children and 5 schools. And it has been a scaling up story of social innovation. We are implementers of the government school meal program. 2020 March, COVID struck. And we had several kitchens. I think at the time we had about 60 kitchens. And we were giving hot cooked meal to children. Now, at that time we had about 6,000 employees working in Akshay Patra. Currently there are about 9,000 working in Akshay Patra across 16 states and 2 union territories. Now what do we do? All our kitchens are closed. Schools are closed. What do we do? So what Akshay Patra did, one of the key insights which I want to share it with you is we stuck to our fundamentals. We said that there is a crisis in hand. Let us do what's our core competency. Let us stick to our fundamentals. And said that let us see how we can leverage the enormous capacity which Akshay Patra has for cooked meals to serve children, to serve migrating workers. And what do we do? So what happened was the government, we are also part of the National Disaster Recovery Center of the Government of India. So they reached out to us, the Prime Minister's office reached out to us. And at a very simple level, Akshay Patra created a war room on WhatsApp with the district commissioner, with the commissioner of police, and various government officials and Akshay Patra senior leadership on disaster relief. Another thing which we did was, we are all about food for education. So we quickly pivoted from food for education to food for relief. So there was a strategic shift made. So the second insight which I want to share with you was ability of the leadership to pivot its strategy at the time of crisis from food for education to food for relief. And mobility was not allowed, so the government was so kind. They ensured that Akshay Patra vehicles were allowed to move around. We hired big Kalyana Mantapas or wedding halls where kits were being packed and sent across. What used to call them happiness kits were ration for children, ration for adults for about 21 to 42 days, hygiene kit for girls, and we used our network. At the time we were doing it in 60 locations, but Akshay Patra catered to about 87 locations. And in these 2 years, Akshay Patra served close to 250 million servings. 250 million servings, out of which 50% was cooked meals and 50% was in the form of ration. We had another crisis the same time, November 20. I don't want to go to the details of it because it will become a press article. In fact, the crisis started with a press article. Okay, so this is about November 20, March 21 crisis hit. November 20, we had another leadership crisis in Akshay Patra. And this was a time many people thought that this mammoth organization, Akshay Patra, the world's largest school meal program, and India's one of the largest NGOs, will come to its knees and will get vanished. But these are the insights which I want to share it with you, which really helped Akshay Patra tide over this crisis, both from a COVID perspective as well as from the leadership crisis perspective. First one is, the way leadership handles the crisis at the time the crisis is on determines its renewal. So leadership is the most important driver when it comes to renewal. So the most important which I learned in all this, I'm here for the last about 2 decades in Akshay Patra. My boss is a monk. And he told me one very interesting thing when I started working in Akshay Patra, about few days in Akshay Patra. He's a monk from IIT Mumbai, and he said, Sridhar, your ability to take risk is infinite if you're selfless. So you can handle anything if you don't have anything in store for yourself, okay? So one of the key insights which I had from the observing the way we handled the crisis, 2 crises which we had, I don't want to go to the second one in detail. One was we stuck to our purpose, why Akshaya Patra exists. So it's very, very important for leaders to know. Now, crisis will come and go. Maybe 10 years down the line, 5 years down the line, some COVID may come, something else may come. But how the leadership responds, leadership behavior during crisis is extremely, extremely important. So are we sticking to our purpose? Why do you exist? In fact, when Akshaya Patra got the first Great Place to Work certification, we are 8 times in a row Great Place to Work certified. So first time when we got, the interviewer asked me this question, if there is one question which you want to ask your 6,000 employees, what is that? So my response to that was, all the 6,000 employees, my question will be, why are you doing what you're doing? So it's very, very important that purpose is very clearly defined. Second, the value system. What do you stand for? You know, many a times at the time of crisis, in fact, the second crisis, someone told me, very, very senior person, Sridhar, fight this battle in media. We had a leadership crisis which boiled into a media kind of an outburst. Front page of Times of India carried in block letters about Akshaya Patra. So someone told me, hey Sridhar, that guy is doing like this. You also go to media and fight it out. So we said, no, we don't want to fight this battle in media. We don't want to fight crisis in media. No washing dirty linen in media. Our work should speak for itself. And we drew a longer line. And the next year we raised 20% more than the previous year. So it's very, very important that we stick to our fundamentals. Why do you exist? What is your value system? Akshaya Patra has got 6 values: integrity, compassion, devotion, synergy, quality, and trustworthiness. Now these values are like zebra stripes, right? They will remain the same. Honesty, for that matter, is required 20 years back, will be required 20 years later, or 100 years later, right? So it's very, very important. Leadership lives by values. Very, very important. And third is importance of collaboration. I'll just give you an example. If I save 1 paisa in Akshaya Patra, it is food for 4,000 children for 1 whole year without raising any additional money. 1 paisa on cost of meal. So that's the reason partnerships where people who are intellectuals, who know what they are doing in the outside world, can that be applied to Akshaya Patra? And we have been doing this very, very regularly from the time I'm there for the last 2 decades. We have been very religiously following the partnership route. Just to give you an example, about 18% of Akshaya Patra's cost of meal is distribution cost. So we have an advisory board member, a very famous, it's a unicorn now in the country. The founder came forward and said, we'll build a last mile digitization platform for Akshaya Patra. And we have implemented that across the country, and we are going to save 5% of the distribution cost. Can you imagine the number of meals that will generate? Okay, so it's very, very important. Irrespective of the stage of the not-for-profit evolution, partnerships play a very, very important role. One of the very large management consulting firm, for the last 10 years back we were not this big, from last 10 years has been partnering with Akshaya Patra. Every quarter, their few youngsters come and take projects with us. So my request to all the not-for-profits here and all the leaders here, please, please explore partnerships. Generally, not-for-profits are very inward focused. Even I used to be like that till I realized the power of collaboration, power of partnerships. You know, during the COVID time, after we came out of COVID, one young employee, later I came to know she's our beneficiary. She has been our beneficiary for 10 years working in Akshaya Patra. So this was a town hall kind of a meeting, and I was asked, this girl stood up, young girl, she said, sir, I want to thank you and Akshaya Patra. I said, for what? She said, I want to thank the management of Akshay Patra because we are a family of 6 people and father, mother, and 4 of us children. During COVID time, all my family members lost their job. You didn't sack us. Akshay Patra did not sack. And with the 25,000 rupee salary which Akshay Patra gave, we ran the family. So the point which I'm trying to make here is, crisis will come. How do we deal with our employees? Because of them we exist. Would you like to get sacked as a senior leader during a crisis time? No. Then how can you sack an employee during crisis time? So Akshay Patra did not sack. And that girl, and she said, I will remember this for my life. So it's very important. Leadership exhibits those values those should not be just on paper, but actually exhibited. And very, very important that we stick to our fundamentals. As I mentioned, Akshay Patra remained focused on meal for children, happiness kits, which are again predominantly grains, things which can be converted into a meal, okay? Sticking to our values, these are very, very important. And one last point which I want to mention is during crisis, I told you, we had 2 crises. One was COVID, another was a leadership crisis at the topmost level. What Akshay Patra did was proactively when we went to all the stakeholders. So communications is extremely, extremely important when it comes to crisis, whether it's an internal crisis or external crisis. So communicating with your donors, communicating with your employees. In fact, during the second crisis, some of my very senior leaders came and told me, Sridhar, what will happen to us? What's our future? So I asked them, did you do anything wrong? So they said, no. So if you have not done anything wrong, why worry? Right? So it's very, very important that leadership continually communicates at the time of crisis, and that will lead to renewal. And from these 2 crises, today, Akshay Patra has come again back on its feet, and this April, we were recognized as the United Nations for serving the 4 billionth meal. 4 billionth meal since inception, and the Prime Minister sent a personal note, which was read out by the UN Ambassador to the United Nations. So my request to all the colleagues here is, crisis will come and go, stick to your fundamentals, stick to your purpose. Purpose fuels passions, and passion results in accomplishments. And make sure you stick to your value system, communicate with your employees, and you can handle any crisis. Thank you so much. I'm keeping with the buzzer. Looking forward to interacting with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot. And with this, we come to the end of today's summit and beginning of the highly anticipated segment of the awards ceremony. Now, prior to that, we need to get back into our best of the spirits to be a part of a celebration. Right? Could I please once again request everyone to empty out their hands and stand for the next 30 seconds. Once again, this is not a ruse for me to get an applause for myself. This is for your benefit. Let's clap our hands together for the next 30 seconds. Fantastic. A little louder, a little louder. 10 more seconds to go. Come on, everybody. Fantastic. Thank you very much. You all may kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 3rd edition of BW Social Impact Leader Awards, a celebration of trailblazing excellence in the social impact sector. Before I move forward, I'd like to take a minute and express our deepest gratitude to our partners for helping us turn our vision into reality. Cause partner, Vitamin Angels India. Ecosystem partner, MASH. AVPN, Event Partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Phantom, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, and Pitch. Today's award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Businessworld platforms, including our social media channels, and also on www.bwdisrupt.com. Join the celebration of the evening by using the hashtag BW Social Impact. Before we start with the awards, I would like to request all the awardees to kindly get off of the stage from the left side for a quick picture. And I must request all the awardees to stay back with us till the end of the ceremony for a group picture. For the online coverage, also make sure that your video interview for the BW TV is not missed. Without any further ado, I would also like to thank our jury panel who helped us arrive to this power list after an intensive jury deliberation. Let me walk you through the jury procedure. Let's quickly take a look. I think we'd like to cue it from the beginning with the volume. My sincerest apologies for the delay. Let's quickly take a look at the event AV and understand where we are coming from and where we are headed. Let's quickly take a look at the partner AV. Let's quickly take a look at the community AV. Think business, think BW Businessworld. With the same, ladies and gentlemen, we are now headed towards the highly anticipated segment of the award ceremony. Joining us on stage are the presenters for this particular segment. Please put your hands together for Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld, and Founder, Exchange for Media Group. Joining us up next, please welcome Kishore Thupati, political analyst. Our next presenter heads the role of Director, Global Operations at Sri Ramdaya Agro Producers Company. Sri Ramdaya Agro Producer Company Limited, a leading farmer-producer organization, empowers over 7,000 farmers while driving sustainable growth and profitability in Indian agriculture. Sri Ramdaya Agro Producer Company Limited adopts a farmer-first approach, offering tailored services to ensure sustainable and profitable livelihoods. Key initiatives include capacity building, training, consultation, value addition services, microfinance, market linkage, and promoting sustainable farming practices with a focus on carbon sequestration and environmental sustainability. We aim at providing holistic support to empower farmers and foster long-term growth. Join me as I welcome Mandira Singh. To start, we will be celebrating some truly exceptional achievers with special awards. These individuals and organizations have left an indelible mark with their remarkable contributions and significant accomplishments in their respective fields. Recognized and recommended by our esteemed jury panel, these winners are being honored with a special recognition for their outstanding impact. Once again, requesting all the awardees to kindly exit the stage from the left side. Please do not forget to join us for a quick picture. Also requesting all the awardees to stay back with us till the end of the ceremony for a quick picture. All right, so let's get started. Without any further ado, let's find out who made it to this prestigious moment. And the winner is... Audience, congratulations, Anushka Sinha, advisor and Global Young People Action Team member for Generation Unlimited, UNICEF. It isn't really that hard to congratulate someone, to be there for someone. I'm certain Yes, congratulations. And quickly on to the next winner. And the next winner is... Yes, congratulations to Nishit Sangola, Director, Soumya Kala Vidya. Being honored and recognized for his impact. We're also open to hooting, whistling, and other forms of fantastic. Let me hear that again. Perfect. And the final name to enter this prestigious list is... Yes, congratulations, Satyam Dikshit, founder, Umeed Foundation. With the same, we come to the end of the first segment. That was the recognition of impact. How about a quick round of applause for the gentleman? Moving on, it's time to honor the champions of change, the visionaries, the trailblazers who have made a difference. Let's celebrate the winners of the Social Impact Awards 2024. These remarkable individuals and organizations have inspired us all with their dedication, innovation, and impact. Let's give them the recognition they truly deserve. And the first name, the first leader to enter the elite list is... Audience, congratulations, Anupam Jain, Head Engineering, Give Grants, Give. Audience, congratulations. And the next leader to enter this power list is... Yes, congratulations to Ashwajit Singh, founder and managing director, IPE Global. Well, I believe Mr. Singh is not here at the moment, but we do have a representative to accept the award. Him not being in the room does not dwarf his efforts and the lasting impact he has made. How about a quick round of applause for Ashwajit Singh? Thank you. And the next leader to enter this power list is expecting a bigger, better, bolder round of applause. Heartiest congratulations, Chetan Kapoor, Chief Executive Officer, Tech Mahindra Foundation. Thank you very much. This would be my favorite table. I'm obviously kidding. I must encourage everyone to bring up a very enthusiastic cheer for all the awardees. And quickly on to the next winner. And the winner is heartiest congratulations, Dr. Dhir Jindal, founder and executive director, Language and Learning Foundation. Heartiest congratulations. Thank you very much. And the next leader to enter this power list is heartiest congratulations, Dr. Pooja Kapoor, pediatric neurologist and co-founder, Continuera Kids. तालियों पर जीएसटी नहीं लगता भाई, तालियां टैक्स फ्री है, जरा दिल खोल कर बजाइए. Congratulations, Dr. Kapoor. And the next winner is, ladies and gentlemen, we are celebrating the change makers, the trailblazers in the field of social impact. And the next winner is Prasanna Production Sakhi Utpadan Samiti. Sakhi Utpadan Samiti. Heartiest congratulations. Let's bring up a very enthusiastic cheer for the winner, for the leader. बहुत-बहुत मुबारकबाद आपको प्रसन्ना जी. And the next leader to enter the elite list is congratulations to Shri Datta, Managing Partner, the Match Institute. Congratulations. And the next leader to enter this power list is audience congratulations, Gyan Prakash, Program Head, SBI Youth for India Fellowship, SBI Foundation. Yes, congratulations. And with the same, I'd like to thank Mandiraji for joining us on the stage. Thank you very much. Requesting the gentlemen to kindly stay back to present another set of awards. Joining us is the founder and chairman, the Indian School of Natural Spiritual Sciences. Please welcome Dr. Shashi Dubey. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Dubey. And the next leader to enter this power list is highest congratulations to Jasmeet Singh, founder and director, FCF India. It takes a lot of hard work, determination, missed out shillings to reach this platform. I must encourage everyone to offer their loudest cheer and loudest round of applause for all the winners. And the next leader to enter this power list is congratulations to Kaira Sama, leader, founder, Tiny Hearts. With the same, I must request all the awardees to kindly stay back with us till the end of the ceremony for a group picture. I'm sure, Kaira, you have some really interesting stories to share and we cannot wait to listen to them. Exactly. Many, many congratulations, young lady. Quickly, on to the next winner. Congratulations, Kareem Sheikh, President, Empower. Kareem, I must compliment you that you look like a vision in white. And a big shout out to the awardees who have already joined us on the stage. Please do not forget to cheer up for others. Big congratulations, Praveenji. And the next leader to enter the power list is... Let's give it up for Piyush Sohani, Country Director, Systema, Top Bio, India. I feel like it's my duty to tell you that we are headed towards the final few awards for the evening. I wouldn't want anyone to look for me with a Ganga in their hand in the parking lot, whereas that MC has been asking us to clap over and over again. But I must request you all to offer your loudest cheer to celebrate these leaders. And the next winner is... Yes, congratulations, Prashant Prabhavi, founder and trustee, Veer Nari Shakti Resettlement Foundation. Prashant, you must be wondering that I was out there asking all the relatable questions, and can we give the gentleman a bigger, better, bolder round of applause? Thank you. Congratulations. And the next leader to enter this elite list is... Audience, congratulations, Smita Thanti, Executive Director, Sakshi, a rights-based NGO. Girls, a little louder, come on.
I'm only as strong a leader as my team. I just request them to join me here, please. Thank you.
Rightly said by Dr. Batra, we are as good as our team. Congratulations. Thank you, ladies. Thank you. And with the same, I'd like to thank Dr. Dubey for joining us on the stage. Thank you. Requesting Dr. Batra to stay back with us. Joining us to present the final set of awards, ladies and gentlemen, is the AGM conference at BW Businessworld. Please welcome Devika Kundu Sengupta. And the next leader to enter this power list is...
Niranjan, we also want you on stage, otherwise you know what will happen. Mr. Niranjan Singh Gurjar, he runs an FPO, farmer producer organization. And again, he does a lot of work. Few people I know personally in the room. Of course, some organizations are very pioneering, so I know the Nudge and so on and so forth. Akshay Patra, both of you are here. But the reason I was talking to everyone is to get to know about them a little bit. It stays in when you ask them. Then, so that's, I hope through our endeavor we are able to get your stories and the impact that you have through your work. And as I said to Sir, that it's a very good quality event, but we'll scale up in terms of scale, multiple cities and, put more resources at some stage in this. So congratulations to all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. The final set of awards and the next leader to enter the elite list is
the man with quite a good sense of humor. Please welcome Sridhar Venkat, Chief Executive Officer, Akshay Patra Foundation. We've been preparing for this segment entire day. I've done 3 energizers. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And the next winner is heartiest congratulations, Sunish Johari, President, Vitamin Angels, India. Thank you very much. Thank you. Congratulations.
And the next winner is
Congratulations to Vipin Sharma, Chief Executive Officer, Access Development Services. Absolutely final few awards for the evening. I must encourage everyone, think of all the birthday parties you've missed, think of all the missed out shindig, sorting sprees and whatnot just to get where you are today. That must be celebrated. We congratulations, Vipinji. And the next winner is heartiest congratulations, Jayant Rastogi, Global Chief Executive Officer, Magic Bus India Foundation. Joining us on stage to accept the award on his behalf is Gitanjali Das, Director, Institutional Partnerships, Magic Bus India Foundation. Once again, at the risk of sounding repetitive, although Jayant is not here with us in the room momentarily, but he deserves a round of applause nonetheless. And the next leader to enter this power list is heartiest congratulations, Ankit Agarwal, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Unstop. Joining us on stage to accept the award on his behalf is Alkea Chakrabarti, Vice President, Marketing and Growth, Unstop. Congratulations. The final award. Leader to enter this elite list is heartiest congratulations, Varun Sheth, co-founder and Chief Executive Officer, Kitto.
heartiest congratulations. I must request you to kindly stay back on the stage with us. Requesting all the winners, all the awardees to kindly join us on the stage along with their trophies for a group picture. And also I feel it's my duty to share this with you all. There's another name, another leader who's part of this power list but couldn't be here with us tonight. Nonetheless, heartiest congratulations to Gaurav Mathur, Chief Executive Officer, Global Technical Services. Requesting all the awardees, all the winners to kindly join us on the stage with their trophies. And also do not forget to interview for BW TV. All right, how about 10 seconds so that you all can get your pictures with your mobile phone cameras. After that, I've been directed by a very talented photographer to ensure that this area is vacant. I think that's that. And with the same requesting, all right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. If I could just request, everyone on the stage is requested to stay back since the professional photographer hasn't clicked the picture as of now. For this, we need this entire area vacant. Consider this a classroom photograph. Are we ready? Three, two, one, say cheese! And before we wrap up, let's quickly take a look at the jury deliberation, at the procedure. Let's cue the jury AV. Thank you, Dr. Batra. Requesting all the winners to kindly join us. To the gentleman at the back, could I please request you to come forward? I know you're picking up the award on somebody else's behalf, but you've got quite the smile. And for the fourth time, requesting everyone to kindly vacate the area right in front of the main stage. All right, let's say cheese! Ladies and gentlemen, a bigger, better, bolder round of applause for the list of leaders. Let's quickly take a look at the jury AV. And with the same, this is your host, Sahibjeet Kaur, saying goodbye.